a black crown spinning his rock through the halls of the feed. He poured out doubt to drag us down and fed on panic like it was need. But the editor sharpened every frame, the streamer raised his painted blade, the podcaster lit up the name, and none of us flinched, none of us swayed. Hear the signal split the night, one shared vow, one burning thread. Every channel locks in tight, every brave word raised instead. Tactical Templar, lead us on. Tactical Templar, bring the dawn. We stand as one, we hold the line. 1,000 voices, one design. Tactical Templar, break their scheme. Tactical Templar, forge the dream. No broken gate, no dark decree. The creators march, and all are free. Raise the shields of truth and craft. Hold the torches high and true. We are more than mock and draft. We are the tide he cannot do. In the glow of 100 screens, Tactical Templar draws his steel. From thumbnail banners to comet beams, he calls the scattered to the wheel. Bite by bite, the banners rise from basement desks and kitchen floors. Writers, gamers, camera eyes all answer now with iron roars. Hear the signal split the night, one shared vow, one burning thread. Every channel locks in tight, every brave word raised instead. Tactical Templar, lead us on. Tactical Templar, bring the dawn. We stand as one, we hold the line. 1,000 voices, one design. Tactical Templar, break their scheme. torches high and true. We are more than mock and draft. We are the tide he cannot do. Stone cold morning, sky like iron, hearts like ash, chains on every doorway, shadows where the brave men crashed, blood red banners over fields of broken vows. Every whispered prayer feels lost inside the howling song. But in the garden, earth begins to shake. The darkest kingdom feels its perilous break. Rise, lion of the empty tomb, tear the veil and split the gloom. From the grave you ride in flame, call our forgotten name. Sword of mercy crowned in scars, king who carries all our wars. By your wounds our debts undone, we live because you rose as one. Rose as one. 3-day silence, hell sings loud, it thinks it's won. Serpents feasting on the shame of what we've done. Then that boulder rolls like thunder from its track. Every curse we carried cracks and turns to burning wax. Angels shouting, steel wings scrape the sky. Hell's own citadels crumble as you rise. Rise, lion of the empty tomb, tear the veil and split the gloom. From the grave you ride in flame, call our forgotten name. Sword of mercy crowned in scars, king who carries all our wars. By your blood our chains come loose, we live because you rose. You rose. Lion of the empty tomb, tear the veil and split the gloom. From the grave you ride in flame. Call our forgotten names. Sword of mercy, crowned in scars, King who carries all our wars. By your wounds our debts undone, we live because you rose as one. 3-day silence, hell sings loud, it thinks it's won. Serpents feasting on the shame of what we've done. Then that boulder rolls like thunder from its track. Every curse we carry cracks and turns to burning wax. Angels shouting, steel wings scrape the sky. Hell's own citadels crumble as you rise. Rise, Lion of the empty tomb, tear the veil and split the gloom. From the grave you ride in flame. Oh yeah, call our forgotten names. Sword of mercy, crowned in scars, King who carries all our wars. By your blood our chains come loose, we live because you rose. You rose. I was marching with the dead, rust on soul and rust in head. You broke ranks and took my place. Hammered nails, a traded fate. Every lash, every lie laid on you so I could rise from the pit and into light. Clothed in armor made for fight. Rise, Lion of the empty tomb, tear the veil and split the gloom. From the grave you ride in flame, calling my forgotten name. Sword of mercy, crowned in scars, The night recoils, kingdom bought with holy spoil. Helm and shield, I lay them down at the foot of thorn rock crown. All my blame, all my pride, buried where my Savior died. On this crimson sky of Calvary, he breaks the chains and sets us free. Every wound, every tear, gathered, carried, counted here. Good Friday. Shadow veils the sun, but in that dark the war is won. Jesus Christ lifted high turns my grave into the sky. Good Friday, stone and tree, there he hangs instead of me. Cross of sorrow, battle won by the dying of the sun. Black sun over Zion, air tastes like iron and dust. 3 spears, 3 shadows, crowds crying, craving rust. Thunder stalks the hilltop, temple stones begin to shake. He stands crowned in thorns and silence, every breath the world at stake. Spit and taunts like arrows fly, he does not curse, he does not cry. Blood and water trace the wood, he whispers, this is for your good. On this crimson sky of Calvary, he bears the weight meant all for me. Every curse, every chain, every hidden secret stain. Good Friday, dark as any night, yet in his wound we see the light. Son of man, torn apart, drives the sword out from my heart. Nails like iron verdicts, hammered into living grace. Ropes torn, gamblers laughing, casting bones beneath his face. Thief beside him trembling, remember me through shattered breath. Today you'll walk in gardens, spoken over death to death. Earthquake in the unseen war, angels weep and demons roar. Veil is ripped from top to floor, mercy marches through the door. On this crimson sky of Calvary, he drinks the cup, completes the plea. Every doubt, every lie falls away as he will die. Good Friday, darkest battlefield, yet in his scars are
Brothers, welcome back to the show.
slain as last.
That's right, guys. My channel is under attack by the woke X. That's right, guys. I was suspended today on X, and the reason that I was suspended, we are going to go over today. Guys, it is the bullshit of bullshit reasons. I did nothing wrong. I know I didn't do nothing. Everyone says that, but in my case, it's actually true, and I have the receipts. I did nothing wrong. I apologized for nothing, And in fact, in about an hour or two, when I'm unbanned, I'm going to make that opinion known, okay? I am going to double down on my opinion because my opinion wasn't hate speech. It wasn't hate speech. It wasn't violent speech. So today, we go scorched earth. We go scorched earth on X. That's right, guys. So, glad that you guys are here today. Glad we have a lot to talk about. Guys, I'm just going to let you know that being suspended this morning on X, it really sort of put things in perspective. It made me sort of reevaluate things. I need to be more clever and careful about what I say. Obviously. Because there aren't many content creators that are willing to say what I'm wanting to say. Asmongold does a decent job, but listen, very few content creators can do what I do in terms of delivering the content without just any of the extra baggage that you see from a lot of these freaks. So I got to be more careful. But at the same time, I have to double down on what I'm saying. So I'm in an interesting position. And we're going to go over that in the video today. Guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for allowing me to do what I do. Without you guys, without your support, I couldn't do what it is that I love doing, which is coming before you and talking about these important issues that I think are significant. I think they are substantial. Now, there are some times that we, shoot shit, we have fun. But overall, I think that what we do on this channel actually matters and makes a difference. I'll shit on Moist Critikal from time to time. I'll make fun of him. I'll bring up some irrelevant controversy. But when it comes to like the Rupert Lowe UK grooming report, almost nobody else covered that. Asmongold and myself and very, very, very few others. So, if you like the channel, if you like what I do, please consider becoming a subscriber today. I said subscriber, not member, by the way. That's just when you subscribe to the channel. If you haven't done so already, I'd appreciate it. It helped me to spread the word to more people, and that's really what we're here to do today. So, we're going to talk about me getting censored on X. We're also going to talk about a video from Asmongold, which has to do with a very, very, very interesting topic, which is who controls the internet and how did things get as bad as they've been? How did things get to the point in which they are? So that's a very interesting topic we're going to cover. We're also going to be talking a little bit about Moist Critikal and his support of Scalpers, which is interesting because Moist Critikal does videos lambasting Scalpers, but he just did a recent video where he basically confirms that he has been helping Scalpers by wasting money on inordinately expensive card packs. This time I think it's Lord of the Rings, card game. Some new Magic the Gathering, maybe. I don't know. We're going to look into the details, but Moist Critikal has been buying these packs for astronomical amounts of money. And I think that does embolden and that does support scalpers. People that put these online for a ridiculous sum that no one can afford because some rich asshole is going to come along and just buy them. That destroys the market, and Moist Critical knows that, but like always, Moist Critical doesn't really take accountability for anything. Also, we're going to be talking about Hasan Piker being fat. Hasan Piker talking about what it's like to be fat. I mean, that was probably one of the funniest videos, one of the funniest clips I've ever seen. So, we're going to get into all of that today. Guys, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for being part of the Brotherhood. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. I genuinely couldn't do this without you guys. And it is a beautiful, an absolutely beautiful Monday. So, we're just going to get right into it. That's what we're going to do today. We're just going to get right into it. So, for those that don't know, in fact, first of all, let me do the intro, and then we will get into the important bit. Brothers, this morning I was suspended on X. That's right, I have not had access to my X account all day. And the reason for the suspension should worry everyone. Everyone who cares about talking about the truth of issues that are going on today, you should be worried. Because I'm going to show you the post that was flagged that got my account suspended. Now, did I violate any sort of terms of service? No. Did I violate the First Amendment? No. What we're going to look at today is the post in question, and here it is. So, mass deportations now. This had to do with a mass of people, a mass parade of Muslims in Dearborn, Michigan, that were holding foreign flags, and they were just walking down the street in this huge mass. And my response was, mass deportations now. That was it. That was violent speech to X. How fucking retarded must you be if you think that is violent speech? I do not backtrack on this, and I'm going to post this, and I'm a small account, but I'm going to @ Elon Musk and ask him what the fuck. And by the way, even if you don't like my channel, if you're somebody like, I don't really like this guy, I don't really like his content, this applies to you as well. There could be a topic that you feel passionately about, and you speak on it, not even in a way that violates the terms of service, but you get flagged, you get taken down, and you could be in this position. That's why I'm saying that it's important to maintain a pro-free speech position. Now, if you're a terrorist supporter, if you're Hasan Piker, if you're advocating for some things that are absolutely disgusting and unsavory, you're a proponent of communism, I get it. I totally understand. Those people, a lot of them should be in jail. But this post was simply reacting to an event and said mass deportations now. And that was violent speech? Elon, what is happening at your company? This is unacceptable. This is embarrassing. And if it happened to somebody else, I'd be making this same video because it's not about me. It's about the fact that my channel is, I don't really have any marks on my channel in terms of, being suspended before. On this account, I've not been suspended before. My posts are usually fairly curated. I don't say anything really that over the top. So imagine my surprise when this was the post that got hit. Now, Elon, if there is a mass flag system where somebody can mass flag something and it'll get triggered automatically, that's a huge problem. And obviously, there's something wrong here. This is not a post that is violent speech. This is not a post that is, you may not share abusive content, harass somebody, or engage other people to do so. No. Mass deportations now. Is it because I use the word now and your system thinks the word now is a call to action? Is that it? Because that is absolutely retarded. You have a broken system if that is the case. If your system is triggered by the word now, but the thing is, I don't know, because you didn't explain it to me. You didn't explain exactly what was wrong here. And you should. Because it's the same criticism for other platforms. How are we supposed to know what we said that triggered your system if we don't know exactly what it was? This makes no sense to me. I don't see anything obvious here. Mass deportations now, that is a completely reasonable position. You want Donald Trump, who was elected on mass deportations, to start mass deportations. You want people that are here that shouldn't be here, that have foreign medieval blood feuds built into their DNA. You don't want them here bringing that into our country. You want them to go home. There is nothing wrong with what I said here. It is not violent speech. It is a call to the government to do its job and do its duty to protect people. How outrageous is this? It's insane. And so I'm here on my little channel to just continue to be an air horn, because I think that more people need to pay attention to this. There is something rotten in the state of Denmark. There is something nefarious at Twitter. I don't know what it is. I don't know if they just don't have any, checks and balances on their AI, or if somebody, mass reported this. I don't know. But what do you mean mass deportations now is a problematic statement that deserves to be suspended? Elon, I'd like you to explain that, please. I'd like you to explain to me how saying mass deportations now. I didn't say mass executions now. I didn't do anything like that. I said mass deportations now. How would Elon Musk possibly justify this statement? That this is violent speech to want something this normal in your country where you have foreign agitators bringing blood feuds from half a world away. How on earth are you going to sit there and tell me that this is violent speech or it's problematic? This reeks of the same thing that Elon Musk talks about as it pertains to other countries. So I hope that Elon does something about this. I don't have any hope. Listen, I am well aware of the fact that I am a small channel. All right? I am a small fish in a huge ocean. But if this is happening to me, you can bet it's happening to other people too. It is a fundamental flaw in the system that must be corrected. If you want to maintain that you are the free speech platform, you cannot ban people and suspend people for saying mass deportations now. Now, even if you disagree with what I'm saying here, even if you are the most cucked out, pathetic, just, oh yeah, we want to keep illegals here. We like the crime. We like the uncertainty. We like the drain on our system. We like the burden on our system that affects real Americans. Even if you are one of those people, you have to understand this is something that affects you too, because you will eventually say something and you will be lamenting the fact that maybe you were cheering, maybe you didn't say anything, but this is something that affects all of us. Now, I'm not appealing to your humanity because I don't think that you have any. I'm just explaining it to you in a way that you can understand, a self-serving way, which is the way of the left. But this is it. This is the only post, this is the only statement And they wanted me to delete it. And I did. And as soon as my post, my account is unlocked, I'm going to repost this. I'm going to @ Elon Musk. I'm going to post this image. I'm going to @ Elon Musk, and I'm going to ask him to look into this. Now, my channel is small. You probably won't see it, but I'm still going to try to do my part because it's important. It is significant. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's outrageous. And I'd be curious to know. I'd be curious to ask, does this really violate your terms of service to say this? Is that the direction you want your company to go, that saying mass deportations now is a bannable offense? Is that it? Is that where we are? I certainly hope not. I really hope that Elon Musk isn't backing down on this. I saw that Elon Musk had reposted, Citizen Vigilante. I think maybe there is a rogue employee again, or their AI system is just burnt. I don't know. Just completely glitching. But either way, I would like an answer. I would like to know why. I want to know why this is happening. Yeah, so we're going to wrap up this video, but X suspended me for 12 hours for calling for deportations. Yeah, that's where we're at. So anyway, guys, I will keep you abreast of this situation. I will let you know if anything develops. I want to thank you for watching. I want to thank you for supporting the channel. And I'll see you guys next time. It says, clearly it's the link. It's a retweet. No. This right here is not a link. It's a retweet of another post. And the other post is a bunch of Muslims marching in a mass group, waving a foreign flag. Yeah, it was a mass group of Muslims waving a foreign flag. I don't understand how on earth. I don't understand how on earth you could have any sort of problem with that. And it wasn't me that posted it. Let's see. Give me 1 second. Let me put her in the grog. Okay, I can't use Grok. Perfect. Yeah. By the way, another thing, if you're suspended on X, you can't use Grok. You can't use Grok. Man. Such bullshit. All right. So what we're gonna do is, it says wants to get in contact. Okay. It says, have a great night, everybody. Yeah, you should have a great night, but you shouldn't go anywhere. KipCat says, it's just your words, bonkers. Yeah. So I literally was retweeting another post. I want to see if that post. I want to see. I want to see if I can find it. Yeah, maybe I can't, but okay. So I'm gonna upload this right now. Where did you go? Okay. Yeah, that's crazy. I deportations. Okay. Okay. Now that I've gotten that done, you know what? Eventually I'm going to get my account back, probably another couple hours. And after that, then, you know what? I'm going to post that and all will be right. But it says yeah. And by the way, some of the comments are pointing out the fact the deportation is the moderate option. Yeah, absolutely. It is. And it's absurd. It is absolutely absurd. I hope that Elon Musk can fix it. I do. I like X. I like Elon. Just seems like a horrible mistake. So. Brothers, Asmongold uploaded a video and he posits a very important question. Who really controls the internet? Now, a lot of people immediately jump to a couple different theories, but Asmongold really goes into talking about how we got here and talking about the unholy trinity as it pertains to corporations, advertisers, and the activist class, creating this cesspool, this miasma of toxic filth that we had to endure from about probably 2014 to, I'd say, 2025, maybe 2024. There was a coordinated miasma of just filth and left-wing garbage, and you can see that people like Hasan still yearn to have that sort of control back, where anyone that was to the right of Mao was, you were deemed a Nazi and you were taken off the platform. And that allowed some of the worst faith actors to thrive and spread some of the most disgusting misinformation we've ever heard. Now, things have gotten better, but things are not where they should be or could be. And that's why we need to keep pushing forward to make it clear that wokeness is not dead. It's just been pushed back a bit. I think what happens is people, they see that there's a receding and they go, that's a victory. No, it will not be done until you start establishing into law these, declarations against communism, these declarations against DEI, making it against the law, persecuting and prosecuting people that continue to push this stuff, throwing them in jail, putting them in the work camps. You need to do that in order to totally and completely uniformly crush your opposition. The old Conan phrase, what is best in life? To crush your enemies and see them driven before you. There's another one there, but we're only interested in the first two. We want to crush our enemies and see them driven before us. But these people on the woke left, they're biding their time. And that's what they're always doing. They're always biding their time. You need to keep pushing. Anyway, let's jump in and see what ya boy Asmongold has to say about this topic of who really controls the internet.
And how we experience probably the... Hi, today I want to talk to you all about wokeness and where I think it came from. So a lot of people don't really understand how all...
I just want to say, for the record, guys, Pride Month is almost over. Asmongold took off the gay pride shirt. He took off the rainbow shirt. It is so over. Asmongold uploading a video with his traditional white tee. In this case, the white t-shirt. White makes right. Thank you, Asmon, for taking off that gay-ass shirt. Man, that was like a symbiote that was controlling his brain and giving him some pretty terrible takes. But now that it's gone, Asmund can return back to normal, sort of like Spider-Man ripping itself from Venom. But we're going to get into that. Brendan Johnson says, sorry you got censored on next. Brother, it happens. It was just a suspension. But the reason that I was suspended is what has me bothered, because it wasn't a slur, it wasn't profanity. It was simply me saying that I support mass deportations, and for me to get suspended on X for posting that is egregious. There was no accompanying video or image. I was responding to somebody else's tweet. So, yeah, that's a major problem, but it's a problem for another time. We're here to talk about Asmongold and him posing the question of who really controls the internet. But I thank you for your support more than you could possibly know.
All these things came together, and how we experienced probably the highest and the biggest level of censorship that at least I've experienced in my lifetime between the years of, I would say, 2014 and 2024. Now, what I find to be the most ironic about this is that the main thesis of what I'm going to be talking about is the way that you created the unholy matrimony, the unholy trinity between ideologically captured media, bad faith capitalism, and mentally ill activism. And these things put together all created an apparatus that I want to construct and then deconstruct and talk to you all about how it actually...
It's pretty awful. It's pretty awful. And you know what is a perfect example of that? It was during Gamergate. You had these dishonest activists like Anita Sarkeesian, you had Brianna Wu, you had Zoe Quinn, you had a lot of these other malevolent, bad faith, dishonest, discredited freaks that were actively going out there and lying about gamers and gaming. And you had the press eat that shit up. And they spread that narrative. And then you have these companies that were joining in. And so you get an episode of SVU. You know, an episode on television about terrorist gamers. You guys remember that? Do you remember the SVU episode about terrorist gamers? Where gamers are terrorists, guys. Gamers are gonna do ISIS-style hostage videos. It was insane. But that was the narrative, where these corporations and companies treated you like you were ISIS. What, you don't think that Star Wars should have a female lead? Oh, what are you, a Nazi? It was so absurd. It was so malevolently evil. And I hope that people don't forget about that time. I hope people don't just let them go. Because what needs to happen is those people need to be held accountable for the rest of their life. They need to be criticized. They need to constantly feel the weight of what they did. Because it was egregious. Absolutely egregious.
Maintained power and how it manifested and projected that power throughout the entire internet. So fundamentally, what I find to be the most ironic about all of this is that the main people that are the biggest social justice warriors, the biggest woke people, the people that care so much about all of these different issues, almost every single one of them hate capitalism. But in an ironic sense, none of their ideology would have ever been tolerated by anybody if capitalism wasn't there that was insulating it from criticism. And I want to talk about why that happened. So we're going to go back, we're going to go way back to 2010 to 2014. It depends on how you want to define it, but that's where I would really start at the beginning. So that's whenever you started seeing terms of service on websites. That's whenever you started seeing words that you couldn't say. That's whenever, instead of telling people...
By the way, that was the second term of Barack Obama. Barack Obama was one of the worst presidents we've ever had, for so many reasons, but most of the censorship, most of the authoritarianism, most of the LGBTQ, most of the things that we're still dealing with today were brought about and championed by the Democrat Party during Obama. If you remember, when Obama got into office, marriage was between a man and a woman. The Republicans and the Democrats both agreed that marriage was between a man and a woman. When Obama left office in 2016, well, I mean, what is a woman? Can we even define what a woman is? No, of course it's normal for two guys and a goat to get married. No, what are you talking about? It's normal for transgenders to, start undressing in front of kids in the locker room. The social norms, morality, everything had been basically flipped on its head And that was during the Obama years. That 10-year period was one of the worst in our country's history for moral decay and degeneracy. I don't think a lot of people really fully understand that. They don't really put it together. I don't think Asmongold does, but it's the truth. Before Obama, you had marriage between a man and a woman. After Obama, you didn't even know what a woman was.
If you don't like it, don't look at it. Instead of that, you decided to instead tell people if you don't like it, then nobody can look at it. Why did these things change? What happened? Why was it that a place like Reddit, for example, that was the open bastion of free speech, suddenly changed and then allowed itself to be completely colonized by a small manufactured minority of people and a manufactured consensus of ideas that is really not representative of their user base or really of anybody in real life either? How did this happen? And I'll tell you exactly how it happened. It's actually very simple. It happened because of money. So what happened between 2010 and 2014? You started getting a lot of ads. You started getting a lot of advertisements. You started getting a lot of, ways that these companies and these websites were basically making money. And if you look at this on the stock market for any of these different companies, this is very clearly the growth period of their business. This is whenever they started really making a lot of money, because a lot of people falsely attribute the woke era to something that was happening during COVID, which I think was the fever pitch, but it wasn't the entire disease.
No, he's right. COVID is not the entirety of it. It happened well before COVID. But here's the thing. I think that he's right. But I think that I think because he's only recently gotten into this, he doesn't understand the full scale of it. It was not just money. This wasn't just a capitalist decision. There had been infiltration into gaming before then. Asmon, do you remember the launch for Mass Effect 3? I don't know if you played Mass Effect 3. But Mass Effect 3 was, I think, the perfect storm of what would eventually become the problem that we're dealing with today. You see, Mass Effect 3, EA had gotten their hands on the company, but instead of just making like the normal changes, day one DLC. By the way, if you like day one DLC, EA was the first to be as disgusting about it as anyone. They took a character from the game before launch and put them behind a $10 paywall. You remember Javik the Prothean? So you walked in there to pick up your game and they're like, oh, here, would you like this character that's integral to the game? That'll be another $10, please. And that was back in 2013. That was, back during that time period. But, they started working on the game before then. But that's when you had, Shepard can have a gay romance with Caden Alenko, which Shepard was never gay before, but now he has the choice to be gay. You started to see the creeping in of that shit. But it was the slopification. The community manager at the time for BioWare was somebody named Jessica Merzin. And Jessica Merzin was somebody that was retweeting Feminist Frequency all the time during the Hold the Wallet event. Now, Hold the Wallet was after the ending of Mass Effect 3 was as rushed and terrible as it was, just basically RGB ending. You had people that were demanding that they give us an actual ending to this game that people had invested so much time and energy into. And Jessica Merzin and Anita Sarkeesian and a lot of these other feminists were actively talking about how toxic men are, how bad men are, and going on this crusade. So even back in 2013, these people had already infiltrated. Even back in 2013, they had already been there for a while. Now, it didn't get really bad until a couple years later, but yeah, this is a problem that's been going on for a long time, and it has been atrocious. It has had long-lasting ramifications on the gaming space, and unfortunately, the current state of gaming right now is about as bad as it's ever been. I can't remember a time where gaming has been this bad. No one's excited for the next-gen consoles. There are no really good games on the horizon that people are excited about, except for Grand Theft Auto 6 and Ocarina of Time. Which, by the way, surprisingly, Ocarina of Time seems to have more anticipation than Grand Theft Auto 6. Interesting. But anyway, continue, Asmon.
The disease actually started between 2010 and 2014, and it was manifested by advertising, and then companies wanting to maintain that advertising money in order to maintain the, to maintain the advertisements to continue making more money. So what happened is that you had these activists and people that are working inside of media companies, and then the media companies are running smear campaigns. They're talking about how, this website is allowing, racism or dangerous language or X or Y thing. And we're not even talking about the COVID era, by the way. Keep this in mind. This is back in the, Gamergate and even pre-Gamergate era. This is when these things were happening. So what really was going on is that they kept making articles and they kept saying that, like, oh, this website is allowing X, Y, and Z content, and it's horrible that this is happening. Then there was a harassment and a advocacy campaign that pushed the advertisers that were advertising on the website, that was basically egged on by these ideologically captured media apparatuses and individuals too, to put pressure on these companies, because companies, you have to admit, you have to understand, are they're not moral, they're not immoral, they're amoral. If Hitler won World War II, most of these companies would be selling swastikas. And it's important to always remember that. When a company thinks that your social cause or your social opinion is the correct social opinion, the odds are it's because they think they can make money off of you if they tell you that. That's the only reason. Why do you think they all care about Pride? Well, it's because they can sell something with a rainbow on it.
Yeah, but this year, surprisingly, no Pride. Not really. Not many corporations put the rainbow in their bio or put it in their avatar. So yeah, he's absolutely right. They are completely and totally, beholden to money. But at the same time, there are people, and you have seen this, Asman, you've seen this. There are people that don't give a shit about money. They're willing to tank an entire loss of a studio, a company, a brand, an IP, basically anything. They're willing to tank anything if their social message gets across. Like, they're willing to destroy any amount of money in the name of social progress in their mind.
So anyway, these companies care about money. And so what happened is that the media apparatus created and manufactured a false consensus that everybody was upset and angry about these types of behaviors, right? Everybody was upset about this. People were super mad. And now these companies have to take action. They have to do something. They have to act. And this is what's happening also, by the way. It happened inside of mainstream media as well. You saw different shows that were, pushing ideologies that were not necessarily what people accepted in terms of, culturally acceptable. And I think that really, if you take a step back, think about the term brand friendly. Think about that term, brand friendly. What does brand friendly almost always mean? That means at least something that is either agnostic to politics or
it means cucked
or leftist leaning. And I think that really kind of gives away the game, doesn't it? Because fundamentally, every single one of these companies.
We got Baked Buddhist with a donation. Brother, I thank you for your donation. It says, did we own the Chuds? Well, I don't think that the Chuds were owned as much as they would have liked. And I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I don't think so. I think the Chuds won in the end. But it's an ongoing battle.
Companies always kowtows to this group
Thank
of people.
You for the
now,
donation.
why do they do that? Is it because they're the majority? Well, if Donald Trump won the election, it seems like that's not the case. So why actually do they get listened to? It's actually extremely simple. It's because these people are very good at institutional capture, and they've done an incredibly good job at it, whether it's businesses, whether it's HR departments, whether it's media companies, or whether it's other forms of NGOs, or just different media apparatuses that are third party that exist on the internet, or even individuals that are just politically minded that want to advocate for something. And I think that they're very strategic and they're very effective, and they have been. And it took a long time for people to identify this and then begin to develop countermeasures like what we have now. So anyway, all of these people have basically created this entire permission structure around language. And the permission structure around language enabled people to accept that certain things were just simply not allowed to be said. And this manufactured the ideology of being brand friendly. This could not have happened without mainstream big companies enforcing this ideology by the rule of money. If there was no money involved in any of these companies, then none of these companies would have changed. You used to be able to say the N-word on Twitch. You used to be able to say the F-word on Twitch. Do you want to know what changed? Advertisers changed. What do you think
that's an interesting point. Advertisers came in and then everything changed and culture along with it. I think there's an element of truth there. I do think it's more than just advertisers, though. I think that you have had a swelling of bad faith activists that have been infiltrating these companies, infiltrating these institutions for years. And Asman is right. They are much better at institutional capture. I think that is part of the problem. I think that you combine everything, Obama as president leading to a far left shift, a lot of these companies just basically wanting to do whatever they can to not earn the ire of these, these race communists, pretending to play ball or whatever so that, they leave them alone. Which, by the way, is a grift as old as time itself. Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton would shake down companies with the same sort of tactics. So, yeah, I think that the companies did cave a little bit, but I also do think that they were infested with a lot of these really malignant bad actors acting in bad faith.
Probability is that every single company suddenly grew a conscience and wanted to make all of these different stores against the rules at, ironically, the same time that they all got a bunch of money for advertising. What do you think the odds of that are? Well, I'd say what the odds are. It's zero. They're doing it for the advertising money. That's always what they were doing it for. So why is it that these companies are listening to these people? Well, this is the two-part thing of identity capture and just basically capture in general. So you have the media companies that have been taken over by these people who want to weaponize the media companies' influence in order to push their ideology. This is relatively obvious. I think that we all know this is what happens. But then the second thing is that people that work inside of the actual companies themselves also have some of these ideologies, and they create an alarmism around not making these people happy. Now, I think that you've started to realize that usually whenever these people are upset, it's not a boycott, it's a goycott. Nobody cares, it doesn't matter, and everybody that's angry and upset about it, there's really no effect that really has. So if you upset these people, you saw this with how many video games where it's like, okay, well, we're gonna own the chuds, and then nobody owns the game. And so that's really not a...
We're going to own the chuds and then nobody owns the game. That is more true than they can possibly know. And a lot of times they make these really bad decisions and they come out with these statements that are like, oh, we don't even care about the chuds. We don't care what they think. Yes, you do. You did because you made a game out of spite. And in the end, you have only yourself to blame for when things decided to go tits up.
Not a good way to keep your job, is it? Sure seems that way. Look at Bungie. So anyway, what happens is that people inside of, HR departments and other types of administrative and influential positions at these companies use those positions in order to manufacture alarmism around the manufactured consensus. And I apologize, I'm using these words all the time, but I just want to make sure that I make it completely clear that none of this was organic and none of this was done because people wanted it. Nobody actually wanted any of this. This was forced on people, and it was done so by the unholy matrimony between mentally ill advertisers, there's that too, mentally ill activists and cynical advertisers that are trying to cater to the lowest common denominator of capitalism and failing massively, by the way. You can see that with Bud Light. So anyway, all this has happened. These companies now are then taking away partnerships. They're taking away advertising.
You guys remember
the ways that they want their?
Do you guys remember that Dylan Mulvaney? You remember Dylan Mulvaney with Bud Light? Oh man. That was so unbelievably cringe. That was so embarrassing. What an absolute L. Cost them billions of dollars.
Broadcast and their stuff advertised. And that causes these companies to create a culture around basically playing it safe. They don't want to take any risks. They want to make sure that nobody does anything wrong. And they also don't want to attract the negative attention to the media class and to the activist class. Because if you attract negative attention from them by not doing what they want, then they manufacture conspiracies. They try to create negative sentiment about you. And then they call you, nowadays, right? How many people are being called a Nazi? It's like, I'm not seeing your point of view. I guess I'm a Nazi now, right? That's the way that the world works. And fundamentally, I think this was very effective. Now, anybody that plays Classic WoW knows that if you cast the crowd control on an opponent too many times, it begins to have what you would call diminishing returns. And I think at this point, it's basically just on the immunity stage. But for many, many years, this was an effective way of shutting down conversation. Sexist, racist, misogynist, Nazi, far right, etc. All these terms were used as buzzwords in order to allow that media class to pressure the advertising and the business class.
Yeah, and we still see the remnants of that. Somebody like Piers Morgan will be like, "Oh, so you are extremely racist. You are so racist. How are you so racist?" Like, Piers Morgan still does that. He still does that. He thinks that the label has power, and he is a remnant of that disgusting era. Like, if you ever want to see what that was actually like Look at Pierce Morgan and the way that he talks. Oh, so a lot of people have said that what you said is incredibly racist and problematic. What do you say about that? Well, I say, fuck you, Pierce.
Class, to pressure the social media class, to pressure everybody else to adhere to their ideology and their language. And that's exactly how it happened. And I think that let's talk about, and obviously this just kind of got worse and worse and worse and worse. And the reason why it got worse and worse and worse is actually something that's very much a parallel of what's happening with the Democratic Party right now. The Democratic Party is going through what I would say is basically a civil war. This is kind of similar to the Tea Party happening in like the late 2000s and maybe the early 2010s in the Republican Party, but I would view this to be slightly different because it's much more existential. You had people that were not really involved in any of these things because they cared about them. They were involved in these things because it made them feel good. And this is something that's becoming more and more.
Yes. And really, what these people have done is they've created a mechanism to allow them to feel good while being as absolutely subhuman evil as possible. That is the reality. These people have created a mechanism in which they can feel like they're morally superior despite being as morally inferior as any person that's ever existed. The most worthless, vacuous, hateful, ignorant, backwards, malevolent, disgusting, disgraceful, unctuous, cruel, idiotic, smelly, bad faith. These people are just the absolute bottom of the barrel. And yet, at every opportunity, they try to come before you and say, oh, I'm so much better than you. You're not. You never have been, and you never will be.
More obvious is that many of these companies and many of these people are not really adopting these social causes out of any sort of like real genuine intention or real genuine care. They're adopting social causes as social accessories. They're using their pride flags, their Palestine flags, and their trans flags, or like their coexist bumper stickers. They're not using these as actual pieces of advocacy. They're using them as social accessories so they can signal to other people that they're a good person. So what the point of that is that there actually is no real kind of end goal. There's no ideology, that there's no light at the end of this tunnel. There's no North Star that these people are working towards. And that's the reason why the ideology continues to self-radicalize. It's because it was never about ever doing something and achieving something and meeting a goal. It was about manufacturing consent, enforcing that consent and that permission structure on the entire population, and then feeling like a good person for doing it. And that's the most important thing. It's not because of the people. It's not because of the people they're trying to help. It's because the main person they want to help is themselves, and they want to help themselves feel better. And that's the reason why it's become more and more radical. And I think that it was generally tolerable in 2014 to 2019, but COVID really sent it into a, pun intended, a fever pitch, right? And it really got a lot worse. And the reason why I think it got a lot worse is actually very simply because you had everybody staying inside, companies were spending infinitely more money, and I think obviously you had social unrest and everything else. And what happened is that these people just continued to self-radicalize, and because so many people were being involved and basically swept up in the movement, it accelerated the progression of the movement to the point where you couldn't even say that there were two genders anymore. And I think this happened, the reason why it stopped actually wasn't that people got tired of it, it's because one person got tired of it, and that person was Elon Musk. I do think that it was a timeline shift when Elon Musk bought Twitter. I think that if Elon Musk had not bought Twitter, we would probably still...
I think that he's right. I still think that X is having a little bit of an issue right now, a little bit of a problem, but it is definitely better than it was. It is absolutely better than it was. There's no question.
We'll be living with the COVID era censorship, and it would probably be continuing to get worse and worse and worse because those people still control all the levers of power. They may be stupid, they may be delusional, they may be selfish, but they are very organized, and they also do have a decent understanding of political theory and at least institutional capture.
They really don't. No, Asmund, there may be an element of truth to what you're saying. The reason that these people haven't been allowed to get away with what they've been allowed to get away with for so long is because they have never once been held accountable for any of the, even up to terrorist actions that they've taken. But that is changing because we just saw that there were a couple Antifa far-left terrorists that, well, apparently they had been sentenced to 450 years in prison, which, by the way, is a good start. It's a good start. A good start.
to the extent that they can apply it and use it to their advantage. And I think that's commendable. I just wish they would do it to something that wasn't destructive. So the point that I'm making is that COVID, I think, accelerated all of it. Elon Musk buying Twitter was like a crack in the dam that unlocked basically everybody's freedom of speech. And you went from not being able to say that there were two genders to only being talking about which race is the best race. And that's a really big change. The Overton window didn't shift. The entire building got bulldozed and you built it somewhere else. So in the entire world, I think this was probably the biggest, or internet world, this was the biggest shift in terms of, like ideology, in terms of behavior and everything, is when Elon Musk ended up buying Twitter. So he buys Twitter, everybody can say whatever they want, and then also at that point, Elon said,
you can say whatever you want, not really. Like, I understand what he's saying, but just to relitigate this, just this morning, I was suspended on Twitter for saying mass deportations now. So there is still this nefarious action afoot. There is still this underlying pervasive wokeness at these companies. And I don't want you guys to get too much like, oh, Elon Musk saved everything. No, there's still things that we have to fight out. Elon Musk's his buying of Twitter definitely helped. There's no question that it helped. But look, I was suspended. By the way, that link is basically I was retweeting or reposting something. So it was a retweet, and that's the link. So I didn't post anything myself. I just said mass deportations now, and apparently that was enough to get me suspended on Twitter. Just wanted to throw that out there.
I don't need advertising, and that's the reason why Twitter, I think, has freedom of speech. The more that these companies allow advertising, the less freedom of speech they will be allowed. And you could say that's fair because companies don't want to deal with this kind of stuff and they want to be amoral. I understand that, but I think that we should also acknowledge that the genesis of all of this censorship is not simply social justice, it's actually just making money. And if it wasn't for capitalism, you'd still have people spamming the N-word all the time. And how do I know that? Well, it's because every single website that isn't run based off of advertising and doesn't, depend on it, like 4chan, Twitter or Rumble, for example, all of these places have people saying all kinds of crazy things. So the moment that you give people a mask, they'll show you their true face. And I think that's also the reason why they want to use ways to identify people. This is why doxing is so effective. Doxing is also another effective way of doing things. And the reason why doxing is so effective is because doxing allows people to apply those consequences that they would previously apply to companies, to social media websites, which was a lot harder for them to do. Now all they have to do is achieve it with one individual person. And you see this also, the reversal of this with, for example, Charlie Kirk. You see people talking about like, oh, I'm glad Charlie Kirk died, and then they get fired from their job, and these people were saying like, well, this isn't fair, I don't agree with this. Well, that's too bad. You shouldn't have been doing it for the last 10 years.
Right. Yeah. You've been doing this for a while.
So really what I think has happened is that now you have an environment where freedom of speech is more or less completely tolerated. And on top of it being completely tolerated, you have a shifting of the window of what is acceptable thought, the Overton window, that is happening faster and faster and faster. I think there's a force multiplier with this. And fundamentally, I wanted to let everybody understand and help everybody understand how these media companies and these activists are pressuring these companies to pressure other companies, news websites, social media websites, and everything else in between into making it to where you're not able to have freedom of speech. That is the main reason why it's happening. You're not losing your freedom of speech because of activists directly. You're losing it because of advertisers directly and activists indirectly that are working through, as a tertiary source, actually, the media apparatus that they have ideologically captured. Whether this is video games journalism, whether it's real journalism, whether it's, well, unfortunately, basically any type of media that's mainstream to begin with. And you're starting to see this receding. And I think it's almost pretty much gone. I think that you're going to need probably 5 more years of cultural institutional change. And in terms of the very ingrained things like education, corporate environment, corporate policy, and let's not even get into the legal system in which these ideologies are codified into law, it will take a while to actually undo all of this, but we're very well on the path to that. And I wanted to show people kind of this cause and effect because I think that a lot of people haven't really necessarily looked at it, and they're facing they're focusing their anger at these, like weird social justice warriors on the internet. And I think that go ahead, be my guest.
Yeah, no, you should. You should absolutely focus it at the individual people, and you should make their life as miserable as possible. At the same time, you should hold these corporations to account and these politicians to account and these people that have sat in this shit for a while. Yes, you should do all of it. Every bit of it.
Right? Do whatever you want to do. But those people are not fundamentally the ones that are making this happen. The ones that are fundamentally making it happen are the companies that are putting pressure on the websites, on the businesses, everything in order to fulfill and conform to their ideology.
Here, Asman, you are correct in principle, but here's the issue. It's not Starbucks that's going in the street and interfering with ICE and attacking police officers and committing terrorism and doing all of this insane, evil shit. It is these woke, far-left, race communist agitators. It's these people that are, I mean, some of the most evil and despicable people I've genuinely ever seen. So, while I do think that there is definitely some validity to what you're saying, you don't want to nebulize it to a corporation. You do want to take into account that the problem is on the individual far left level, that you should ruin these people's lives and make them feel as miserable as possible. And Asman, you do that all the time on your channel. I appreciate that. I do. I very much appreciate that.
And I do believe this is a situation, it's kind of like nuclear weapons, for example. You cannot afford to not play the game. I think that if you want to control and you want to not have institutional capture, you have to engage in institutional capture. There is not a world where this weapon and this tool is not used. There's only a weapon where it's either you using it or it being used against you. And so my advocacy and my ask for everybody is that when you see people that are pushing for this kind of ideology, especially whenever they're doing it through vectors of commercial aspects, like, for example, advertising, you have to push back 10 times as hard. Because if these commercial places realize that these things are losing money, you're going to start seeing all of these people, their entire power structure completely evaporate. Because their power structure is actually maintained and enforced by capitalism. And it's not just by capitalism. I'm a big capitalism enjoyer, but I would say it is by bad faith, unintelligent, uninformed capitalism that is being done by the lowest common denominator. And those are the people that you really should be looking at as your enemy. Those are your enemies, because those are the ones that are cutting the checks, that are forcing the ideologies, and they're doing it from the top down. And yes, they're being influenced by the bottom, but it's the top that is making this decision, and it's these people that are fundamentally pulling the levers of power and changing things institutionally and making it to where you don't have a voice. And the reason why I wanted to make this video is that I think that a lot of times people don't really understand that. They don't see how these things have manifested, and they don't understand, they can't construct and deconstruct how all of this has come together. I've been on the internet for 25 years. I've seen all of this happen myself. I'd be curious to hear what other people's comments are in the, in the comment section. But fundamentally, I think that we really do have to be more outspoken. I think that with video games, the last thing...
True. Yeah. And you can't allow yourself to be bullied or kowtowed by people like, for example, Angry Joe. Angry Joe basically torpedoed his own career and reputation, what was left of it, with this sort of just ridiculous crusade because he didn't want to acknowledge that the chuds were right about Supergirl. He didn't want to acknowledge it. He didn't want to admit, hey, I was wrong, guys. You know, I fucked up. And so, yeah, he's basically doubled, tripled, and quadrupled down. It's embarrassing. Genuinely embarrassing. So, yeah, I do. I agree with Asmongold a lot.
Thing I want to talk about is that with video games, I think that we've done an incredibly great job. You have many of these different companies that are going back to McDonald's, they're going back to being Applebee's servers, and no shade to any of the people that do those jobs, but fundamentally they're simply not much of a creative job as making a video game. And I really think that what you have to have happen is you have to have even more of these points on the graph in order to have companies be able to see that there's a very clear line. And I think that's beginning to happen. If you look at, for example, a lot of the new video games, you see a lot less ideology that's being imposed into these video games. And I think that you're starting to see it with movies as well, especially whenever you have...
I don't agree with this. I don't think that there is... I don't think there has been a diminishing of wokeness in media. I think that it's more stigmatized, but you still had a lot of the same problems in Supergirl. You had a lot of the same issues, a lot of the same problems. You know? So, yeah, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. You know, I see the problems continuing. I see the problems continuing. I see, like, for example, look at some of the games that have been canceled just this year. And you tell me if you think that those companies, if you think that those were, part of the right direction, but they just didn't sell well. No, it's the same cancerous shit we've been talking about for a long time.
Of movie after movie that prioritizes identity politics, ideology, or some other form of message over actually appealing to their customers. And the best way that you can show people that that is a bad idea, there are two things. Number one, vote with your wallet, and number two, vote with your voice. Tell people the way that you feel, express yourself, and do it loudly. Because if you do it louder than other people, then people are going to listen to you instead. This isn't a world where you can just abstain. This isn't a world where you can just say, well, I'm just simply not going to do that because I don't agree with that. If you don't do it, they'll do it to you. And that's my real, I want people to understand this. And I understand it might be a cynical pill to swallow. And I get that. I understand that. But I think that it's true. And if you don't think it's true, just wait and see, pay attention, listen, and just look around. And I think that you'll begin to realize that that's really the path forward. So I want to explain and talk about that. I hope you guys all watched and enjoyed it. And I'm curious to hear what people's comments are in the comment section below. So thanks all for watching. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
Yeah, great video. Great video from you, boy. Great video from Asmongold. I think he's absolutely correct. I think he's right. I do have a disagreement that it's not the individual person. Yeah, these freaks that are cheering on the death of Charlie Kirk, every single one of them, these people that were, cheering on the death of Austin Metcalf, these people need to be treated as the villains that they are. They need to be persecuted, prosecuted, oppressed. Their lives need to be miserable. They need to be part of the chain gang in the work camps. But the reality is, in this particular situation, you have companies that were colluding with these activists because a lot of the activists had wormed their way in. And then you have the corrupt media where these people had also wormed their way in, and they had created this false consensus. He's correct. But that has been done away with. That has been shattered to an extent. But these people still refuse to acknowledge that they are wrong. They refuse to acknowledge it. And they double and triple down on this stuff, and it's insane. It's grotesque. It's an abomination. I used Angry Joe as an example. The guy went to see Supergirl a second time because he wanted to prove the Chuds wrong, and in the end, the movie was even worse than he thought it was the first time. So he lowered the score. That's what we're dealing with here. They create garbage. They defend garbage because they can't admit that they're wrong. And what they've done has been so evil, so unbelievably disgusting for so many years. They just will not let it go. Anyway, that's going to do it for this video. I want to thank you for watching. We'll see you next time. COSA Act passed today. Anonymity on the internet is now dead. Well, that sucks. That's pretty garbage. Pretty unbelievably retarded. I don't know why they keep pushing this stuff. Trying to find people who have, you have a different opinion on the internet. Let's see. Enter. Okay. Because think of the chillins. Well, I mean, people are going to find a workaround. People have always found a workaround. It just, yeah. More censorship, more need for control, more attempts to try to, you know, emotionally manipulate people. All right, we are back up on X. We are back up on X now. I can post this. Suspended. My support. Mass. This is not violent speech. It is what millions Americans this sort happening to anyone else. For your all right. Well, we are back on X. We're back. We are back, boys. All right. So we made that post to Elon. Oh gosh.
The writer for Super.
No. Come on.
Supergirl literally only had a short film in her resume. She was hired because of nepotism and her gender. A clear example of DEI ruining... why am I not following this guy? This guy always types all kinds of crazy shit. I like him. And, yeah, by the way, completely fucking true. Obviously true. And, oh, they did a Jew... Oh, Jew check! Jew check! Uh-oh! It's a Jew! Oh, my God! It's actually crazy how rabid people are about Jews now.
Well, they're pointing out, Esmond, understand. I agree with you to an extent. But people, like, in this case, people are trying to figure out how, I'll do a short video. Maybe we'll do a short video. Maybe we'll do a short video.
The writer for Supergirl literally only had a short film in her resume. She was hired because of nepotism and her gender. A clear example of DEI ruining... why am I not following this guy? This guy always types all kinds of crazy shit. I like him. And, yeah, by the way, completely fucking true. Obviously true. And, oh, they did a Jew... Oh, Jew check! Jew check! Uh-oh! It's a Jew! Oh, my God! It's actually crazy how rabid people are about Jews now.
Well, Asmund, let me just step in. I think one of the reasons why they're bringing up the fact that she's Jewish, is because they're just trying to make sense of why this woman with no credentials, with no talent, no history, why she was hired. They're trying to make sense of it. So imagine you're an outsider and you're looking in at Hollywood and you're going, Okay, you have a multi-million-dollar franchise. You have, oh my God, why did I read chat? Why did I read chat? Oh my God, I'm gonna crash out. Why did I read the absolute fucking retardation of Doyle in chat? Oh gosh, why did I do that? I know better than that. Why did my eyes dart in that direction? Good Lord. You fucking retardation. Oh man. Yeah, that's why they do it. They do it to throw me off my game. God, Doyle's retardation and just his degeneracy, I was unprepared. It was a blindside. It was a kamikaze attack. It was, man, this is my personal 9/11. That was devastating. I was blindsided by a retard in my chat, guys. I'm so sorry. Oh man. All right. We're gonna do that again. All right. Take two. Now this time I'm prepared. Yeah, he is. No, he literally is. Doyle is A-logging me now. Yeah, absolutely. No, I'll admit it. I was not prepared for that. I was about to get focused in the zone, and it's sort of like, it's sort of like Neo from the Matrix. He's walking, and then he sort of sees the woman in the red dress, and he's like, huh? Oh, yeah, right, Matrix. I was distracted. This comment was stupid.
The writer for Supergirl literally only had a short film in her resume. She was hired because of nepotism and her gender. A clear example of DEI ruining... why am I not following this guy? This guy always types all kinds of crazy shit. I like him. And, yeah, by the way, completely fucking true. Obviously true. And, they did a Jew check. Jew check. Uh-oh, it's a Jew. Oh, my God. It's actually crazy how...
So I actually disagree with Asmongold here, because you have to understand, people, yeah, they may be, negative towards Jews in most cases. And you look at the way that they, overreact. In the case of Hasan Piker, he goes crazy. Oh, what, there's a Jew involved? Yeah. But in this case, it actually makes sense, because they're trying to understand, why was this person hired? This person has absolutely no knowledge of Supergirl. Why was she hired to write on Supergirl? As a writer, why was she hired? She has no accomplishments to her name. She has no achievements. She has never done anything like this. So why was she chosen? Why was she picked? So nepotism, she was a former actress, and her being Jewish is people trying to understand and get into the mind of why was she picked. And there is an overrepresentation of people who are Jewish in Hollywood. So that is something that people can say, well, maybe that's it. I don't necessarily agree with that or subscribe to that, but it is something that is worth considering, because nothing else currently makes sense. Genuinely, nothing else currently makes sense. You have a multi $100 million, $200 million movie, a huge IP like Supergirl, and you're going to put it in the hands of somebody that's never actually read the comic, doesn't know anything about it, and doesn't have this pedigree of writing under the belt. Yeah, I think that people are well within their right to question, why did that happen? What was the cause? And if nothing else becomes, readily, apparent, well then, yeah, maybe there was a little bit of, nepotism. Maybe there was a little bit of influence. Who knows? Maybe it was just her gender. Maybe it was because she was Jewish. Maybe it was a combination of them. But people are trying to figure it out because it makes no sense. On the face of it, it makes absolutely no sense why this person in particular was chosen to write Supergirl, and she did such an absolutely terrible job. Anyway, that'll do it. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Ha! Doyle tried it again, but here's the thing. Doyle, here's the thing. There may be a moment of time that you catch me off guard, but it's going to be few and far between. That was just a moment that you got me. It's not going to work again because my shields are up. All right? I put on all of my, stat enhancing buffs. I'm now more aware. It's not going to work now. It's not going to work. Nice try. You lose. Good day, sir. Okay. Supergirl writer. Okay. All right. Well, now that I have my X back, yeah, all right. Here's what we need to talk about. Guys. Brothers, Extra Emily, the female streamer, who is somehow very popular, she needs to be banned. She needs to be banned from streaming immediately. This isn't a personality difference, although I fully admit that I don't like her. I don't like her style of content. I don't like the imbecilic baby talk. I don't like how she treats the world like it's a video game and inconveniences people and, acts just like some low IQ airheaded bimbo. I don't like any of that. I think that her morals, she doesn't have morals. Sitting around talking with Hasan about how she has like a Google Doc about all the guys she slept with and rating their penises and how they were in bed. She's just disgusting. I've never seen anything about Extra Emily that is redeemable in any way. But it's not about that. It's not about my personal opinion about Extra Emily. It's about the fact that this woman is a danger to everyone else around her. This is not the first time that she's been involved in an incident having to do with a car, where she is distracted, not focusing on the road, and in this case, she nearly hits somebody. This is unacceptable. You should not be streaming in your car. And if you do, your car should be in a full stop. This woman almost crashed live on stream. Let's take a look.
Lucky bitches. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Where were her eyes? Look at this. Look, so she's pulling out. Look at her eyes. Her eyes are not on the road. Her eyes are not on the road. She's not even really looking. Not even looking. Not paying attention. And she nearly merges into a car.
Lucky bitches. Oh, sorry. Okay, my bad. That was my...
I think she should be banned. Yeah, I do. Personally, I think she should be banned. My personal feelings aside, because I don't think she should just be banned because I don't like her. I think she should be banned because she is a constant danger on the road. And she doesn't seem to have any ability to turn off her camera or to make some sort of mental note that I'm not going to look at the camera. I'm not going to look at the chat as I drive. Her license needs to be revoked and she needs to be banned.
My bad. I gotta check my, my... Oopsies! It's fine. We are making it. Good thing they did their horn. I had autopilot on and then I literally took it off. And then that's when... That's when that happened, bro. Lucky bitches. Oh, sorry.
Literally, it's this. Literally, it's this. So, I do hope that they eventually, do something about this, because the next time it may not be just an oopsie. It may be that she gets hit by another car and puts other people in danger, and it's going to cost her not just money, but if she kills somebody or hurts somebody as a result of this, yeah, she'll have to live with that for the rest of her life. Now, she genuinely may not care about that. I don't know her personally. I don't know. But anyone who keeps making the same mistake over and over is somebody that, what it tells me is that she doesn't seem to give a shit. Anyway. Yeah. Well, it's nice to have X back. You're not allowed to, you're not allowed to like posts or, in my case, bookmark posts for the stream. Brothers, this is a video that I didn't think that I would be making, but it's Asmongold reacting to Hasan Piker, but it's the subject matter and it's Asmongold's response that make this video a must-see. You see, Hasan apparently was shilling something, and he goes into talking about how Hasan thinks about food all the time. No, I'm not kidding. Hasan goes on a 6-minute rant, lecture, commentary about him being fat and him constantly thinking about food. I kid you not. Guys, this is primo kino content.
Hasan's on some sort of new drug.
Ozempic, the new version of Ozempic, which is Retrutide, which is what Clavicular has been using. I think it already completed its third phase of the clinical trials, so Eli Lilly is going to be mass distributing it soon, and your boy will be on it. All of the GLP-1 agonists, they melt your fat, they suppress your appetite, they cancel out food noise, and if you've ever been a fatty, if you're a former fatty, if you're a current fatty, you know exactly.
He's shilling a product, and he's shilling it as, guys, we got this new drug coming out that's going to basically, beat Ozempic. Clavicular is on it. Now, this guy hates Clavicular, but to shill this, he's got to use Clavicular. Guys, we haven't even reached the best part, and look at Asmongold. Look at oh, just the hand over the face. Hasan wants to be like Clav, confirmed.
Exactly what that is. It's literally, food noise is a constant thing. I'm always thinking about food.
Food noise. I've never heard the phrase food noise before. Food noise. So you really have people that are thinking about their next meal as they're like eating their current meal? Really? Is that really a thing? It's called food noise? Guys, we are learning a lot from Hasan. This may be the first time that Hasan has actually told us anything. I didn't know that food noise was a thing. Do you really have people that are just thinking about food all the time? Food noise? Really? Hey, listen. This is a first for this channel. Hasan has not really taught us anything. Yeah, I think the word, Shield is correct. I think the word he is looking for is gluttony. Yeah, it's gluttony. Food noise. You're a glutton. You want more food. You want more wine. You want more consumption. Now, consumption takes many forms. Like, for the quartering, you have the alcohol component, you have the food component, and then you have the material component. So the Courtney likes stuff. He likes to drink stuff. He likes to eat stuff. He likes to have stuff. For Hasan apparently likes to eat stuff. He likes to have stuff. I don't know if Hasan is a drug. He is kind of a party guy, though. He is kind of a frat bro. So, I don't know. Maybe Hasan hits all three. But he's talking about how he's got the food noise in his head. He's got the food noise. But you know, like you have a song that you can't get out of your head for days? Well, Hasan has that all the time, but for food. Hasan's like, man, I wish I could be eating. I wish I could be eating something. I wish I could be eating something.
There's not a...
We know. We know, man. We know. Everybody knows.
single moment of the day where I'm not thinking about food.
When I call them trans fat. It's a state. Being fat is a state of mind. There are people that are 500 pounds that aren't fat, and there's people that are 150 pounds that are fat. It's a state of mind.
I didn't realize it was a state of mind, but
eating food, I'm thinking about my next meal. And this is something that a lot of people don't realize. Like, this is a very real thing that former fatties know very well and current fatties know very well. I think about food every single second of the day. I think
oh, God. Hasan, are you for real? Like, anything to shill a product, really? Anything to shill a product? You think of food every second of the day? Come on.
About food. I dream about food. I dream about foods that I haven't consumed yet.
Oh, gosh. Oh, my gosh. This can't be real. I bet it is.
Oh, my God.
He's fat.
To be fair, fat people have a genetic disposition to be missing the chemical that makes you feel full, too much of the one that makes you hungry, like predisposition to alcoholism. No one is forcing you.
Well, you know what, Heinrich, I appreciate the donation, my friend. I appreciate your support for the channel. It's tremendous. Says, but here's the thing. That may be true for some people. It may genuinely be true for some people. There are other people that are just indulgent. What you're saying absolutely could be true. Absolutely. But there are people that just indulge. Their whole life is indulgence. Hasan's whole life is indulgence. Everything is an indulgence. He indulges in everything. The quartering, same thing. And we can see that the people who do that, they have these destructive tendencies. These are the people that can't seem to control themselves in any way. Angry Joe is such a person. Angry Joe is one of them as well. So, I agree with you to an extent. But I do think that there are people like Hasan that are just gluttonous. Because he wants more. He just wants more. He wants more, no matter what it is. He just wants more. More stuff, more things, more clout, more attention, more respect. He just wants more. I want more. Consume. Feed me more. I want more to consume. That is Hasan Piker. He just wants to consume. He is the sin of sloth and wrath and gluttony and lust and pride and envy. he is also extremely greedy. Hasan Piker, in other words, is the embodiment of the 7 deadly sins in one person. It's amazing. So was the quartering. So was Angry Joe, by the way.
Oh, wow.
I dream about, what kind of food that I would have, and then it makes me sad because I'm like, oh my God, I can't have that food because if I have that food, I'm gonna gain weight. It's literally.
Oh my God. Wow. Your ages on you to try and forget about food? I guess so.
All I think about all the time. As a matter of fact, now that I'm talking about it, I'm sure plenty of other people are also thinking
now you're thinking about it again.
Yeah.
There's not a single moment where food is not in my mind.
About it,
not even just in my mind, but top of my mind.
Holy shit, man.
Gosh. What an admission.
Oh my God.
What an admission.
Okay?
Man.
In a way that literally, like, changes the dynamic of the day for me. Okay?
This whole life?
It's in my mind while I'm literally eating food. Okay?
You're thinking about eating more food while you're eating. Oh my God.
Okay?
Like I said, he's thinking about eating food while he's eating food. He's like, I'm eating food. I want to think about what's next food. We've had breakfast, but what about second breakfast? What about second breakfast?
And it is a weight
Oh my God.
that I have to constantly deal with on my shoulders. Gauge time by when I will eat again, that too.
Gauging time by when he's gonna eat again.
Wow.
Jesus. It's been 3 foods since yesterday. More like 7 foods since yesterday.
And it's
Oh gosh. It's been 7 foods. It's been many moons. You know the thing is, it was many moons ago. Well, now it was many foods ago. Many foods back. Oh gosh.
sucks. It's ass. And I know, like, people don't understand this because, like, there are just people out there who don't do that. Like, there are people out there who do not experience that at all.
Yes.
Okay? Which is so strange to me because I've never known a moment in my life where I haven't been like that.
Honestly, I bet that sucks. I do. I bet it sucks. I hope he can go on to medication and it'll help him. I mean, if it's really that bad, that really sucks.
A lot of people who've just never had that issue will be like, what do you mean just stop eating? And it's like, dude, it's not that easy. You're out of your fucking mind. Not gonna lie, I fucking hate eating. Yeah, I will never know that feeling. I will never know what it feels like to hate eating. Like, eating food is literally part of the reason why I exist. Perhaps it's also the reason, maybe it's part of the reason why I have never felt like chronic depression in my life.
What are we watching?
Because why be depressed? I have food to eat. Like new foods I haven't.
Hey guys, why be depressed? I got food to eat. Oh man. Yeah, I shocked my dog on stream. I would feel bad, but I'm too busy shoving my face full of food. Oh my gosh.
Haven't tasted yet, or even old foods that I have tasted that I would like to taste again. You know what I mean? Like I have a reason for existence, and that is eating.
Holy. Holy. Oh my god.
That was something.
Wow.
I promise you guys, that was a wild ride.
You can't use Ozempic long term. The shit's only short term. He'll get that Ozempic face like Amy Schumer. Oh no. Oh my
Oh, he's gonna look. Oh, he's gonna look like Amy Schumer. Oh gosh.
God, I sympathize with. Yeah, I mean, I bet it sucks. I do. I bet it sucks. I mean, everybody has their demons. Jesus.
Yeah, but you usually don't like share them like that online. Like he's shilling a product. Like, oh yeah, well this product, clinical trials are looking. Yeah, that's crazy though. That's genuinely crazy.
Can we rename Hasan to Yag, Turkish word for fat, piker, or depress Yag?
He changed his name to Yog Piker.
I used to watch My 600-Pound Life and Intervention to study human behavior and psychology because I'm a life coach. He sounds like the PP on the show.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, genetics do play a role in that, I'm sure. You guys have seen his uncle, Cenk Uygur. You guys have seen his uncle. His genetics are doing him no favor across multiple different vectors. By the way, both of you guys, thank you for your donations. I appreciate it. I appreciate your support and your contributions to the channel more than you can know. So, yeah, thank you both of you, genuinely. But it's very interesting. I'm going to comment that in his chat. Still funny. June shamed into wearing suits to attract grandma. Yeah, well, Hasan has been wearing suits. He's been trying to clean up his act. But that's information that, I'm like, look, oversharing on the internet, Asmongold has said it himself, don't cry on the internet. Don't cry on the internet. People are going to have no mercy. So I don't know why Hasan would overshare with that, other than it seemed like he was shilling a product. Anyway, I told you guys that was going to be a pretty good video. Pretty entertaining, pretty funny. So I want to thank you guys for watching. I want to thank you for supporting the channel. And I'll see you next time. Okay. All right, let me get this up on YouTube. Yeah, thank you guys so much for the donations, by the way. I appreciate it. I always tell you guys, I always appreciate the donations. They're not required. They're not necessary. But they are greatly appreciated. Okay. So we're gonna watch a video from Moist Critikal. Give me 1 second while I pull it up. Okay, give me. Yeah, that is a genius plug for Hasan. His audience is nothing but fat women and unattractive men. Oh, man. That's something. Trump phone? Yeah, not quite. Not quite. Brothers, we're going to be doing another video on Moist Critikal, and this topic is one that I have to add a caveat to the beginning of this. that Moist Critical is free to spend his money however he wants. He is a multi-millionaire. He can spend his money on anything and everything that he could possibly want. However, due to his content and due to his virtue signaling, it does appear a bit hypocritical that he would choose to indulge and buy some of the things that he has admitted to buying. And so in this video, we're going to be taking a look at Moist Critical admitting that he is buying these overinflated packs of cards. You know all the videos of the scalpers basically fist fighting each other and, engaging in Mortal Kombat to get these cards and put them online. And Moist Critical goes, "Hey guys, Moist Critical here. Man, can you believe that these losers, these absolute homunculus troglodytes, would go out there and put their lives on the line?" Well, yeah, because Charlie, they're looking for people like you. They're looking for suckers like you that will pay premium price. And the thing is, they only need to get a couple of these things and find somebody like you that'll pay these premium dollars where you have more money than sense. And that's it. You've helped to ruin the card market. Now, we're going to watch this, but once again, Charlie takes no accountability and starts making excuses. Charlie, you said that you paid $4,500 for a box of trading cards. $4,500. Now again, I say this, you can spend your money however you want, but you don't get to come on here and say, "Guys, I did this, but it's not that bad because of this. No, it is that bad. You have empowered scammers and scalpers. In fact, in this very video, Moist Critical points out that people began buying packs to try to sell to him, which makes total sense. If you're a scammer or a scalper, you're like, "Oh, this big content creator, this multimillionaire is buying these packs. Man, I'm going to get in on it." Of course they would. It makes total sense. Charlie, the reason why we don't want to encourage buying of these packs, any packs, that are at this sort of like $4,500 price is because you want to make these people sit on their stock and just basically have it take up space and lose money. We want to make it untenable for these people to sell their wares so that maybe, just maybe, the price will decrease at a certain point and normal people can get in there. But when you've got wealthy assholes like you, that, again, you can buy whatever you want. You are not beholden to me or anyone. You could come out here and say, "Hey guys, Moist Critical here. Yeah, I bought these $4,500 things. Hell, I'll buy them for $12,000. I don't give a shit. I got all this sort of money. I'll do whatever I want." You could do that. You could totally do it. We live in a capitalistic society, at least for now, so you can do that. But the problem is that you want to have your cake and eat it too. You want to support these scammers and these scalpers that are raising these prices to astronomical levels, but at the same time, you want to go, "Guys, I'm not part of the problem. I'm part of the solution. I'm a good guy." No, you don't get to do both. You indulged in a vice. You paid insane amounts of money for something that should never be that price. The guy that's not going to buy a Nintendo Switch, but is going to pay $4,500 for, it's not Pokemon, but it's another form of trading card. And you know what? I just got to call him out for this. So we're going to watch this video from
I cleaned out my wardrobe, getting rid of some older shirts, which allowed for shirts I hadn't seen in years to make it into my rotation, into the Megamix. So now I'm cycling through some wackier shirts, leading to this, a light blue tee. I'm looking like a prime soccer player right now. I haven't worn this color shirt since I was in elementary school, licking a lollipop and flicking my propeller hat. And who knows what other treasures and treats await in these newly unearthed shirts that have been promoted to the big leagues here from the fucking G League. So anyway, whimsical shirt aside, what I want to yap about is actually pretty degenerate. It's not quirky by any means, I would say. I actually already yapped about this on the Skill Check channel earlier. It's in regards to my cardboard heroin addiction. I had been ripping Lord of the Rings Special Edition collector's boxes pretty much daily on Skill Check for the last week and some change. And now the Fire Nation's attacked. Everything has changed here. And it's in large part because I was doing these openings. So the Lord of the Rings Special Edition boxes are a set that I really enjoy, but it's a very expensive set. I had 5 boxes that I bought a couple years ago when they were still pretty close to MSRP, and actually this was a set that a lot of people didn't even want and had trouble even selling to people, so it kind of flew under the radar for the longest time.
Good. Like, we would like to create an environment where people that are reselling these, that there is no market for them if they're just so astronomically higher than what the MSRP is. You should allow for normal people to have an opportunity to buy some of this stuff that they're just basically being axed out of. It has become the case that gaming and trading card games, it is now a rich man's luxury hobby, where it used to be that these were for everyone. It was. I remember when I was younger, you could go to a local store, a Marshall's or something, and they would have a pack of Pokemon cards on the counter. They have like a sleeve of them, and you could buy one. You could be part of Pokemon. You could have your own binder, but nowadays it's crazy. The prices are so insane. And then that's when you're not being nickeled and dimed by subscription services and you want a PlayStation 5? Better get a mortgage on your house. Oh yeah, Xbox talking about putting your new Xbox on Klarna. My point is, and I maintain this, Moist Critical can buy whatever he wants at whatever price he wants. He doesn't owe an answer to me or anyone else. But the moment that he comes on here and he goes, well, guys, I was opening these cards, but nobody even really wanted these packs, and I was sort of doing them a favor, and all these things that try to paint him in the positive light. Charlie, no. One of the important things about growing up is admitting that you can do what you want as an adult as long as it's under the law, and this is your hobby. You can do what you want. It's your money. You earned it. You can do what you want. But at the same time, there are consequences and ramifications for things. And your problem, Charlie, is that you never want to take accountability for the things that you do wrong. You always need people to like you and look at you in a positive way, even though in a lot of cases what you're doing is wrong or what you're saying is wrong, which is why you've earned the stigma of the guy that has to wait for Reddit to come out with an opinion because you're terrified, mortified of actual pushback from other people. Unless it's smaller creators which you can shit on, and you're not going to ever face any pushback because you just ignore them, which is what you did with me. You did probably one of the worst faith videos that I've ever seen on a video from yours truly, years ago. And you didn't reach out to me. You didn't ask, hey, you know what? I'd like clarification. I'm going to do this. I'd like to talk to you. You didn't do any of that. You just basically did your garbage to your retard take. And that was it. So you have a very self-indulgent personality. You're also an egotist. And you need to be seen in this positive light, even when you're doing things that are not good. I think it is a weakness and an insecurity on your part.
But over time, it ballooned into a really expensive one. So when I started opening these, they were sitting at around $4,500 a box. That's a pretty penny. That's a ton of fucking clams. So obviously there wasn't a ferocious appetite with people beating down the doors, climbing all over.
Yeah, and that would be good, because maybe if you sit it at $4,500 and nobody's buying it, then the price will eventually go down as these people want to sell. Unless some greasy retard comes in and buys them for $4,500. Then people are going to be like, oh shit, well, the price is $4,500. Maybe I'll raise it to $6,000. That's called supply and demand.
over each other like it's World War Z to be spending $4,500 per box of Lord of the Rings Special Edition. But I have something that's known as a mental illness, but I view it as more of like an addiction blessing. You see, Darman fam, my caveman brain loves shininess, and boy howdy did this set have a lot of shininess to it. But under no circumstances was this ever even worth $4,500. It's not. No, what you can pull from the set doesn't even come close to that value unless you hit a serialized lottery winning card. It's just, it was already way overpriced, but I really wanted to do something special with it because I really like the set. I had decided that I wanted to go on this long quest to keep ripping these boxes until I hit any serialized card from it. A serialized card is a card where there is only a set amount of that card ever made. So in the case of this series, there were a handful of cards that could be serialized, X out of 100. And my goal was to keep opening these boxes until I found a single one, no matter what it was. And it's been an extremely enjoyable time. And I've made some incredible friends along the way, like my buddy Treebeard, this fucking zooted goober here, looking like the Globgogabgola. I have pulled this many Treebeards. He's not a very, valuable card or anything, but this fucking maniac appears in, every single box I've opened. He's like the box ghost, just an unwanted cameo villain that I can't shake, and at this point, he's stopped.
It's sort of like the quartering with his Sharkpedo. The quartering, who, by the way, people think that his Pokemon packs were resealed. So he spent all this money on Pokemon packs to reseal them. But Moist Critical is talking about this in goo goo gaga baby talk. Oh guys, I got this addiction that makes me pay $4,500 for these box sets. Now Charlie can afford that. But the problem is, on one hand, Charlie can do whatever he wants. He's an American citizen. He can buy what he wants. He can sell what he wants. He can do anything he wants. He can wipe his ass with the cards. But at the same time, he is empowering and encouraging scalpers by paying these exorbitant prices. He is hurting the entire market. The entire market. And you have people that are not millionaires, that don't have his level of resources, that are going to be screwed because of this. Now, he justifies it and says, well, nobody wanted these. Well, maybe nobody wanted them because of the price rather than nobody actually wanted the sets. So if people had to sit on these for years, maybe the price would have gone down to something more reasonable. And that way, other normal people could get in on this and maybe buy them. It doesn't seem like people hate this set. It seems like the price is the barrier to entry. So then the thing to do would be to say, okay, guys, we as a community, we're not going to buy these packs at all. We're going to wait till the price comes down. And once they reach, maybe $1,000, then maybe we'll buy them up. But no, you paid $4,500 a box. And you're treating this is an addiction. You're treating this addiction like it's just some sort of joke. $4,500 is $4,500 is an astronomical amount of money, and he didn't just buy one. He bought multiple of them, but I imagine he probably bought some of them for more than $4,500. And so I look at it, and again, on one hand, it's like he can do what he wants, but at the same time, Baked Buddhist with the $2 donation. Birds like shiny things too, Charlie. Yeah, that's true. Birds like shiny things too. Yeah. Thank you for your donation, by the way. I value that $200 because that was given by somebody in the chat that didn't have to do it. I don't know. This may be just a fundamental difference, but I have too much respect for, I guess, the value of things to pay that sort of astronomical price for something like that. I don't know. I could never, even if I had money like Moist Critical does, and I'm not a multimillionaire at all by any stretch of the imagination, okay? Compared to this guy, I'm the hobo on the street. But at the same time, paying that much money for something, putting that much out there for no return on investment. Just, oh, I like to do this because I have this addiction. It's like, it reminds me of the people that talk about, gambling at a casino. It's like, but at least then they think that they're actually going to win something.
Stockholm Syndrome to me. And then the most despicable scourge on the planet is Hugh the Intwood. This is a poster card, Hugh the Intwood. It's the actual worst one in the set, and I've pulled so many of it, and every time my heart sinks into my ass. It hurts. But these are now cherished memories of mine. Even Hugh the Intwood, which is basically just a fucking terrorist in a box here. Throughout opening these cards, these boxes, I've had so much fun doing so, and I think the series has slapped. But what I didn't realize and what I didn't anticipate happening is that by opening so many of these boxes, it had a direct effect on the market. Like I said,
You didn't realize that one of the biggest streamers in the trading card space admitting that he bought these $4,500, $5,000 boxes and he was mass buying them, you didn't think that would have an effect? This multi-millionaire that obviously has no impulse control and is, an addict, you didn't think that that would have an impact on the market? I mean, do you not see these scalper videos? These people are sharks. These are opportunists. These are people that will shoot each other to get a pack of Pokemon cards, and you didn't think it would have an effect? I wouldn't be surprised if somebody died as a result of you opening those boxes. Somebody was like, I gotta stab this motherfucker. That's $5,000. That $5,000 for me. I gotta go sell the most critical $5,000. Yeah, I imagine. It's brutal, but it's the reality. Yeah, of course it's gonna change.
I started buying these. They were between $3,500 and $4,500 is what I paid for about 10 of them. And now the lowest listing you can find online is $12,000.
10 of 10. You bought 10? 10? That you spent 40, you spent near to 50,000. You spent nearly $50,000. You spent $50,000. You gave 50,000 clams to people that were inflating the market. You gave $50,000 and you didn't think it would have some sort of impact that was negative. See, you see why I don't like this guy? He knew it would have a negative effect. He just didn't care. He genuinely didn't care. He didn't give a shit. He didn't give a shit what the impact would be.
That's not normal. That's not something that organically happened naturally due to like the standard things that would drive a price increase, like more demand for it from a bunch of people that want to get the cards or something. Because right now, I don't think there's a ton of people that were really looking to spend thousands upon thousands of dollars on these boxes to open them. Kind of be very silly if there was. It's really just me doing it, taking a huge fucking net loss right on the chin because I like opening them and I think the content's really fun and hype. But I don't think there's been like a huge change in the amount of people that are looking to do the same thing, like open the cards. I don't think there's like this ferocious appetite now to buy and open them. I imagine there's a lot of people now that are buying the cards to squat on them because the scarcity, like there's not a ton of them, so now they want to hold it for next 5 or 10 years. But I think the main bulk of what this is coming from is people that are looking to try and make a quick profit flipping it to me. And the reason I think that is because a few of them have reached out to try and do that very same thing, that exact strategy. There are people that are buying it at like, over the last 24 hours, there are a few people that bought it like 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, and then sent me an email to try and flip what they had just purchased from TCG Player to me for 12,000. So it's people that are trying to capitalize off the perceived inability of Charles here to stop buying these boxes. So now they're trying to buy these at these crazy prices and then flip them to me for a crazier price because now it's much harder for me to find these boxes to buy. Thus, I must be willing to pay that crazy price. And in the video I posted on Skill Check earlier, I just wanted to make it clear, no, I'm not doing that. So I'm shutting that shit down. I'm not going to do that. Like, yes, I want to keep opening these boxes, but I'm not paying that price for it. It's not worth that. That's fucking ridiculous. It's just lost in this degeneracy hype train that I didn't think would ever be, like, a possibility for me just opening these boxes. I want to make it clear because there's a lot of confusion here. When I open these boxes, I take a huge net loss on them. Me paying $4,500 for a box. My juiciest box, if I sold every single card in there, would have made about $1,100. The AdSense on the videos are a few $100s, so I still lose thousands every time I open one of these boxes. And I don't even sell the cards. I keep all the fucking pulls, and I'm making a wild, wacky, janky commander deck out of all of them once I'm done, which it's looking like I probably am now because these boxes are just going for stupid prices that I'm not paying. Yeah, obviously I'd love to keep opening them until I do hit a serialized, but I'm not playing around in the pig pen like this. It's just not happening. So that video was me putting the kibosh on it and letting people know, like, hey, I'm probably not going to be doing these going forward because of the prices here. It's been a very popular series on the Skill Check channel, so I thought an explanation was warranted. Also just wanted to make it clear that this kind of shit I don't like at all. This is not something I anticipated would happen. So yeah, it was a topic I wanted to talk about there. Also, to all the new faces around the Skill Check channel, glad you've enjoyed the card openings. You should also check out our games. I think we have the best Magic games on YouTube. Our shit slaps. I think we have some fucking iconic bangers when it comes to like our Box Brawl series where we're playing through every Magic the Gathering set in its history, opening the box and then playing a Brawl Commander format with our pulls. Best Magic content on YouTube. Best TCG content. It's TCG Paradise over at Skill Check. Now, some of the comments on that video actually tilted me, I'm not gonna lie. When it comes to the TCG space, there's always going to be, like, unhinged shit in it. But there were some people accusing me of being a scalper because I was opening these boxes. I feel like that word has now lost all meaning. Like, that's... what? How is me buying boxes and opening them... I don't sell anything from it or anything either. They go into my collection. How is that me scalping anyone? I'm not benefiting off these crazy prices. That's actually butt-fucking me, because I'm also the only one, I think, that is buying them to open them right now. So all it's doing is hurting me. How am I in any way the beneficiary of this new lunacy that's become normalized with these boxes? And then others are saying it's the Logan Paul method. The Logan Paul method of what? I'm opening the boxes. These aren't box breaks. I'm not selling the packs and breaking them for people. And I'm not doing this to artificially inflate the hype and the price around product that I'm actively trying to sell to people. I'm just opening these fucking boxes. I wish they were back to like $250 a box. The cheaper the set goes, the happier I am. The bigger my boner gets. I'd love to see the prices just fucking plummet. I'd love that. Unfortunately, that isn't the case. That didn't happen. Not that I expected it to like plummet or anything, but I didn't expect it to do this. I didn't expect it to, like, explode or anything. I wasn't familiar with how scarce this product was prior to me buying a bunch of it. I didn't realize that opening it would actually matter in the grand scheme of things, because this wasn't a product a lot of people were buying in the first place.
Charlie? Bullshit. I call bullshit. On that entire rant, I call bullshit. You knew you didn't care. Okay? The reason I say that is because, what do you mean? You thought that you would buy 10 boxes of this at $4,500? This premium inflated price? And it would have no impact? And you were opening them on stream? In front of hundreds, thousands? I don't know how many people watch your opening. But here's the thing, Charlie. You knew you didn't care. But now, you're getting a little bit of pushback, and you're like, oh, wait, guys, no, I'm actually the hero. Just admit that you made a mistake. Just admit that you didn't care. Now, it wasn't a mistake, you just didn't care. I'd have more respect for you if you did that. But Charlie, the whole thing that you're talking about here, the whole thing about, guys, I had no idea. You shouldn't be buying these at $4,500, Charlie. You shouldn't be buying them at $4,500. It fucks over everyone. And the reason why they're so scarce, or the reason why nobody buys them, is because they're too expensive. But some mark came in and bought them all, and now it changes the whole market again. And it's a negative effect. So, you can do what you want, brother. But, like, this pretense that, oh, I'm an innocent guy, and they're mistreating me. No. You aided the scammers. You aided the scalpers. You did. You aided them. You gave them $45,000. Probably more like $50,000 if we're being honest. Probably give them a cool $50,000. That is man. That is a shocking amount of money. And you did it in a market. You know, Charlie, it would be like if somebody's like, Well, yeah, I just wanted to buy. I'm not even gonna bring that up. But yeah, you should have known better. Okay. Now again, you can do what you want with your money. I'm gonna keep repeating that because it's true. Charlie can buy the entire lot of them. He's a multi-millionaire. He's somebody that is extremely rich. So he can buy whatever he wants. But my issue is, you want to be able to buy whatever you want. You want to be able to screw over whoever you want. But then you also want to be able to be like, oh, golly shucks, guys. Man, I did run this price up and make the industry worse and make the hobby worse and inflate the prices that I knew was going to be inflated because, I mean, of course, what else? You thought that you were going to buy all the stock and they were going to come back at a lower price? Charlie, are you fucking retarded? You thought you were going to buy like all of the stock and then they were going to come back and be cheaper? No, they were going to skyrocket. They were going to 300% in some cases. That's the way the market works. You've shown that there is an addict with a huge bank account that has access to a huge stream, and now everyone's going to want a piece of that. Duh. Anyway, that'll do it. I want to thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. I swear, some of these streamers, it's pretty unreal how egotistical they are. Okay. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Upload this. To damn, can you imagine? Can you imagine being that rich that you just got that kind of money to just piss down the drain? $4,500 on packs of cards. Like, it's just that is so insane to me. I can't even imagine having that type of money to just piss down the drain. It's nuts. All right. I don't think I can show that. I don't think. Give me 1 second. Okay, cover that. So, maybe we do. Oh, yeah.
Supergirl opens with
All right. Brothers, Supergirl has been an unmitigated failure. And people like Angry Joe that were trying to show for this game, he is so desperate to find any win for this movie that he was on stream doing his like review. Guys, I went and saw the movie for like a fourth time, and some things are bad, but financially it's doing okay. Like, Angry Joe was trying to compare percentages of opening weekend rather than the total money that it had taken in to try to justify and say that the movie was doing all right. Like, that is how far gone some of these people are that are defending the movie. And Joe is defending the movie, despite giving it a 5 out of 10 initially that could have been a 6 out of 10 and lowering it to a 4 out of 10. He's still defending the movie because he just doesn't want the Chuds to win. And the Chuds did win, and Joe is seething. So on one hand, he hates the movie, but on the other hand, he can't admit that the people who hated the movie in the first place were right. So, you know, he's sort of between a rock and a hard place where he acknowledges the movie's bad, but doesn't want to. But on the other side, he really doesn't want to admit that the people that he had called idiots and zealots and brain dead and all the people that he had basically been drunk posting at, just trying to tear them down, that they were right the whole time and he was wrong. So we're going to take a look at the opening box office numbers for Supergirl, and it is absolutely bleak and it is absolutely dismal. This movie is an unmitigated failure no matter how you look at it, and it had all the recipes of a failure. Why on earth would you give the writing role to somebody that had no credentials, no talent, nothing to prove that they could write a $200 million movie? You gave them the keys to the castle. It makes absolutely no sense. Yeah, it just makes absolutely no sense. People are still trying to figure this out. But Asmongold is going to point out here from this post that it had a lower opening weekend than Morbius and the Marvels. Joe, come on, buddy. Put down the bottle, okay? Put down the bottle. It's going to be okay. All you got to do is prostrate yourself and admit that you were wrong and all the Chuds were right yet again. As always,
36 million domestically. It did worse than Morbius. It got mogged by Morbius. Lower opening weekend than Morbius and the Marvels. Lower than Morbius is crazy. Supergirl stands to lose $100 million. The DC Studios tentpole cost $170 million to produce and roughly $120 million to market. Can you imagine who would win in a fight? A $120 million budget or one drunk British guy? Peter Stefan has made a statement about Supergirl underperforming at the box office. So they even went and said this. While Supergirl didn't meet box office expectations, it's just one component of a broader long-term strategy at DC Studios we remain confident in. What's the strategy? Losing money? Destroying your brand value? Basically, he's saying, like, we failed once, yes? But imagine if we failed many times after that. When did it become good Hollywood practice to piss off a potential audience? I guess women know that this is just how it's always been. If you're pissing the right kind of people off, you're doing okay. Well, if you piss too many of them off, then you're not doing okay. You can tell people a million ways and a million times about how you have the right opinions, but if enough people have the wrong opinions, then you have the wrong opinions. And you're not going to make any money. This is the girl.
I have many queer friends. I think because she doesn't live inside the binary of what we think a woman should be, that is what makes her so special and so exciting and so new.
Paul Tassi, you were not going to convince me Millie Alcock saying liberal things is the reason why Supergirl bombed. When harassed to living hell, Brie Larson's Captain Marvel made $1.1 billion. You guys don't matter as much as you think. The movie was after Infinity Wars. Yeah, Captain Marvel did really well because the MCU was a much more successful franchise than, you know, the DCU, right? I mean, like, nobody cares about Supergirl.
Yeah, by the way, I just want to point something out. Look at this cockroach. I'm not talking about Asmund. Look at Mighty Queef. Mighty Queef. This pathetic, oozing left-wing retard. Genuinely one of the most low IQ commentators in the gaming space. Just slithering out to give the most obnoxious, like, profoundly ignorant opinion. No. The reason why it failed was because it adapted the story poorly. It was written poorly because they chose a writer apparently just, basically just off the street. No credentials, no nothing. A bad vision for the movie. James Gunnisms. Like, there are so many problems with this. But yes, it is part of that equation that wokeness and DEI this left-wing gobbledygook nonsense, this noise, was part of the problem. It's not that it's the only problem, but wokeness and DEI and ESG and left-wing politics has a way of being like cancer, and it affects other things. Now, it affects them to differing degrees, but it does affect them all the same. And you going out there and you saying our movie is not going to, it's going to break the tradition of what women, no, it didn't. It basically had Kara being a whore, going from bar to bar on Red Suns, just basically being a promiscuous whore. She's a whore. Yeah, it's not new. It's not innovative. It's not, wow, we're doing something refreshing. No, you alienated fans. The product looked like shit. You shouldn't have done Supergirl as the second movie. There are so many problems here that are all easily avoidable. But these guys, they live in this left-wing bubble where they just can never admit their mistakes. They can never admit when they're wrong. And they always have to take it back to this place. Here's the reality. The movie did shit. The movie did shit because of people like you. People like you, these brain-rotted, slopified piles of garbage that run defense for everything that is bad because you just don't want to let the chuds have a win.
Successful franchise than, the DCU, right? I mean, like, nobody cares about Supergirl. The writer for Supergirl literally only had a short film in her resume. She was hired because of nepotism and her gender. The script for Supergirl is so good that James Gunn wants writer Anna, whoever the fuck, involved in multiple DCU projects.
And just for context, this was a comment made by James Gunn a year and a half before the movie came out.
What is it like actually writing both Supergirl and working on Wonder Woman?
I try to approach every character that I write from a place of what feels the most true to me about them.
James Gunn walking into
the most true to me about
Warner Bros. Offices this morning. Oh, no.
Good to see you.
Yeah, can I say one thing to you?
Yeah.
I've watched every clip, and it looks amazing.
Oh, dude, you don't even know. I'm not going to brag, but...
Yeah, you could if you want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should be.
You don't even know. Well, I guess nobody does.
I just want to get my timeline down right. And we love Henry, of course. And
yes, he's the sweetest guy.
Sweet guy. Love him. Thought he was coming back. We all thought he was coming back. Then soon thereafter, you get the gig as the head of DCU. At a certain point, you and Peter have to have that unfortunate phone call, I would imagine.
No, we sat down with him. We sat down with Henry.
So without revealing too much, what is that like to have to be the guy to tell Superman, we have to go a different way now?
It's probably good, honestly. That way he can make good movies and not be tied down. It's like, hey, I'm really sorry, but you're not going to be the captain of the Titanic anymore. I know you were really looking forward to being part of the Concordia, but unfortunately, we're going to have to go with a different captain.
All of a sudden, they were announcing Henry was back, and I'm like, what is going on? We know what the plan is. The plan was to come in and do Superman.
Yeah.
So they completely bait and switched people just to get them excited for something that they knew wasn't going to happen. I'm surprised he's even saying this. I feel like they probably got really mad at him for saying this privately.
So we came in, and that was really unfortunate. I'm like, this poor guy. And so Peter and I, the right thing to do is to sit down with him and talk to him. Yeah. And we sat down, we talked to him. He was an absolute gentleman, a great guy about it. He said, the only thing I ask is that I'm able to reveal it myself as opposed to it coming from you guys. And I'm like, that's
no, he's a class act. Always has been from the start. Yeah. Would it be too confusing to cast him in your DC universe going forward?
No, guys, just stop it. Just stop it. Just stop the extended universe. It's over. It's done. You know it's done. What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Let it go.
It's never worked. Other than at Marvel, it's never worked. And I don't think it will ever work again. I don't. Because in order for an extended universe to work, you have to do all of these other things, and like the attention of the audience has to be, oh, well, in this universe, this, and no. Just make good movies. By the way, I want to thank Solar and Luna over on Kick for the 100 kicks. He sent an emoji. Absolutely amazing. Thank you for the support, brother. Appreciate every penny that people send. I appreciate every bit of support. It means more than you can know. These companies are trying to nickel and dime you. They want to take every cent that you have, especially in the economy as it is. I realize that things can be tough. The fact that you would choose my little channel to support means more than you could possibly understand. So thank you. I appreciate it, brother. But yeah, James Gunn is part of this arrogant group of Hollywood leftists that think that they can do anything. And unfortunately, they're being taught a very, very difficult lesson. Their ego is going to have to take a bit of a hit. Because no, you can't just do whatever you want. There are certain norms and certain established things. It's sort of like Rian Johnson coming and undoing pretty much everything that J.J. Abrams did in The Force Awakens. I didn't like The Force Awakens, but to come in and basically retcon and undo everything doesn't make sense. Now, you take Supergirl, there are other stories in animated form, in movie form, that exist that you could do, with Darkseid, Batman, Apocalypse going and Batman threatening to activate Hellspores. You could have done that story. There's nothing to stop you. You could have done that. Absolutely nothing to stop you from doing that. But you chose not to. No, we have our own direction. We're going to have our main character go from red planet to red planet so that she can get drunk at the bar and just be a mess and gross. Absolutely gross. There's no reason for it. There's no call for it. There's no emotional impact to it. It's just pathetic. Anyway, that's going to do it for this video. I want to thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Okay. Give me 1 second. Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right. Gonna upload this one. Super. Okay. Says, yeah, it was MGM with the Tom Cruise mummy. I think Supergirl and my sister about a decade ago. Supergirl and my sister would have been best friends. Oh, gosh. Oh, that's brutal. That's brutal, Doyle. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's rough. That's rough, buddy. Yeah, I'm not gonna watch that. I'm not watching that whole thing. There ain't no way. But maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Let me see. Should we watch a shoe on head video? Maybe. All right. Okay. All right. Maybe we'll watch a shoe on head video. All right, guys. We're gonna watch a shoe on head video. Brace yourselves. You're gonna hear the opinion of a woman. Well, brothers, it appears that we are going to be watching a video from Shoe on Head that has to do with the situation with Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf. So if you wanted to hear your opinion from a, sort of, I wouldn't say center left, somebody that is a socialist white woman that isn't a Karen, well, you know what? I got good news for you.
Wake up, maggot! It's time for your annual race war! Oh, you didn't want to be in a race war? Well, too bad. You're in one! Your skin color is your uniform, soldier. Black people on this side, white people on this side, Italians... We'll figure it out later. Attention! Which one of you lily lickers mixed the white monster energy with the Kool-Aid pineapples? How many times do I have to tell you? No mixing. Now get suited up, soldier. You're heading into your first battle. The comment section of a Nick Fuentes Instagram reel. Godspeed. Hello, and welcome to another episode of I am your host, Shoe on Head. You may know me as Timu Boxy, or perhaps the woman who footmogged Hasan Piker. Thank you. Thank you. I know a few of you have come here from that last video, so hello, new friends, and old friends, please say hello to the new friends. Do not scare them away. One of the biggest things that happened when I was gone was the conclusion to the Carmelo Anthony trial. Now, for those of you who are unaware, for those of you who have no idea what has been going on, don't worry about it, kid. No, but what happened was last year during a Texas high school track meet, Carmelo Anthony, a 19-year-old student, and Austin Metcalf, a 17-year-old student, got into a heated dispute after Carmelo entered Austin's tent, which was like a rivalry school's tent, and
yeah, which you're not supposed to do.
Argument followed, and then allegedly Carmelo said,
"Why would you say allegedly? The case is over.
Touch me and see what happens." And so Austin shoved him, and
It's not alleged, it's in the record.
Carmelo pulled a knife out, and yeah, Austin then passed away in his brother's arms. Court argued
absolutely horrific. Absolutely freaking horrific.
That use of force with a knife was completely unjustified.
No, because the shove was nothing. Like, the shove was nothing. This animal responded with lethal violence. Because it was not about the physical, it was about the perceived disrespect. And this animal had been taught by his culture that disrespect equals I can commit violence against you.
That a single shove did not justify a deadly response. During the trial, jurors listened to witnesses' accounts of the events, reviewed video evidence, and after a few days, the jury found Carmelo Anthony guilty and he was sentenced to 35 years in prison. And everyone accepted that outcome because they understand how the law works and they respect our justice system. Haha.
Only good cracker is a dead cracker. Only good cracker is a dead cracker.
I don't have an opinion. I don't have an opinion here.
These kinds of face-to-face, emotion-rising shouting matches really do no good.
In this video, we are going to discuss the insane reactions to the Carmelo Anthony trial, read some tweets, watch some TikToks, as well as debunk a bunch of misinformation because I am just tired of seeing the same ridiculous regurgitated talking points repeated ad nauseum by hundreds and thousands of people just believing it as gospel, hyping themselves up into a race war. No, I am not kidding. That is how bad it is getting. Growing up, I was always told not to judge people based on their appearance, that it didn't matter what gender you were, what your sexuality was, didn't matter if you were short or tall or fat.
And yeah, that was the lie. That was one of the biggest lies that we were fed as kids. It was one of the biggest lies. Oh no, none of that matters. Everyone can come over to America and everyone can be equal under America. That's just not true. Now, it's not divided based on race, because there are some patriotic-ass Americans who are black, who are Native American. There are people who are white, Latina, you know. There are people that are patriotic Americans. It's about integration versus non-integration. Do you identify as American or do you identify as something else? There are people from the third world that, regardless of what race they are, they're just not able to integrate in Western civilization. They just can't. They can't do it. They're not, they don't have the brain for it. They don't have the soul for it. They have a completely contrary way of viewing the world, acting in the world, and it's unacceptable. And we need to be able to come together to identify that and call that out, because if we don't, then our entire society is lost. So this was a lie. Oh, be colorblind. No, not anymore. We will look at people based on how they act individually, and also we're going to take a look at how the community acts. Because what we've seen is, well, you can't judge one person for the actions of a group. But what you can do is look at that group and say, is there an underlying cause amongst all these people? And in some cases, yes, there are. There are some things that are inherent to this group that are not inherent to other groups that are problematic. And we see that, especially in the UK, with the Pakistani Muslim men. In these gangs, in these groups, they all stick together, even though what they're doing is absolutely horrific. See what I'm saying?
Or thin. I was always told that skin color was not important, and it's not. But you know what is important? Your skin's health. So before we get into the video, let's quickly give a shout out to today's sponsor, Hasan Shaving. Have you ever wondered what shaving cream is actually doing to your skin? It's fluffy, it's airy, it looks like it's protecting your skin. But the main ingredient in most of these cans is actually a propellant. That's what makes it foam up. But the foam is mostly just volume, not function. And the thing that matters when you shave is glide, not volume. There's actually a clinical study that measured the skin irritation after shaving, and it showed that regular shaving foam actually causes more irritation than just shaving with water alone. Not just slightly more, measurably more. Aftershave bombs are also doing something similar. You put them on, you get the little cooling tingle, and you're like, that means it's working. Wrong. That tingle is just menthol activating cold receptors in your skin. It doesn't actually reduce inflammation or heal anything. It does nothing. A lot of guys end up treating the feeling of irritation rather than the irritation itself. Shaving is one of the most aggressive things men do to their skin on a daily basis. The blade passes over the same spot multiple times, stripping off the top layer of your skin, and then your skin is exposed and then loses all its moisture. But men just like rinse off and call it a day. So you got.
This is very interesting. Why would you hire a woman to tell men about their shaving experience? Why would you hire a woman to tell men about their shaving experience? It's a bold strategy. I don't know. Maybe it works out well. But listen, if I were to take advice from Shoe One Head, it would not be for shaving. Okay? How does she know what it's like to shave as a man? Oh, I read a report. I'm reading a prompt. Like, this is a very weird product to show.
Got a shaving product that's mostly air, an aftershave that's mostly sensation, and a window between that nobody's addressing. And that's where Hasan's 3-step routine comes into play. Step 1, the cleanser. Clears your skin of debris and softens the hair for a smoother shave, followed by a shaving cream that skips the propellants and reduces the friction between the blade and your skin, the thing shaving cream is supposed to do. And once you're done shaving, their post-shave balm helps hydrate and restore your skin's natural moisture barrier, supporting real recovery, instead of just signaling to your silly brain that, ooh, something soothing is happening. So if you want a shaving routine that actually leaves your skin better off and doesn't just feel like it's doing that, check out Hasan's 3-step shaving kit. Just head over to hansonshaving.com/June and use code June at checkout after adding your kit to the cart to get free shipping on your order. I know a lot of men just ignore
$40! $40! By the way, this is the gayest ad I've ever seen. Like, who are you trying to sell this to? You think a man is going to have all this frilly shit? What are you selling to the homosexuals? Who's gonna pay $40?
June and use code June at checkout after.
Look at $40. Woo! $40. Yikes! No, thank you. No, that's okay. Men would be like, yeah, we'll just shave it raw. We don't $40. That's a lot of money.
You're adding your kit to the cart to get free shipping on your order.
Free shipping, or I could just go down to Walmart. I'm not trying to be needlessly mean. These sort of commercials that it's like you have a woman who's selling men shaving to men who doesn't know what it's like to shave as a man, unless Shoe One Head wants to tell us something. It's like, I get it, she's getting her bag. I got no problem with that, but it's just very weird.
I know a lot of men just ignore skincare, and trust me, as someone who is going to be a dermatologist, men think they're not aging.
You're going to be a dermatologist? Ew.
Until one day they wake up and they're their dad. Take care of your skin. This is a great start, and your skin will thank you.
Yeah, not $40 worth. No, thank you. We'll just get lotion from the store.
Thank you for it. Big thanks to Hasan for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad.
Well, we didn't skip the ad, but you probably wish we did.
Right? Now, let's get back to the video. So let's not waste any more time and get straight into this, shall we? They found him guilty so fast right before Juneteenth. These folks playing in our faces. Carmelo's only crime was not allowing himself to get beat down by a white man. Carmelo will get out of prison. That boy ain't getting out of the grave. If he kept his hands to himself, he'd still be enjoying his white privilege today. White people are not victims of racism. You can't be a victim of a system you created. Hey, 23-year-old white guy who can't find a job and still lives with your parents. Did you know you created the entire system we're in right now, and therefore it's totally acceptable to hate you and be racist towards you? This is the same stupid shit they say to men, like, oh, you created the patriarchy. Like, who the f are you talking about? Joe Schmo working at Chipotle didn't create shit. The system isn't benefiting white people at all. It's not benefiting anyone except the rich and powerful. The racism equals prejudice plus power bullshit really one-shotted these people, huh? Only a black child can be minding their business, get ambushed, bullied, and pushed around and become the aggressor for protecting himself. What? He was quite literally not minding his own business. He was in a rival's team tent and was asked to leave like a dozen times. Witnesses say he started escalating it into a fight and then stabbed someone in the fucking heart. That's not minding your business. Why did they hire that horrible lawyer? Had to be the worst defense in history. Absolutely no reason Carmelo shouldn't have testified. We gotta do better with who we hire to represent us. Plenty of black lawyers in Texas. His family raised like $1 million on GoFundMe and then blew it all on a new house and a fucking Cadillac. So then they had to get a public defender. That baby was sentenced to 35 years? I love the community note. That murderer was sentenced to 35 years. Black people, please carry more than a pocket knife. Get their asses before they can get you. What the hell do you mean get their asses before they can get you? That's literally what Carmelo did. He got Austin's ass. He killed him. Why the f are they acting like Carmelo was the one who died? 35 years on your first offense is over sentencing. Yeah, there has to be a retrial. This is blatant injustice.
For murder. It's because these people do not value life. They do not value the rule of law. They do not value civilization. The only thing they value is a tribal win. No matter how disgusting their tribe is, no matter what their tribe did that was wrong, it's all about the tribe. The tribe comes first. It's literally called tribalism. Yes. 35 years for your first offense. He murdered somebody. Somebody is dead. Killed in cold blood. Killed in cold blood.
First offense. And the offense in question is murder. Your Honor, It was only his first murder. 35 years ago, killing a Nazi got you a Purple Heart, but now that a German American is president, it gets you a life sentence.
I'm just telling you, genuinely, the black community endorses and supports people like this. You just need mass deportations. That is the solution here, because there are some people that are just incompatible with civilization. So either mass deportations or mass arrests. But either way, you got to get these people out. How can you look at a murder and you say, well, it's justified? And because, in 1945, there was a war with the Nazis, and this is the same thing. These people are animals. Look at this guy. This guy is an absolute subhuman animal. Genuinely low IQ. Why would you say this? This is terrible. It's evil. We don't want to stab people. We don't want to encourage stabbing people. We don't like that. That's not the way our civilization should run. But this is something that they do in order to try to normalize violence against people because they are so deeply and profoundly racist against white people.
All white people deserve no mercy. Now Austin Metcalf, a 17-year-old, is a Nazi because he was white. Also, 35 years ago. Does this dude think World War II was in 1991? Black Americans, arm yourselves. This country is officially a terrorist state of white supremacists. You have no reason to abide by or follow any more laws in this country. Law enforcement and these politicians are all terrorists. Let it all fall. Time for judgment. Just as I suspected. Schizophrenia. I recommend logging the f off. Do these people just live in a completely different reality? A guy gets put in prison for murder, and they're like, wow, what's the point of even following the law anymore? Having a black son gotta be the tops of fears. I'm going insane. It was the white son that was murdered. Why are they acting like the black son was murdered? Why are you scared of having a black son in this context? Oh, I'm so scared my son will stab someone and go to jail one day. What? It's only self-defense when a black kid dies. Literally, multiple witnesses, including black witnesses, including Carmelo's own friends, said that Carmelo was the aggressor in the situation. Also, just in general, murder is not the acceptable punishment for a shove, for a push. That's not how that works. 50,000 likes on that bullshit, by the way. 50,000 people saw that and were like, hell yeah. Black kids are the only kids who can't afford to make mistakes without dire consequences. Your Honor, it was a mistake. My client did a little oopsie poopsie. A little fucky wucky ooh woo, if you will. Black people are held to a higher standard than every other race. We are expected to be perfect, while others are given grace, excuses, and— Hey, stop. Just a reminder that this is all in context of the Carmelo Anthony situation. So the held to a higher standard, in this case, the higher standard of do not stab people. I'm sorry, okay. Go on. One mistake by a black person gets used to judge an entire community. Oops, I fell and my knife accidentally stabbed your heart.
Austin fell onto Carmelo's knife trying to attack him because the knife is 3.5 inches. The cut was only 2.
I'm crashing out. I'm crashing the f out. Please let.
Yeah, that be wisdom, yo. Yeah, that be wisdom. It's the most stupid, retarded, immoral statement. And the dude here is just like, yeah, that makes sense. Why wouldn't you push back and be like, you're an absolute embarrassment to the human race. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Not only is that not true, but you should have to wrestle with the immorality of what you just said. That guy should be skewered on the spot. With this guy, just grilling him. But he doesn't. He doesn't say any of that. All of this is a justification to avoid accountability and not face facts about the problems in their own community, because it's easier and more comfortable to blame somebody else than actually to focus on your own problems. And the more that you allow them to get away with it, and they have gotten away with it for a long time, because there have been a lot of people that are crippled by white guilt, the more that you allow them to get away with it, the worse that the ramification is going to be when it eventually comes time to pay that bill. Because there is a debt that is accruing. You know how we have like the national debt clock? Well, there is a fatigue clock. And the fatigue clock is ticking. And it accrues interest every time something happens. And people are now starting to pay attention to the fatigue clock. And eventually there's going to come a candidate who's going to run for office that says, you know what? We have endured this bullshit long enough. We are gonna get in there. We're gonna do something about it. We're gonna do something about this. And I'm just telling you, whatever that solution is, you're not gonna like it. Which is why I am the voice of reason, saying, wouldn't it be great if we could find a different solution where we could all come together as a civilization to say that murder is bad. We should stop murdering. Murder is not good. It would be preferable if murder was outlawed. I don't think that's too much to ask. What do you guys think? It's not too much to ask.
Because the knife is 3.5 inches. The cut was only 2.
I'm crashing out. I'm crashing the f out. Please let the next one be somewhat rational. Y'all gentlemen are so fucking dumb. Y'all really thought that he was gonna get away with stabbing that kid to death. I can tell a lot of you were raised by hoes. Finally, a normal, sane person. A strong black father tells you early that you can't get away with the same shit whites do. Oh goddamn it, had me in the first half. When do white people get away with stabbing? What is this? Where do these people live? Earth 2! Culture. When you get called for jury duty, do that shit. Make sure you do your part in serving justice. Every black defendant in every court everywhere is Carmelo Anthony. Every black defendant in every court.
This person couldn't even spell Carmelo Anthony correctly. Carmelo is with a K. You couldn't even spell his name correctly. What an absolutely stunning indictment about how little you care about this case. And how you're just a racist tribalist. A low IQ, low impulse control tribalist. People like this are definitely part of the 2 to 5%.
Court everywhere is Carmelo Anthony. Every black defendant in every court case everywhere is a murderer. Are you sure that's what you want to go with? I love how he's basically like, go do jury duty so you can go blindly support any black person regardless of what they did. What the f? Like, I don't support every white person. Some of you are dumb. What's wild?
Well, yeah, but Sishu, you have been raised on a diet of, well, white people are bad, because you have. But you've also been raised on, well, black people have had this, problem, and, you shouldn't see things on the color of their race, and we don't really want to talk about crime stats or anything. You don't talk about that because that's a problem. Like, yeah, you've been raised in a different way. These people have been taught, you hate these people because it's their problem. They're the ones that are to blame. Yeah, there are a lot of issues. And these people continue to avoid accountability and blaming other people for their own problems. And they are their own problems. There's nobody else's.
Well, this wasn't even like a cop kills black guy thing where like there might be some debate about like
Nah, even if you look at the number of unarmed black men that are killed by cops, which, by the way, being unarmed and black, it does not mean that you're innocent. In fact, yeah. Anyway, yeah, it's not a court. Oh, he was unarmed. Yeah, being unarmed doesn't mean much. If you're high on some sort of drug and attacking a cop, whether you're armed or unarmed, sometimes the shoot is justified.
Police brutality and over-policing and things like that. No. This was just straight up a black kid stabbed a white kid. And they're losing their minds because he's going to prison over it. Fascinating.
Carmelo Anthony had been white, not only would he have not been convicted, there had never been charges. The only reason Carmelo Anthony was convicted was because we are a broken, fucking bigoted country, and Carmelo Anthony was black.
Wow, thanks for the input, gay Colonel Sanders. I fucking hate the Yellowstone hicklib bit. Oh, I'm a big tough country cowboy. Y'all better not say damn slurs around here. Yeehaw! Wow, just freaking wow. Disgusting. This is not justice. This is trying to make an example. Dear white people, don't let this verdict fool you. You'll still get fucked up playing the Austin games. Don't let this verdict of a guy who stabbed someone fool you. You're still gonna get stabbed. What? Strong suspicion that a lot of pro-Carmelo stuff I see here is some psyop. Bro. This is what I tried to tell myself for like 6 years about the online left. It's all a CIA psyop from the billionaires to make leftism look as unappealing as possible to the working class. Bro. Of course an all-white jury found a black boy guilty for defending himself. Fuck you racist white pieces of shit. Fuck you racist white pieces of shit. That sounds extremely racist. Black people can't be racist, stupid hoe. It was not an all-white jury. There were Asian people, there were Hispanic people, and the black people, they did ask to do jury duty in this case, turned it down because they admitted they would be too biased. Like they literally said they would just vote not guilty because Carmelo is black. On one hand, I appreciate the honesty. On the other hand, what the fuck?
Yeah. And you know what? I think people are starting to understand they not like us. You see, we want justice. We want civilization. We want, if somebody's white or black, we want them to hang if they committed a crime. These people don't. They think justice is, well, if they be black, well then these be kings, and so kings, you can't judge kings, so kings be set free, yo. The reality is, in this particular situation, you had a very clear-cut case. Everyone could have come together. Everyone could have been unified on this. But there is a blinding, seething resentment and hatred in this community of people, and they refuse to take any accountability for what they themselves are doing and have done. So it continues to be a major problem. It continues to be a major problem. And honestly, I don't see the solution fixing anytime soon on its own. I hope it does, but this is the same sort of bigotry and low impulse control and low IQ and lying that we saw in the OJ case. So nothing much has changed.
If they say, can you be fair? Don't say, no, I'm not finna put a black man in jail. Don't say that. Don't say, I hate white people and I don't care what he did. Don't do that. That's what people were doing in this case. Okay. And then everybody's like in an uproar because there's no black people on the jury when damn near half of the black people who could have been on the jury canceled themselves out. You know? Don't do that. Y'all be regular.
Overruled.
Just be regular.
Oh, God.
That's right. Get in there and lie to the court so you can free a person because he murdered a white guy. Incredible stuff. Also, I like how they said, just be regular. Just be regular. Just get on the jury so you can free the murderer, then return to acting irregular. This case is really affecting me, making me want to go to law school and fight for my people. I'm sorry, I'm confused. Your people being murderers? Is that what you're talking about? Murderers? Your people being murderers? Also, if by some miracle you happen to get into law school, you'll be disappointed to find out that intentionally stabbing someone and killing them is in fact murder, regardless of what your skin color is. And there were some people coming at me like, oh, I bet you'll defend Chud the Builder. And like, first of all, who the fuck is Chud the Builder? This is how I know I'm getting old. They keep making these random fucking streamers in a vat overnight and then like releasing them. Did you hear about PP Boy 57? Like, no, I didn't. No, I didn't. I don't know who that is. If Chud the Builder killed someone, or in this case, attempted to kill someone, then he should face consequences for that. Yes. Okay, your turn. Should Carmelo Anthony face consequences? No? Oh, that's weird. Looks like only one of us is the hypocrite here. See, I'm not like you. I have a functioning brain and an IQ of probably maybe over 100, I can look at things on a case-by-case basis and not blindly support or attack something.
Yeah, which is normal for most thinking sentient human beings. Now, looking at some of these reactions, like that was Cardi B. Cardi B came out to defend Carmelo Anthony. There is a shocking amount of unethical behavior in this community. If you're saying, yeah, pretend that you're going to listen to the case so you can get on the jury and you can basically cause a mistrial. But here's the problem. If it is the case that you're actively tampering with the election, or the case, that can get you into some serious trouble. So, bad advice on top of bad advice on top of bad advice.
A mindless drone. Let's go see what they're saying over on Blue Sky, shall we? Fellow white people.
No, don't go to Blue Sky. That's dangerous. We don't go to Blue Sky.
Never mind. I'm done again. Bye. Stay out of black people's mentions about Carmelo Anthony. We are the reason not one black juror was seated. We are the reason that an appeal filed on those grounds will surely fail. We are the reason Jim Crow is once again law of the land. Oh my god! What has this country come to when a man can't freely murder another man in cold blood and get away with it? Literally Jim Crow! Yeah, white people cannot be trusted after this trial with Carmelo Anthony. Honestly, that 35-year sentence coming down on the teenager Carmelo Anthony felt like a proxy for a lynching. Carmelo Anthony defended himself against 2 white supremacists. Now that black people stand up for themselves, white fragility is taking over. They simply can't handle it. He saved himself from being lynched, and now he has to spend decades in prison. F***ing racist country. Huh? He was being lynched? Yes. Do these people live in the Netflix adaptation version of reality or something? What is going on? Stabby, jail. No stabby, no jail. The only reason Carmelo was convicted is because he was black. If this was a white boy, there would never be charges files. I decree that the people who was involved with this case will begin to reap the unjust decision upon their own head to 1,000 generations.
Oh, gosh.
All you bigoted racist people. An all-white jury. Of course Carmelo Anthony would be...
By the way, the jury wasn't all white. The jury was not all white, by the way. Yikes. I mean, just... delusional, insufferably dishonest. And that's why you cannot have a society with people like this as your neighbors. You just can't. Because, you have to have some sort of cohesion with other people living among you. You have to have some sort of thing in common. But this... it shows that there are people living among us that don't love this country, that don't respect this country, that have absolutely no loyalty or respect for anything, and will actively celebrate and champion murderers if the person is murdering somebody that they are racist against, in this case, somebody who's white. That's horrible.
Be convicted. Not an all-white jury. Yes, an all-white jury. Stop trying to make excuses for racism. No, not an all-white jury. Who are they trying to convince? Other people or themselves? Anyone defending Carmelo Anthony knows that they're not defending him in good faith. Carmelo is obviously guilty of a murder that he intentionally instigated. Defending murders like this only hurts the black community. We need to hold ourselves accountable and hold ourselves to a higher standard. Oh my god, a normal person on Blue Sky. Bro, what are you doing? Get out of there. Go, run. An all-white jury in Texas convicted Carmelo Anthony of murder. Proof that the US never ended the practice of lynching. They let the courts do it instead. You don't have to support what Carmelo Anthony did to recognize the problem with sentencing a child to spend 35 years in prison based off of the deliberations of an all-white jury. Said it again, award! Said it again, award! All-white jury! All-white jury! It's time to play Horseshoe Theory! Contestant number 1. Here is the tweet. Stop sending your kids to these race schools.
Oh, stop sending your kids to these black schools. Definitely a white supremacist.
Oh, I'm sorry. The tweet is stop sending your kids to these white schools. And it came from the account Dapper Domo, who is black. You know what that means? That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Into the pit! Stop bringing non-black people into black spaces. Teach your kids to defend themselves by any means possible. Keep your black kids in black spaces as much as possible. Keep your black children away from these devils.
Oh my gosh.
If we had segregation still, none of this would have happened.
Oh god. Yeah, if we have segregation, then none of this would happen. I mean, that's definitely something. That's definitely something. If we had segregation, none of this would have happened. Oh boy. Man, none of this would have happened. Right.
He wouldn't have.
Yeah. I mean, she's right, but she's right and wrong at the same time. It shouldn't be that we have to segregate, right? There shouldn't be that we have to do that, right?
Had no interactions with any white boy because we would have been in an all-black school.
We are going to reverse engineer segregation, aren't we? But wokely. We don't want those evil white people drinking out of the same water fountain as us, am I right? Honestly, my honest, real opinion about this, my hot take of the video, everybody, here it comes. Lukewarm, microwaved, 4-day-old mac and cheese take, here it comes. If they want to go make their own, like, all-black schools, all-black towns, they should be allowed to. Go for it. Black people want to go create Wakanda? They should be able to. But white people should be allowed to create Agartha. If people want to willingly segregate themselves, they should be allowed to go ahead and do that. Deadass, who cares? Everyone else can live in a desegregated society. They can go have their ethnostates. But you know, there's only one side that will not be able to do that. I always wonder though, let's say they do make a white ethnostate. What counts as white? Because 100 years ago, I would not have counted as white. I'm Ellis Island mystery meat, you know this. Is there like a one-drop rule? Do they like whip out the eye chart at the gate and they're like, ah yes, A10s. You may enter. Is Brittany Venti allowed in the white ethnostate? Honestly, she's like an honorary Aryan at this point. She white mogs me. Anyway, we are getting distracted. Where were we? Ah yes, hell. We were in hell. I'm black. I haven't stabbed anyone in the chest after being asked to leave a tent. I'm not in prison, I'm free. It's not hard to not commit a crime. Listen, I appreciate the sentiment here, but how did we get to a point where this is like a breath of fresh air? Let's check the replies. Hopefully people are agreeing. Shut your hoe ass up. Emmett Till didn't commit a crime either. What happened to him? You're not black. You're not black. You're a boy, you ain't black. You may be black, but you ain't black. Yes, because being black is supporting all black people everywhere regardless of what they have done. All the normal-
Yeah, she is correct in that assessment. That is how they view it. They view it as if you are not loyal to the group, if you're not loyal to the tribe, then you are, insert pejorative here. It's why Clarence Thomas has been on the Supreme Court since the 1990s, and they never recognize Clarence Thomas as being on the Supreme Court as a win for the black community because Clarence Thomas is an American. He's a patriot. He's a badass. He's somebody that is one of the few conservative justices. In fact, most people on the conservative side said the country would be better if we could just clone 8 other Clarence Thomases and have them all on the Supreme Court. Yeah, everything would be much, much better. But unfortunately, we can't do that yet. But yeah, what she's talking about here, what we're observing, is the most just low IQ, primal, primitive, animal-minded, like narcissistic, just egocentric attitude based on skin color. And I think that people have just had enough of that. What do you mean you're defending Carmelo Anthony? He is so obviously guilty. Like, people have genuinely had enough. And that's why you have Shoe on Head, of all people, doing a video like this. If Shoe on Head is doing a video like this, you know you have fucked up.
Black people are just called, like, pick-me's. They're called pick-me's for having a brain and not going along with this race grievance bullshit. Every time, like, they speak out about this, they're just called the C word, you know what I mean? The term for this animal. Is that a slur? Like, I know what that's like to a degree. Granted, it's over me making fun of, like, women on TikTok. But, like, I know what it's like watching people in your community act like fucking morons. I feel you, my brothers. Oh my god. Editor. Edit that out. Edit that out. By the way, if you want an uncensored, uncucked version of this video and all the videos a day early, sign up to be a member on my Patreon. Link down below. All Patreon members get the uncensored, uncucked version. You can hear me say f***ing shit and anyway, let's get back to the video. Oh my
Wow, 2 ads, 1 video. Not bad.
god.
This is a racist ass country.
Oh my god. Whoa! Oh my god. Look at the body type. Yeah, I remember this chick. Look at the body type of this woman. What do you even call that? What do you even call that? Oh my gosh. that is something else.
We in a racist ass state. This is a racist ass court. There ain't nothing else to talk about.
First of all, I forgot what I was gonna say. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I was staring at her titties the whole time. Those are giant titties. Just left the courthouse, and any white person can get it for real. I don't give a f it. Dig Austin Metcalf up and stab his ass again. Apparently, a bunch of people on TikTok are doing the Austin Bop, where they dance to a song made about Austin Metcalf's murder while reenacting the stabbing.
Austin Bop, knife have blood on it, so we drop. How the f you gonna stop me? Going out back, off the butt.
They were also making AI photos of themselves pissing on Austin's grave. You know, I was always told not to judge people by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character.
Well, unfortunately, a lot of people are doing that. Unfortunately, a lot of people are doing that now, and it's not going so well. You know, unfortunately, that is being done. And in the case of this particular incident, judging people on the content of the character is ending remarkably poorly for them.
And boy, am I judging these people by the content of their character. What the f***? These people are freaks. Martin Luther King Jr. would be rolling in his grave looking at all this. Carmelo Anthony, a black teenager, has been sentenced to 35 years in prison after being convicted by a jury with no black jurors. Oh, God, here we go again. No black jurors. Who is this moron? Who is this idiot? Oh! Martin Luther King Jr.'s daughter. Wonderful. Awesome. I'm done. It's been a good 12 years, but I'm done. Channel's done. Video's over. This officially broke me. I'm done. Go watch Moist Critical. Go watch Asmongold. I'm done.
And right off the bat, man, free Carmelo. Straight up. I don't give a fuck about no white lives. F that cracker. We smoking on that Austin Pat. I don't care anymore because it ain't no good in this shit. It ain't nothing good that's in this shit. But they trying to lay the law down. All that shit. Y'all gotta give it up. Y'all gotta give it up.
Like, I don't care anymore because it ain't no good in that shit. It ain't nothing good that's in this shit. But they try to lay the law down up that shit. Y'all gotta give it up. Y'all gotta give it up. Beautifully said. Thank you, sir.
There isn't a black American on earth that is surprised by what just happened to Carmelo Anthony.
Oh gosh, look at the ridiculous hair. The ridiculous look on the face. Yeah, there's nobody that's surprised that a low IQ, low impulse control animal killed somebody in cold blood when there was absolutely no call for it. Absolutely no justification, no call, no nothing. It was an unprovoked attack. It was completely unjustified. And yet here we are. And now we got to defend the basic. And this is where the fatigue comes from. You think that if you speak loudly enough, and you raise your voice enough, and you speak with certainty enough, that you're going to be able to convince people that you're right. But you're not. You're not. You are immoral. You are low IQ. What you're doing here is indefensible. We acknowledge that and recognize you and the group of people that surround you are not people that are Americans. You're not. You don't represent America or what America stands for. Now, you could, but you choose not to. So, we're in an interesting situation. What do you do with a group of people that are violent, low IQ, low impulse control, like this one, that doesn't have any desire, no desire to integrate with the country and to be a helpful citizen, somebody that can help others, somebody that's willing to, be part of this together, somebody that views their race as superior, like this woman does. It's crazy. You think you should be able to get away with murder? No. No, in fact, Carmelo Anthony, he is fortunate. He's fortunate that he wasn't put to death. Because what he did was evil. What he did was evil. And if you genuinely don't understand that, there is something deeply and profoundly wrong with you. There is something deeply and profoundly wrong with you if you don't understand that what Carmelo Anthony did was wrong. It's so unbelievably baffling to me that we're even in this position, because this is so basic.
Not one black face in that jury box, not one peer, not one person who has ever navigated this country in melanated skin. And
not one person ever traveled this country in melanated skin. Well, maybe that's true. But there are people that were Latino. There are people that were Hispanic. But the fact is, your perspective in melanated skin means absolutely nothing for the jury. Because whether you've been walking in melanated skin, the facts of the case are the facts of the case. The facts of the case are the facts of the case. They don't change based on how melanated my skin be. My skin be melanated, so therefore I have an interesting insight. No, you don't. No. You're just a racist tribalist, and people are going to now call you out for it. What you're doing is wrong.
And if you think that doesn't matter, then you haven't been paying attention to the
It doesn't matter. Not for this case. The facts and the details of the case are what matter.
last 400 years of American history.
400 years? Austin Metcalf, he was 17. Carmelo Anthony was 19. 400 years? Man, you're jumping back in a time machine. Guarantee this woman doesn't know anything about history. Guarantee she is as ignorant about history as she is about everything else. Guaranteed. But, apparently don't let that get in the way of this person virtue signaling. That's pretty wild, to be honest, listening to that absolute immoral slop. And I think more people need to, at this point, they need to recognize that if you don't push back against this is going to continue to be the normal.
Because you don't want to. This is not new. This is the system working exactly as it was designed.
First of all, the Black Panther LARP is cringe. It's gotta go. This isn't the 1960s. You aren't protesting segregation. You're making a fucking TikTok video, okay? Second of all, this is the system working exactly how it was designed. Yeah, I'd hope. When you kill someone, you go to jail. Like, am I missing something? It was actually a refreshing change that the system was working for once. I'm tired of waking up to headlines like, man who raped corpse on subway gets 5 years in jail. Like, I'm not kidding. That was like a real headline I saw the other day.
I'ma say it since nobody else can say it. Austin. Glad your ass dead. Austin, fuck his family, and I hope they get this message to have a up day in here, Austin. I hope you over there burning up, bitch.
I'm so proud of y'all for killing that white boy. See, they not used to this happening to them, y'all. My only problem is it should happen more. Can we please pick a day where we just white people up? As a matter of fact, I wish I knew what a little white boy grave was so I can go spit on that bitch.
How the are any of these videos still up? There were so many of these videos. Are these people like CIA psyops? I'm doing it again. No. This got so bad that people were actually going out and assaulting white people to get revenge. Obviously, I can't show these videos, but there were multiple incidences of this. These people live in a delusional alternate reality, and they're becoming radicalized to take revenge for that isn't even happening. But like every other week, I have to.
Yes, because instead of taking accountability, instead of admitting that what they did was wrong, I say they, but I'm talking about Carmelo. They as in Carmelo. What he did was wrong. Instead of just admitting that, it's much easier to say, well, actually, the real problem is this. The real problem is this. The real problem is this. We know what the real problem is. There is a profound lack of any sort of accountability. And unfortunately, what we have to acknowledge is that unless we get serious about this problem, it's going to continue. How is it that you can have somebody who was killed and they're treated like they're the ones that were the victimizer? We know that the reason for that is the things that we've talked about in this video, the things that we've laid out, the problems that have been laid bare as a result of these people. And the more that they talk, the more trouble they get into, because what they're doing here is indefensible.
To read another stupid New York Times article about how, like, 20-year-old white boys are being radicalized into the alt-right because they watch Jordan Peterson or something. Like, f*** you. And, like, people have been so brainwashed to believe that they're racist because they post, like, edgy memes. No, you're not f***ing racist with your 4chan memes. These people are racists. You're like a level 1, maybe level 2 racist. These are like level 9 racists. You have no idea what racism is. I've seen your friend groups. Racist friend groups do not care what race you are, as long as you are also racist. These people are significantly more racist than you will ever be. Hell, even the KKK, level 10 racists, wore hoods to conceal their identity. These people are out here posting this shit. Full government name and face.
I got 5 boys. I don't know why. I ain't got nothing to tell them no more.
I deadass gotta look at my sweet innocent son one day and explain to him that people hate us simply because we were born black. What am I supposed to tell my son? I don't fucking know. Not to kill people? Like, okay, sorry. I don't know what it's like to be black, okay? I don't know. Maybe it's a completely different experience that I will never understand. But in this case, nobody is hating Carmelo because he is black. They are hating Carmelo because he killed someone. I basically said this on Twitter and some liberal account was like, remember when Shu was a leftist? Ah yes, the famous leftist policy, being pro-murder. I remember back when Shoe on Head was pro-murder. Silly me, how could I fall so far? Leftism isn't about wealth inequality or workers' rights, no, it's about letting black people stab white people, clearly. To be completely honest, I have seen what being a good leftist is to you people, and with all due respect, you fucking no thank you.
We also know now
that... Yeah, I'm glad that Shoe eventually stopped being a full-on leftist. She's still kind of a socialist. But you know what? I think that in the past couple years, she has come around. And I'm very proud of her. Because Shu used to be dating the armored skeptic. She used to be part of the atheist skeptic community. And while she's embarrassed by that time, and I don't blame her, she tries to pretend that it doesn't exist. She blocked me on X because, you know, I brought that up. And she's very uncomfortable with that. Tries to deny that it exists. I'm very proud of the fact that she has come back from that. And now she seems to be a Catholic. And yeah, she seems fairly sensible on some of these topics. Great. Love to see it. And this is what's needed now more than ever, unfortunately. You need somebody that's willing to be straightforward and transparent on a topic where a lot of people just are too cowardly to. Do you think that XQC or Ludwig or Hasan are going to be honest about these topics? Absolutely not. Absolutely not, because they're terrified of being accused of, you know, some form of, you know, prejudice.
Yes, Carmelo Anthony may have had a tool in his backpack that no, he shouldn't have brought it to a track
tool,
meet, but it was there. It had a 3.5 inch.
You are a tool.
But also in that backpack, he had snacks. He had school puzzles, and
he
had a
snacks.
cross.
Your Honor, yes, the defendant may have had a knife, but he also had Cool Ranch Doritos. I rest my case.
That's
real
so,
lawyer, by the way.
so
that woman is a real lawyer. There were thousands and thousands of videos and tweets just like this. You probably get the point. These weren't just like cherry picked. They were everywhere. But it wasn't just Twitter nobodies and blue sky nobodies. There was also sitting Congress people saying this insane shit.
Black women live in fear and agony every single day. A fear and agony that I promise you, the Metcalfs probably never spent a day living that way.
Yes, someone.
Cori Bush, by the way. You know, Cori Bush, by the way, she is, yeah, she's gone. She's no longer a congresswoman.
Someone's teenage son was murdered. But please keep in mind the real victims here. Black women.
I don't know what he had. It was like it seemed like it was a multi-tool, almost like a Swiss Army.
Like with like with the little scissors and everything and whatever. So it was small.
Your Honor, the knife my client used to kill the man was small. What? By the way, I've not seen a single Democrat politician come out and disavow this idiot, so until then, I'm just going to assume they all agree. What's funny is they can't come out and disavow it, because they'll all be attacked and called racist, and they know it. This was a viral Substack written by a university professor. Are you ready for this? Dear Jeff Metcalf, Your son is dead because you failed to teach him that black boys have boundaries. Yesterday evening, Jeff Metcalf, the father of Austin Metcalf, used his victim impact statement to address Carmelo Anthony directly after he was sentenced to 35 years after the court treated his act of survival as murder. The elder Metcalf reportedly described Austin as a boy, twin, son, leader, true warrior. He remembered him as a baby grabbing his finger. He talked about teaching him to fish, watching him take his first buck, and seeing him grow up too fast. He spoke of a scholarship created in Austin's memory, and said his family has been robbed. And right there, his own words, Jeff Metcalf told on himself. In your own memorial language, you told us about the kind of white boyhood Austin was raised inside. It was a boyhood steeped in conquest language, hunting rituals, warrior fantasies, masculine toughness, and the romance of force. You told us about a child praised for not just being—
Oh my gosh, this makes me sick. That makes me sick. In your own memorial, like, oh my gosh, this is, oh man. Woo! In your own memorial language, you told us about the kind of white boyhood Austin was raised inside. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, one thing I will say is that you cannot live in a society with people like this. You just can't. If you want to create a cohesive, thriving society, you have got to take people like this and remove them. And it's for the good of everyone. It's for the good of everyone. Because this sort of hate and malevolence and evil is something that will infect and infest anything that he gets close to. There is nothing wrong with being raised to, have certain virtues and values, hunting, fishing, being independent. What it feels like from this is it feels like there is just this overwhelming jealousy and bitterness. And I think that you need to work through that. You need to get through your insecurities and your inferiorities. You need to get through your own insecurity issues and your own inferiority complexes. Because this is not normal to look at a grieving father and to tell him that it's a racist culture because you're raising him to be a leader and a warrior. That is absolutely insane. This impacted me more than I thought. This is the face of a profound kind of evil and a profound kind of racism that I think more people need to be aware of and cognizant of, and to fight back against this with every fiber of their being.
Kind, curious, gentle, or careful before becoming a leader and a warrior in a racist culture where those words too often mean dominance. This psycho saw a grieving father describe his son as a leader and a warrior and freak the fuck out because his son is white and therefore that's like white supremacy or some shit. In their world, white people are like only allowed to hate themselves, right? That's why libs are often the way that they are, just like absolute cucks, just like rolling over and showing their bellies. Haha, white people can't dance. Haha, white people, like, they don't season their food. Because being anything other than that gets you treated like this. Reminder that this is a professor in a college teaching students right now, and you wonder why people are the way that they are. I swear we had it made in the 90s. I swear that was like peak normalcy. Do you feel that way? Maybe I'm just like a stupid millennial like nostalgia because I was a child back then and didn't know. I don't know. I kind of feel like race relations were better back then because it was all like, oh, we don't see color. And then they flipped it and they were like, actually, if you don't see color, you're racist. You have to acknowledge your white privilege and you're a colonizer. Like, what the f? I feel like my worldview's just been shattered. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? We can't just all be in a circle and sing Kumbaya. What is this? Like, I was always taught from my parents, from my teachers, like, we shouldn't judge people on their skin color, blah, 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 blah. And like, were these people just not taught that? Were they not taught that? I feel like they were just taught from a young age, like, white people bad, like, it was just hammered into their fucking heads. And like, honestly, like, white people get told that in like university. Like, they go to college and they get told, white people bad, white people bad. It's really upsetting that a family had to bury their child, and it's all being overshadowed by—
Yeah, and not just bury their child, but face a year of abuse from these absolute animals. Like, imagine on top of burying your kid, you have these vicious racists that are calling you all these names under the book. They're mistreating you. Like, I can't even imagine the type of toll and pressure that would cause. And Jeff Metcalf, I think he handled this thing pretty well. Pretty remarkably well. But I mean, this story, it resonates in a lot of people in a big way because I think they see and they understand. They see and they understand just how gross a problem this is and how it's been allowed to fester for years and what we're going to have to do to fix this. It's going to take a monumental effort, but it's going to be something that has to be done. And if it's not done soon, then when it does get handled, it's not going to be good for anyone. And if you think I'm an extremist or anything, no. I'm just somebody that's aware of history. I've opened a history book. I've looked at the French revolutions. I've looked at the way that people respond. And yes, people are different these days, but at the end of the day, people are people. And they will behave in a way that is best to serve them and their tribe. But there are good-natured people that will be driven. They'll be driven to that if this isn't solved in an amicable, reasonable way. Now, this didn't used to be as big of a problem. It didn't. Like during the 90s, you had things that were pretty much, more or less solved. Not completely, but to a much greater extent than they are now. And unfortunately, we have to relitigate the whole thing.
Insane people trying to make it about race. In a normal world, it wouldn't be about race, but we don't live in a normal world. I would like to believe a majority of people don't believe in some, civil war, race war thing and still believe in the kumbaya bullshit. I just want to be okay, this is just a minority of crazy people on the internet. At least that's what I tell myself.
It's not.
So that was that video. Hopefully you got some enjoyment out of my brain breaking. If you like this video, please subscribe. And if you can, donate to my Patreon, link down below. We have started doing Patreon only live streams. The last one was a lot of fun, so I would love to see you there at the next one. And I will see you guys soon with a new video. Bye!
Okay, well, a good video from Shoe on Ed. Better a Patreon than an OnlyFans, I suppose. But yeah, great job talking about this. I am in favor of anyone talking about this. I don't care if I have personal issues with somebody. This is a personal project of mine. I want to be able to reasonably solve this problem before it gets too bad. I would. Because a race war in this country or the type of extermination event that people say can't happen, I don't want that. Nobody wants that. It's bad for the country. It's bad for everyone. We want to create a civil society where people can work together and function together and enjoy life together. We want the best for everyone. We want to create a thriving society, and we can't do it under the current system the way that it is. So some things do need to change. But they're going to change for the better. That's my hope. That they change for the better. Where you have people that are more amicable, that are less focused on race, less focused on grievance, that we can look at a situation and go, well, it doesn't matter that the kid was black, that stabbed somebody, or the person who died was white. It's a murder, and we're going to deal with a murder in the way that we deal with a murder. Back in the old day, you grab a posse of your friends, say, all right, where's the nearest tree? This guy's a molester, this guy's a murderer. We don't live in those times anymore, but we want justice. If somebody's like a horse thief, or back in the day, if you stole something, you killed somebody, you want justice for that. And Carmelo Anthony killed somebody. Anyway, that'll do it. I want to thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Okay, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. And if my internet goes out, it's because there's a storm. There's a storm around these parts. link. Okay. We are going to invite a guest onto the show in just a minute. Okay, give me one. Okay. What is this? What did... Okay. Yes, we are going to have a guest. Okay, give me a moment. I sent them the link to the Discord, so they will they'll have the opportunity to join. And we're gonna let's see. Okay, I'm going to find the video.
Your family, your friends, your pets, you are not safe. AI data centers continue to steamroll across.
Okay, so this is what we're gonna watch. This is what we're gonna watch. Okay, so let me. How do you share a screen? Share your screen. Okay, if I were to share my screen. Stream setting. All right, we're getting this geared up, and we're going to try to make this happen. How's it going, Dawn?
It's going. It is going.
So what I'm going to do is, I appreciate you coming on such short notice. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a little bit of an intro, and we're going to watch a video from Moist Critic. Not the whole thing, I don't think, but there's a particular segment. And are you aware of Moist Critical's like
how much he hates AI?
Like seriously.
Yes.
Yeah, like irrationally crazy hatred of AI. So I wanted to bring you on because you're like, as far as I'm concerned, you're the AI expert. You do like some of those amazing videos. So I wanted to bring you on to talk about it, and I think I'm gonna be able to share my screen. I don't know if I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I can see your screen.
Okay. So we're gonna watch the video. If you need me to pause or anything, just
Yeah, how do you do you want my camera on, or do you just do avatars?
I usually just do avatars.
Okay, that's fine. Just trying to
it's probably it's probably a good thing. Let me find a let me find a actually that's first I'm going to stop streaming that. I'm going to find a picture of your avatar, and then I'm going to put it on the screen. That's a good point. Dawn P.
I'm trying to think what would be like if I were to show people like what AI can really do. I'm trying to think. Do I have? That's not just going to be a whole ass movie.
Yeah, that'd probably be pretty good if we can just show what AI is capable of. Because Moist Critical's whole thing is that AI makes everything expensive, everything in the gaming space. Basically, somebody, stepped on your mother's toe, it's AI's fault. AI
Hold
did
on.
everything.
He says it makes it expensive?
Oh, yeah, maybe I'll lay it out in the video to get your take. But Moist Critical blames the price increase on everything. As far as video games, on AI because of the increased RAM. So the increased RAM prices, he has made a correlation that is responsible for, Xbox, PlayStation, everyone else going up, hundreds of dollars, and including, he makes that correlation that the price is directly.
Okay. Hold on. So yeah, okay. Hardware, yes. But games, it's like the actual end product and creation of the product, no.
Yeah. So that's what we're going to be talking about today.
Okay.
Because.
Yeah, sounds good to me. Yeah, I'm in the middle of editing the new K Crusader that hopefully Nux might use, but
awesome.
Yeah, like I don't know, man. Moist is just one of those fucking clowns, and I just don't know. He for a while he was fine in the Menace crew, but now he's just going to become a villain because I can't stand him.
Yeah, that it was interesting when I saw that there were people that were like making him part of the crew and stuff, and it just he's just not it. You know,
He was decent for a while, and then not so much.
Yeah. Okay, let me. I'm gonna use this image here because this seems to be taking a while. Okay. Okay,
All right.
I just need to get your.
Oh, you know what? You know what I do have? Hold on. Let me find it. Oh, I saw it the other day.
Okay, no, I figured it out. Yeah, so I'm just gonna do. I'm gonna do a brief intro, and then we're gonna.
You could use something like that. If you're needing a hard avatar.
I got an avatar.
Okay. All right. Good.
I got one from one of your things. It's one of the frogs cooking in the McDonald's. Perfect. That's pretty awesome. Okay. So let me. Okay, just give me 1 second. Now that I've got that, then we can go back. Oh, this is my channel is under attack. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. This wouldn't be the first time today. Okay, so now I'm going to share my screen. We're going to watch this video from Moist Critikal. We're just going to watch a little bit of it, but let me do the intro first real quick.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. No, I kind of scroll that down.
Oh, and
right.
are you streaming it or are you?
Yeah.
just
We're
recording?
live right now on my channel.
Perfect.
Yeah,
I told the frogs that I was gonna be there.
Awesome.
So.
Yeah, we're live right now. We do this stuff live. My chat is very, very forgiving of all that stuff.
Yeah, no worries, dude. You're good.
Brothers, I've got a very special guest today. We're here with Dawn P. Bongwater, who has made some incredible, absolutely incredible AI movies, music videos and stuff like that. And the reason why I wanted him to come here is because we have a common enemy, and that would be Moist Critikal. You see, Moist Critikal, he has come out against AI, and he blames everything for the problems in the world on AI. Your mother slipped in the bathtub. That was probably AI. Everything to him is a consequence of AI because this guy is such a one-dimensional thinker. And I wanted to show this to Dawn P. Bongwater. I wanted to show him this video from Moist Critikal, which has to do with AI data centers. Moist Critikal has had a long-running feud with, at this point it's been a couple months, with Kevin O'Leary, basically repeating all the bullshit talking points about AI data centers. So I wanted to go over this. I'm gonna introduce Dawn P. Bongwater here in just a second. But yeah, I just thought that this was an important video because this guy has no idea what he's talking about, but he's regurgitating things because it is the safe talking point amongst people on Reddit, people on Blue Sky, and people in a circle, I imagine. So he's repeating this over and over, but there is not a lot of veracity and truth to that. So anyway, Dawn P. Bongwater, welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on such short notice.
Yeah, man.
Do you want to introduce? I introduced you. You want to introduce yourself and
Yeah, no. So yeah, hi, I'm Don. I make a lot of what some people call AI slop, but it is the premium slop. I push the limits of what AI can do. I don't care about if something is too expensive or not. I will do my best to find a way to be able to use the best of the best to show what the limits really are. I call it a lot of bullshit. I don't make many friends because of it, but you know what? It's all about being true to yourself and true to your craft. And all I really care about is pushing the limits of what AI can do, and hopefully inspiring other people to actually give a shit and try to do better than what a lot of people are doing right now.
Yeah, and the avatar that we have for Don P is from one of his projects, where it is a guy in a frog costume working at a McDonald's, which is which is fantastic. So I'm going.
Yeah, that whole
Oh,
that whole thing, by the way, spawned. And actually, when I started making everything, all of that spawned because I thought it would be funny to embody the welcome home meme that Asmongold always posts of the Pepe frog.
Yeah.
And so when I started making all of these, it's all about the frog, all the frogs in McDonald's, all the developers and all of that. Those are the fat frogs. So that is
Welcome
the
home, yeah.
original inspiration there.
Yeah, yeah, fantastic. Yeah, no, that's true. There's a lot more people working there now, though. We've had a couple studio layoffs, shutdowns. Anyway, so I'm gonna press play. If at any point you want to stop, just hit stop, and then we can you can say your piece. I trust you haven't seen this video
No,
yet.
I haven't watched this shit in a while.
Okay.
I recently cleaned out my wardrobe, getting rid of some older shirts, which allowed.
Okay. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Thank you for having it at fucking 2x speed. Holy shit. Dude. Oh, if you can't speak at a reasonable pace, don't speak at all.
Yeah. Okay. So this is the video. That was another one that we
Okay.
reacted. So this is the one. It's called "Speaking for 5 Extra Seconds Leads to Arrest."
Your friends, your pets, your family, your friends, your pets, you are not safe. AI data centers continue to steamroll across society, pounding and pillaging, beating you into submission and obedience. They're popping up everywhere. They're showing no signs of slowing down. Even if one of them gets stopped, which doesn't really happen, it's like a hydra, 50 more take its place. It's just a weed, a plague for which there is no cure.
Okay, stop.
Okay.
Okay, first things first. So people like Moist, maybe he has money, maybe he found success, but that doesn't mean that he's intelligent. If he was intelligent, then he would realize that all of these data centers and everything for AI and more power and everything is necessary for the United States. The reason why it's necessary for the United States is whoever can reach AGI first wins. As soon as you achieve AGI, that country will dominate the rest of the world, because that AGI will destroy anything that anyone else has ever created. So the goal is to actually build as many data centers, have as much power as possible, and be the first ones to achieve that. So then every other country on the planet is subservient to you.
Right.
And I would much rather it be the country that I currently live in than a foreign country. So it is a necessary evil. I do know that people complain about noise. Like there are definitely downsides that come with these data centers. However, there is a very real reason why they exist, and just trying to virtue signal and say data center bad is the smoothest brain take that is just there to virtue signal a point on something that nobody understands. In fact, I've said it many times before, anybody that says AI bad, every single person that does that they may or may not believe it themselves. Right. And what they're really doing is, okay, let's say that you say that you're pro gay or anti gay. If you do either one of those things, Okay. If you do either one of those things, you're going to have, some side be violently angry with you, especially on a channel of his size.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter what issue you do. But if you're anti-AI, all the AI people just like, I don't care what you have to say anymore, right? And they just don't even engage in the conversation because they just write him off as just a complete idiot. And they just like, okay, whatever, live in your little box. And everybody that it also believes anti-AI cheers him on. So the reason why people are so anti-AI isn't because they necessarily may believe that, or if they do believe it, they're uninformed, but they're doing it because it's super easy points. And Charlie is a notorious fence sitter. He will sit on every fucking fence possible. And the second that there is something that he can just say something bad and he knows that he is going to win every single time, he is going to take that stance. And so for him to be anti-AI, it is specifically because of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you completely on that point. Moist Critical, I think it's a combination of him wanting to be liked, so looking for the popular opinion, but I also think the people around him are probably, a lot of them are artists, a lot of them are the type of people that they don't like AI because they have a vested interest in not liking AI because AI can replace them for a more cost-effective, and a more time-efficient manner.
If AI can replace you, then you provided nothing of value in the first place.
Right. So, there will still be, like with AI, there's still going to be artists that are just better than AI. But I think that the problem is that there are a lot of mediocre artists that think that they're better than they actually are because I'm an artist. And they don't like the fact that AI basically replaces them and takes them off the market. I think he's surrounded by people like that. I think that's part of the reason why he's so hostile. Mixed in with the fact that he's a virtue signaler by nature. And so, yeah, I do agree with you that he does have that. So we're gonna continue on. But yeah, that is a doozy of an opening. Basically.
Yeah,
blaming
already
AI
could see uninformed opinions.
Yeah,
being built in your backyard, in your front yard, taking away your house to build them. They're putting them in your dreams. There's nowhere AI data centers won't get put, and there is nothing that it won't butt fuck. The cost of pretty much everything has been to the moon recently, and that's going to continue to happen. But take solace knowing that even if you can't afford shit,
not everything is to the moon specifically because of this. The war in Iran and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and the amount of shit that's been... Man, you cannot blame everything on AI. We can blame... for example, COVID. All the price increases from COVID, nothing ever went back to pre-COVID pricing.
Right.
I am never going to be able to go to a gun show and get a crate of 1,000 rounds of 5.56 for $180. And I'm not even talking garbage ammo. I'm, like decent, PMC bronze, 55 grain, FMJ stuff. Like $180. That's what you were getting it for before COVID. And then, during COVID, it was anywhere between $600 and $1,000, and now it's now about $500. So you can't blame AI for all of that. AI is not the cause of everything. Now, for computing, AI is a major factor in it. But there's also a lot of other reasons why it's so expensive. People have... Okay, look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA, I think, is a great example of why everything continues to go up. People look at NVIDIA and they say, "Oh, people are willing to spend $1,500 on a graphics card. Okay, great. We're gonna fuck with supply, and we're gonna get it so that a 5090 is now $4,500 instead of what, $1,500, $2,000, something like that."
Right.
And it's absolutely ludicrous that people, like, maybe NVIDIA is selling them at a certain price, and other people then jack up the price. In terms of hardware, there's always been people trying to push Halo products as far as possible, and the margins for Halo products has always been through the roof. As an enthusiast computer builder, I have always, I know I pay the premium, right? I know that back when the 10 series came out, I knew that I could get by with a 1070 and like, a decent little i7 or, all this, but I didn't want that. I wanted to go balls to the wall, and I knew that I was paying premium in order to enjoy that. And these companies know that people want the best of the best, and COVID actually is the precursor for all of it. It actually wasn't just the mining craze; it was showing that hey, consumer appetite and buying power for all of these items are now through the roof. Look at when the GTX 680 came out. That was also when Star Citizen was a Kickstarter, and they were actually in their Kickstarter. They said that the sky's the limit if you have a GTX 680. We know that 680 won't run the game now, but the point is the 680 was what, $500?
Yeah,
something like that. And now if you want a 5080, you're paying $1,500. So it part of it is definitely AI. That absolutely is. But it's also the natural trend from people saying, oh, consumers are willing to spend a huge amount of money. People are willing to spend all of this, and this is just the natural conclusion to all of that. And now these companies are like, wait, all of these enterprise customers are willing to pay for all of this, so let's just jack up our prices. And this is going to be the death of personal computing, if as long as things keep going this way. And I think they will. And I do think the personal computer is going to be dead within probably the next 15 years. But what I'm really getting at is AI accelerated the process. This was always part of their plan,
right?
Because nobody else can enter the game. Like nobody else is competing with NVIDIA. Nobody else is competing with AMD. Nobody else is really competing with Intel. I mean, you have ARM, but like no one really fucking uses that. So it's just that's just the way that things kind of go. And unfortunately, AI has just done an exponential multiplier on the speed in which that happens.
Yeah.
So,
well, he's actually been called out by his own chat, believe it or not, because he makes these grand sweeping statements about AI. He's actually had his own chat call him on that. Like, you can't blame everything on AI, and he's actually had to walk it back on stream. But when he does his videos, he does this like uniform
generalization.
Like, yeah, basically, AI is responsible for all of this. And I think it's an oversimplification. I don't know if he doesn't trust the intelligence of his audience. I don't know if it's just
of course
he's
he
not
doesn't.
that
He has
intelligent.
18 million subs.
Yeah.
And listen to how he talks. Of course he doesn't.
Yeah.
Like it's obvious. Blandish in chat, monopoly, and it's supposed to be illegal. It is supposed to be illegal, but if the companies are based overseas, what are we going to do about it?
Yeah. What are you going to do? Tell China? Yeah, you can't do that.
Tell Taiwan? Like what are we going to do? You can't tell Taiwan or West Taiwan what to do.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, I thought this was very interesting. He makes these videos whenever he talks about AI. It's just this sort of scathing, irrational thing, and I get it on some level because he is a part owner in like Starforge PCs, and so for him, there's like multiple reasons.
One more thing. So hold on. So Potato, listen. I am very aware that is a reality. I am okay. So what he's saying is that he's disappointed in my take. This is a classic trust activity, price fixing, deliberate scarcity. They could easily build more fab. Silicon is the most plentiful mineral on Earth. Yeah, it is. But they don't, because getting something like TSMC up and running somewhere else, they don't care. And you're not going to force that to happen. And you're also not just going to up and be like, oh, well, I'm going to do my own fabric. You can't be Bender and just say you're going to do it somewhere better with hookers and blackjack, right? You have to take the expertise of some of these companies as they exist. And nobody's popping. We don't have an NVIDIA competitor. We don't have somebody that's just like, hey, guys, I now have trillions of dollars that I'm just going to burn in order to, somehow have a magical new architecture that's going to beat NVIDIA. And I'm going to take over the entire market. It's not realistic to happen.
Right.
Like it's time to use but you also can't force. These companies aren't typically American. So
yeah.
And also politicians are equal to your grandparents trying to figure out an iPad. You really think you really think that they're going to understand how to use the DOJ to force them to care? It's going to be too late. And also, by the way, even if they were to care, these companies have so much money that they're going to force it to not happen in the first place. So trust me, I understand your point. I do. But I'm being realistic that that's not going to happen.
Right.
I'm being very realistic that that is not going to happen because these companies want to just see infinite wealth and then see everything collapse. It is going to collapse. This is a bubble. This will collapse and it will end horribly for a lot of people.
Mhm.
But what I'm saying is I know what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but trying to say that, yeah, let's just get more fabricators. Let's just build that. Let's force the DOJ to do that is extremely naive thinking because these people have more money than God and they will crush every last little bit of resistance to their plan of making infinite money into the ground until they fail. And then they realize, oh, hey, we screwed up.
Yeah. Well, it'll eventually happen. But in the meantime, let's continue. Let's watch. Let's watch Moist Critical.
More. At least your sacrifice is helping to put more clams in the piggy bank of people that are likely in the Epstein files. And isn't that something?
So, oh yeah.
Well, hold on. So technically, he's kind of not wrong with the AI companies putting more money, and this goes right back to the point that I just said. Is that a lot of the money that these companies make do go into the bank accounts of people that are in the Epstein files and are current politicians in order to keep things the way they are and continue to fix it. This has been the plan the whole time.
Out of nowhere, just bringing in the Epstein files. By the way,
just out of nowhere, but
yeah,
still.
I just want to point out again, Tectone talked about this. I did a video on this a day or two ago. Moist Critical still has not mentioned, even once in passing, the UK grooming gang report. So he talks about Epstein because it's comfortable.
How?
He can do that. He can virtue signal off of that. It's anti-Trump. But the actual UK report, where it's a million times worse, he hasn't touched it. He hasn't said anything. So he throws in these things about Epstein, but won't talk about the current event, serious issue that's going on.
I mean, look at who he is, right? He has 18 million subs. I don't know where most of his subscriber base is, but if he's not talking about it, there's probably a very distinct reason why he's not talking about it.
Yeah.
Outside of, I guarantee that he's not talking about it because he doesn't want to shake the boat and he doesn't want to cause a whole bunch of bullshit. I guarantee that he also doesn't want to talk about it because he doesn't want to raise that level of political flag. He also doesn't want to have that level of angry discussion in the comments. Right? If you say, "Oh, Epstein bad," I think everyone's like, "Oh yeah, Epstein bad." But then if you talk about the rape gang thing that happened, the rape gang report, what's going to happen is you're going to have a whole bunch of people in his comment section and elsewhere saying, you're a racist piece of shit. You're a Nazi. And they're just going to go down the list of all of the things.
Which goes to show you that he never actually cared about Epstein or the victims. The only thing he cared about was
correct. He doesn't care. He is only there to talk about things that is going to get a yes queen type thing from every person that's watching it. Yeah, I mean, hey, you have 18 million subs. He makes ungodly amounts of money on all of this shit.
True.
And so, all he cares about is just farting these out and, to the most milquetoast things that he can possibly get.
Right. All right, let's continue.
To be proud of. And the thing is, it's not like people are just going quietly into the night. There are constant, massive turnouts at local city council meetings and people doing their best to petition and try and stop their communities, their elected officials in their community, from approving these massive data center projects. But the people that are elected to lead them don't care because they make a lot of doubloons off the deals. There is a complete lack of accountability. They get to get away with it, and it's just a trend that's unfortunately no brakes on this train, all fart and poop. You get the whole kit and caboodle here when it comes to AI data centers. And I just saw something today about how a farmer named Darren Blanchard got arrested at one of these public hearings about a data center in his community because he went 5 seconds over his 3-minute time allotment when he was speaking his piece about...
Stop. I don't know anything about this article, but it seems like an outrageously cherry-picked article.
Yeah.
I the headline alone is terrible, right? But every
Right.
time that I look at something, I have to look at all the different. Oh, 1 second, I gotta do this to my mic.
Let me.
Okay, there we go. Fix it.
It says arrest him. Arrest him. The moment police handcuffed a farmer for going 5 seconds over his limit at a data center, so he doesn't.
Oh, this is in Claremore. Oh, I fucking know where this is. Hold on.
Claremore resident Darren Blanchmore faced trespass charges after speaking past a 3-minute timer. So I have a feeling that Moist Critical is covering this because it's anti-AI, but like it doesn't give where this article is coming from. I don't know.
Okay, so this is what actually happened. The arrest. Blanchard went approximately 5 seconds over his allotted 3-minute speaking limit. When he was told to leave and continue to stand near the council shuffling papers, officers handcuffed him and charged him with trespassing. So it's not just that he just spoke for 5 seconds over the time limit. He was told to leave and he decided to not leave, and he was arrested for trespassing and just standing there. Okay. And I get that's a moment of protest, but yeah, that's a very disingenuous headline to just lead with and then not include that bit of information.
Yeah, well, I mean, Moist Critical, he may not have even known. Like, genuinely, he may have just, like, had somebody send this to him, or he just screenshotted it. Moist Critical doesn't really do his own research. He usually gets information from, like, Legal Eagle or CoffeeZilla or somebody else, probably from Reddit. Maybe this was, like, a post on his subreddit. I don't know for sure, but I have a feeling he didn't do a lot of due diligence or research into, basically, you did what he should have done, but you have more integrity and curiosity than he does.
That literally just 5 seconds to see, okay, what actually happened.
Yeah.
Like he has no leg to stand on there. It's ridiculous.
So it wasn't just for 5 extra seconds. It was because the guy was doing a protest. He wasn't leaving when he was asked to leave.
Well, he did go 5 extra seconds, and they said that his time was up. He decided to stay near the podium, shuffling papers, and wasn't moving, and he was arrested for that. I don't see anything about the arrest him. I could probably find the body cam. In fact, I know if the body cam isn't already out, I know the several police officers that actually work there, and I can probably actually get that if I was really inclined to.
Wouldn't that be interesting to just
But yeah, it's so stupid to say that, oh, this is just because of AI. And all right, let's I know Claremore very well. I can tell you for a fact that a data center. So let's see. When you go out, let me pull it up really quick. I just need to make sure that I'm thinking in the correct direction because there's a whole bunch of cities that sound the fucking same. Claremore. Give me a second. Okay, so Claremore is up from Catoosa. Okay, yeah. So basically, what you really have is a couple golf courses and a bunch of farmland. And the farmland does matter, right? The farmland is important, but there's nothing up there. And a lot of people live in that area, and it's not exactly the greatest place. It's a nice enough town, but it's not the the greatest of areas. So 300-acre data center would add a lot of jobs and would boom the shit out of that town. I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to really have there, personally.
So Moist Critical's response to that, whenever he talks about it, is that AI data centers do not in any way benefit the local people there at all. That they usually have contracts to build the stuff, and then usually there's only 20 or 25 people working at a place like that.
I mean, that depends. That depends on the kind of data center you're talking about,
right?
And the kind of data center they're talking about. It would definitely benefit the area. The thing that really sucks is it does have to be more remote because the noise is ridiculous.
Right.
But that's it.
I'm just going over some of the greatest hits. Anyway, we'll continue on.
Mm-hmm.
Those are some of the greatest hits from Moist Critical and why he hates AI data centers. And that's really one of the reasons why I wanted to do this video, is because it's so lopsided when he talks about it. I just thought there's nobody better than you to talk about it, because you engage with it, you deal with it, you make these amazing pieces of work, these pieces of art. And for somebody like him, it's like your stuff doesn't even exist. He doesn't even acknowledge any of the benefits or any of the things that are positive out of AI. It's just everything's bad, everything's awful. It's just anyway. We continue.
Aaron Blanchard got arrested at one of these public hearings about a data center in his community because he went 5 seconds over his 3-minute time allotment when he was speaking his piece about the data center that they were opining on.
2 weeks ago, we met Amber Robinson Rodriguez outside Claremore Police Department, where she was suffering from sticker shock.
1,750, I believe, was the final total.
That's how much the city of Claremore told her it would cost in order to produce the body cam footage from the arrest of Darren Blanchard back in February at a meeting about the Project Mustang data center.
Wait, it's diabolical.
Let's go back. Go back. What the fuck did she say?
Is outside Claremore Police Department, where she was suffering from sticker shock.
1,750, I believe, was the
1,750
final total.
That's how much the city of Claremore told her it would cost in order to produce the body cam footage from the arrest of Darren Blanchard back in February at a meeting about the Project Mustang data center.
It's done.
Okay, so If people haven't already gotten it, I will see what I can do, because I know people that are police officers in that area. And I'll see what it would actually cost. They can do me a solid. I might actually see if I text Donut and see if he'll let me use him as a, like, hey, we're needing this for this. Would you be able to help out?
Right. Yeah.
I'll if it doesn't already exist, let me know, and I'll see if I can find it, because I would like just how egregious it is, because that has no place in any rational thing. But if he went 5 seconds over was told, and according to this, he was told to stop speaking and just shuffling papers, and he was trespassed and wouldn't leave. I'd like to know. I would very much like to know.
Yeah.
Mustang data center.
It's diabolical. So he was arrested because he went very slightly over his time when speaking about Project Mustang. This takes place in Claremore, Oklahoma. It is a 300-acre data center, which obviously no ordinary civilians want infesting their community, because all available evidence, all the available data and investigations that have been conducted into the operational data centers that have swept in these communities suggests that it is detrimental and a burden to these communities and does nothing to actually help any of the people.
It's not a burden. I know the electrical would plug into would be the same electrical grid for the port of Catoosa, and that actually, if that actually ends up being built, I actually might want to work. And I guarantee that there's actually quite a few jobs that would be available to it. It would also give a lot of jobs for construction. Like this would be a genuine boon, and it would also be something that the city can claim is like, hey, look what we have. The other thing to recognize that's really important about data centers coming in, especially to a place like Claremore, the amount of power that then has to be routed and it has to also be available to that city is going to allow it to grow exponentially, right? If you look at city builder game that you've ever had, there's a lot of limit that you have on being able to expand your city, and one of them is absolutely power. And having a data center that is going to require more power will actually allow that city to expand, and that would truly be wonderful. There's this little park there that's really cool. It's got like this little whale in the middle of it, and there's a shitload of turtles in the water. And you just go there and you can feed the turtles. It's really fun. It's cool. It's been fucking ever. But that city would, I believe that it would actually benefit that city tremendously.
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't think Moist Critical even knows where this area is. I think it's more so that he picked this topic because it was anti-AI. That's my personal belief.
Yes.
but yeah,
he saw it on Reddit. That's what he saw, and all he saw probably was just the image of the screenshot of the article. It's like, holy shit, that's the ridiculous thing ever, and then just talked about just the headline instead of diving into the story.
Yeah, I agree.
People that live there. It is solely beneficial to those at the top of the food chain. So no one wants that because it is a massive hit to their quality of life in the area based on everything we know about it. So there's always a big turnout, and here there was a big turnout, people very passionately expressing their disapproval of this Project Mustang A3.
So when he's saying based on everything we know about it, those studies, I do not trust the validity of those studies. Because I firmly believe every single one of those studies is very anti-AI to begin with.
Yeah. A lot of those were proven to be false. You know, it was interesting when Kevin O'Leary was talking about this. He was talking about some of the funding for like these so-called studies were like some of the names from I don't know if you ever saw that, but Kevin O'Leary was talking about like it was like the Democratic Socialists for Climate, so like it was some like really weird like far left thing, and they were being funded by China. And it was very weird. Kevin O'Leary was talking about it. We did a video a while back, a couple weeks ago.
Listen, China has a vested interest. Right? Yeah. Russia's out of the game. Like Russia's gonna get nowhere. Right? Russia's just like, we have nukes. What are you gonna do? That's all that they have at this point. China is the only one that are actually going to be a competitor. And so, of course, China's funding campaigns and shit like that in order to try and get people to so they can win a Hearts and Minds campaign, so that less data centers get built, and so then we're able to do less with AI, and we can't scale as much as they are because they are building at a pace that is absolutely absurd. So if they have a very, very vested ensuring that we don't build as much,
right?
So
300-acre data center that they don't want. They're saying, get that shit out of here, please. Take the cheese touch elsewhere. And Darren Blanchard is a farmer who was speaking his piece. He went slightly over time, and they moved to have him trespassed instantly because he went 5 seconds over time. That shows you that they are well aware of how unpopular data centers are. They just don't care. And they have a complete disregard for the people that they're supposed to represent and lead. It is a hatred of the community because I believe they view them as obstacles to their wallet. These people in power stand to gain a lot from data centers being put into these communities. So anytime someone tries to push back against them, like, hey, we don't want this, they plug their ears, tune it out, and in this case, move to use law enforcement like their little hound dogs to have them silenced.
Everything that he's saying here is because he didn't read the article, and he's just making assumptions and is just like projecting on everybody else.
Right.
That's all it is.
Yeah. It makes complete sense. Yeah, I mean, this is par for the course. And keep in mind when he does videos like this, you can usually tell if he's gotten his talking points from Legal Eagle or from CopyZilla. It's usually one of those two.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. We got a donation from Reno MD.
Even temporarily, if data centers suck, we need to win the AI race against China. We don't have a choice. If China wins, we are screwed.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, it says even temporarily, if data centers suck, we need. Oh boy, the chat's going. We need to win the AI race against China. We don't have a choice. If China wins, we are screwed. True.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
A better way to put that, if any other country wins, we are screwed. Everybody else is screwed.
Right.
So yes.
We got another super chat saying, AI will take all the water and he can't be moist. Yeah, you call him arid critical. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Thanks, guys, for the donations. I appreciate it.
He goes 5 seconds over time, and they immediately move to have him trespassed. He then gets arrested, and the body cam footage was held for a while, and when attempted to try and get into the hands of this individual, they were telling her that it would cost $1,750 to get this body cam footage, which, again, public record. Like, this is not something that should have a price tag of this absurd...
Pause it. Asobi, you're in chat, buddy. And I believe you have actually done the work to get some body cam stuff. outside of a FOIA request, have you had? I know that some departments charge for processing because somebody needs to sit down to like redact and do shit. But how often is it that departments actually charge for that?
Yeah,
because I'd be Asobi for the record. I don't he if she gets a lawyer and asks for it in discovery, it's free. Yeah, so they it is. I know that they do have to do work to prepare it for public release.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
I don't know how much of that is them like adding a multiplier in order to get a little bit of money for the department, especially Claremore. That's a micro dick town. They're probably going to try and get as much money as they can reasonably get to help their shitty department. Okay, listen. I remember their department had Uzis not too long ago as their SWAT for their SWAT people. So when I say that they are underfunded, I mean it. So yeah. Typical FOIA through the government is about $1,000. She's asking about the department directly. They could technically ask anything on top of that. Yeah. It's that's the way it typically works. So yeah, honestly, I'm not surprised. And 1750, I mean, hey, if you're using that to try and get some sort of legal thing, I mean, that'd be crazy. And also, if you look at these body cam, all body cam things that are out there, right? You look at every I don't know, body cam, like I don't know how many fucking body cam channels exist. A ton of views for things that are like that. And if you're monetized, which for a body cam channel, if you're regularly getting that, you could easily recoup all of that really, really easy.
Right.
You would make all your money back and then some.
True. Okay.
So, and then yeah, Asobi and Blandish absolutely correct is that in Florida it is free or $35. It just depends. But yeah, 1750 to be perfectly honest, I think that's not as big. That's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, I mean it's a lot of money, but completely unrelated. But we did a video on Moist Critical probably a couple hours ago, and the dude dropped $4,500 on a pack of TCG trading cards. And he's sitting here bitching about $1,700 for body cam footage. Like, I get it's expensive, it is, but like, I don't even think Moist Critical knows what the cost of body cam footage is. I think that he just assumes that it's always free.
I mean, the
because
1750.
he lives in Florida.
To be fair, 1,700 is still a lot of money for a lot of people, right?
But I think it's that he lives in Florida, so he assumes that it's the same across every state.
It's not the same. 1750 is still a lot for a lot of people. But hey, you get a community fund, you get a GoFundMe to try and get that
says
for legal
it's
stuff.
A fair price, especially considering what the lawyer's fees would be to get it through discovery.
Yep. Nope. 100%. Yeah.
Interesting perspective.
Yeah.
Degree under
he has
any
no idea.
circumstances. This is just scummy across the board. It is so unbelievably corrupt. It would be laughable if it wasn't so fucking evil.
The arrest stunned many in the crowd, including Amber, who was there.
I was appalled. I was very surprised. I didn't think he would actually be arrested.
The body cam footage has now found its way to YouTube, shedding light on the dialogue between the officers and Blanchard leading up to his arrest.
It's very natural to be surprised like this.
Okay, so the body cam is out, and he isn't even watching it, which is like domain, and he could do that. So okay.
So
it's already out. So all right, who cares? Like, so 1750, someone paid it, or they just did it anyway because they're just like, all right, fuck everybody, we're just gonna put it out there.
Yeah, I know so they have the actual footage from the media. So
yeah. 1750. Oh, we got it already. What are we doing, dude?
Yeah.
Force wielded as a personal tool of corruption instead of justice to arrest this man or move to have him trespassed because he went 5 seconds over his 3-minute time frame, which probably wasn't maliciously done. He didn't put up a stink. He didn't fight back or anything. He just said, okay, I'm done with the mic. It's just so outrageous. And then to have the gall to try and charge her $1,700 to have access to this body cam. There's no end to the depravity when it comes to AI data centers and the protection of the AI data centers. They have more rights than you do. These facilities that nobody wants, no actual Americans want.
Oh gosh, what a statement!
See, that's not even true, because like I want them. Like I desperately want more data centers.
What kind of bubble must you be in to think that my opinion is so unassailable that everyone agrees with me? No American wants an AI data center. That's just not true. Like people,
I have self-interest in wanting AI data centers. Jesus Christ, because I specifically want my generations and my work to be faster. But the biggest detriment to my work, and especially doing it live, is ever since that I've had to use more complicated and more intricate models, the time for generation has gone through the fucking roof. Like, instead of having a result in about 1 to 2 minutes, I'm now waiting 15, 20, 30 minutes per generation. It's getting faster. But like, I want more data centers so that we can tap into more GPUs, so we can generate more and do more actual work, and also be able to use all of that power in order to train and do more shit. Like we went last year from pretty small LLMs to now having 10 to 50 billion parameter things. I mean, shit, even Veo 3 that came out last year, which was the best video model that had come out at the time. That was May of last year. The leaked model that's available that you can find somewhere, fully trained, allegedly, is 10 terabytes. So, that's just for Veo 3, and that's for all the training. And who knows how much time went into actually training that, all the video footage, everything. China has us beat. We don't have a single model that is better than anything China does. We have Anthropic, right? Anthropic is absolutely fantastic, but we don't have a video model because Google sucks every unwashed asshole on the planet. So instead, China's the one that is leading the entire world for video, and I would argue that video is probably a lot better than code. And a lot more, because there's a lot more that goes into that. If you have a video model that's capable of doing what Dance 2 does over Veo 3, like, that is a night and day difference. That is crazy different. Fuck, data centers, build them in space. Space is not cold. Space is not just an instant like wind solution. And even getting things up there in the first place.
He's crashing out in chat over to AI data centers. So we got a Charlie Defender in chat.
Space has. All right. I'm not even going to engage in that, but yeah, listen, space is not inherently cold. It's not full of ice. It is not. That's not how it works. That's not how a void works. Especially when you have the sun, you have solar winds, you have all that's not how it works.
It's just these greedy fucking ghouls, these worms that want them, and yet they treat these data centers like it's God. They treat it like that's who they're supposed to be looking out for, is the data centers and those investors and those billionaires, those rich puppets. And the civilians, that's the enemy. You're the problem.
Okay, hold on, real quick. Here's the thing that a lot of people aren't getting, and it is also getting lost in the AI bubble confusion. And there is a bubble. It is definitely different than what a lot of people think. But right now, you have way too many people that are trying to get absolute control over everything. Right? You have Google, you have Anthropic, you have ByteDance, you have all these other people that are trying to get absolute control over the market and trying to push AI for different reasons. However, the real goal should be, okay, you want as many data centers as possible. You want as many data centers as possible so that you can be the custodian of all of that data that the world processes, and you want to force it to be at where you live. You want to control it. This absolutely isn't just like, oh, it's so bad for the environment. It's so bad. No. This is about controlling, like, literally controlling the planet. Again, the first country to get AGI, actual AGI, not the current like decision models that we have, but an actual AGI, is going to be the dominant country in the world.
Right.
And so you want as many data centers as possible to achieve that. If you hate that, great. That's awesome. But you really should want even more of them so that we can continue to scale and continue to train. You want to see things abolished, like copyright for training purposes specifically, not output, right? If you want to have copyright things in place for output, that's fine. But for training, should be unlimited, and you should be championing these companies that are in your country and these AI companies in your country that are going super hard to do the absolute best so that your country will thrive and all other countries in the world will languish. And if you don't think that like, if China is the one to achieve that, you can bet everything else is going to suck absolute dick across the entire world.
I agree with you.
Unless you're a Chinese citizen.
So I just need to point
Guaranteed.
something out. And this is huge. This is how little research Moist Critical does. This is how much of an absolute retard he is. If you actually look at the screen, the video that he's showing, do you know what the title of the video is? I was as you were talking, I was looking at it. The title of the video is body cam video of Project Mustang Data Center, meaning arrest drops from $1,750 to $120. That is the title of the video.
Yeah, so it wasn't even $1,750 to begin with.
So it wasn't $1,750. So either Moist Critical is so illiterate he didn't read it, or he knew that it was a lie and he basically ran with it anyway because he hates AI. It's literally right there on the screen. This isn't like it's in his fucking video. It dropped to $120. It's
and you want to know what's even better about that?
Oh gosh.
I guarantee Fox 23 is the one that paid the $120 and put it on YouTube.
I'm sure they are. But
it would have been in their best interest.
But like imagine that. You're doing a video on this. You pay such little attention that in your own video, the title of the video makes you look like an absolute tool. It says it right there, guys. You can read it yourself. It says video, body cam video of Project Mustang Data Center meeting arrest drops from $1,750 to $120.
I don't even know, dude. I have no idea.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had to bring that up because that is such a stunning indictment of like the entirety of one of my main issues with him is that he doesn't do research. He gets things disastrously wrong, and he's so overly opinionated while being disastrously wrong.
Man, I watched Moist specifically for him talking about the Pokemon scam, Pokemon Scalpers, because that's funny. I watched him, but with the Karen videos that he used to do. Like there was stupid shit that he would watch and he would put out there that was hilarious to watch. Maybe it wasn't even his commentary, but it was just the videos were funny, right? And that is what I engaged with. When he tries talking about this stuff, I've never cared because I've always known that it was
about
wrong.
Politics. But here's the thing about Moist Critical is he's so desperate to be liked. We did a video earlier. Moist Critical does the videos on Scalpers. I know the exact ones you're talking about, the Pokemon fights and stuff like that. Moist Critical did a video today admitting that he paid Scalpers exorbitant prices for these boxes, that he was paying $4,500 for these boxes of TCG cards. He bought 10 of them. He paid a scalper $45,000, probably $50,000. So he's part of the problem, which is like, but he did the whole video about, yeah, I did this, but you know, I'm still one of the good guys. I've had an issue with Moist Critical for a while. I just think that there's so much wrong, but it's like that in particular, the title of that being right there, and he didn't
100%.
correct that. $120. $120 is reasonable for body cam footage, I think.
Blanchard declines to leave and then walks to the stage to submit some documents.
Right there.
What?
right there. He's even watching the
He's
fucking
watching
thing.
it on his stream.
He was literally told that he had to fucking leave, and so he just goes up and just tries to force. Like,
how do you cope
what
with
the fuck
this?
are we doing? Why are we saying?
Oh,
he was just arrested for going 5 seconds.
How does he recover from this?
Dude, he was arrested because the fucker was trespassing.
How does he recover from this? I don't know how he recovers. I don't know. Like the title of this video and the video itself, it pretty much refutes everything that he said in the build up to this. So everything that he said up to this point is a fucking lie. It like the guy was just standing there 5 seconds over. No, the dude walked up to the podium. Wait, what do you mean? He walked up to the actual bench and is getting in the face of the people there. We're gonna go back a little bit.
You're the problem.
Can I present my record, sir? You've been asked to leave, please. I'm not going to leave.
Blanchard,
I'm not going to leave. He walks right up to him. Look at this.
Declines to leave and then walks to the stage
You know what?
to submit
Listen,
some documents.
Okay, pause it real quick. I have seen more than my fair share of body cam videos. I know Sobe. I know a lot of people have seen more than their fair share of body cams. How many times have you seen somebody being like, "You're about to be trespassed from this Popeyes or from this McDonald's or this Walmart," and they're like, "Why not going nowhere?" And it's like, "All right, well, go to jail."
But yes,
happens every time.
Yes, you are correct.
It's not getting treated. It's not being treated any different. It's the same fucking thing,
guys. If I did a video as embarrassing as this one from Moist Critical, I would delete my channel. Where if I'm doing a video talking about something and then I'm showing you a video and the title of the video and the video itself disproves everything that I said up to that point, as I'm passionately like damn near banging my fist on the desk, and then the video and the title of the video disprove everything, that not only was I wrong about this, but the every bit of information, and he chose to show this.
I don't know why, dude. I literally don't know why. Let's keep the brain rot going. Let's keep the brain rot going.
Yeah, let's keep the brain rot going.
Shit.
Just 1 second. Relic over on Kick gifted 5 subs over on Kick. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you so much. I appreciate your support. Absolutely incredible. Thank you. I have to. When somebody donates, I have to take a moment to just
hold on. That's not the Relic that eats fucking pickles and gravy, right?
Pickles and gravy.
I swear to God. Okay. Okay. That's not the Relic.
It's not the right Relic.
Okay,
pickles and gravy.
No, I know which Relic I know that you're from my chat, Relic. I know that you're a frog. You post all the fucking lobster pictures all the time. I know, but whether or not you were the one that posted the fucking the pickles and gravy. We had that discussion the other night, and you weren't around when we had that discussion.
Oh man,
I did, Relic, and I appreciate it.
Well, thank you so much for your support on this channel. Every cent is appreciated. Donations are not required; they're not expected, but they are appreciated. So thank you, my friend. But man, let's wrap this up. But I couldn't have predicted just how devastating this conclusion would be, and now I'm kind of interested to see how he tries to walk back like the first 6 minutes of this video.
Get in this area and then stuff. You can even ask to leave. This is a public meeting. Okay, you can get in this area. You can ask to leave.
Look at how long he's standing there.
Yeah.
1 grams right now. I said 1 grams. Arrested.
Okay, I've seen enough. That seems perfectly reasonable.
I didn't do nothing.
There's only 5 seconds.
Same sort of shit.
He was reading for 5 seconds, and how could you possibly arrest him? God, it's just, and he's showing this, and he's literally, Moist Critical is showing this on his channel. I'm not showing this to refute him. He's doing the work for me.
God damn it. All right, let's keep going.
Doesn't put up a big fight about it, walks away from the mic, and then walks towards the officials to deliver these papers, which he is well within his right to do. The officer even says, all right, give them the Sarah.
No, he's not.
So he is...
No, he's not. No, his time was done. If he had left, they wouldn't have arrested him. He said, you have to leave.
If you're
He
told
said
to leave,
no.
If you're told to leave, then
No, he has every right to go up there and stand in
Like-
front of the thing and hand them a bunch of stuff. Oh, gosh. So
no,
that's
like
so-
at city meetings. If you're told to leave, then you got to leave. You don't have a right just to give people papers. If you want to give people papers and you're told to leave, well, you got to wait to do that.
Yeah.
And especially if a police officer tells you, "Hey, you got to fucking go, dude," and you just say, "No, I do what I want." Like, what do you think is going to happen?
It's unreal.
Presenting these documents to those officials, he inquires what grounds is he being arrested, and then you can even hear
he was told to leave and he refused to leave. And then he's getting confrontational with the cops. Whoa, what? I thought this was America. I could just stand here and do whatever I want. Like, oh my gosh.
Exactly.
one of those fucking vermin up there say, arrest him. And of course, they follow his demands, of course. Absolutely.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
By the way, hold on, pause it. It wasn't any of the vermin that was on the stage, Moist. It was the other cop that said, arrest him. It wasn't any of the city council people. It was a cop that said, all right, arrest him. Like, I have watched too many body cams to know that 100% was one of the cops that said that.
But you start to see this. This is my problem with Moist Critical. Is yes, he does. Like if you're watching him doing a video on Pokemon Scalpers, like sure, like police chases, okay, fine. But it's like when you actually see this guy have to do a video, you know, when you actually have to see him do a video where he thinks things through, does his own research. The difference is night and day. People compare him to Asmongold. There is no comparison between him and Asmongold. I don't think that is fair to Asmongold. I think that's an insult to Asmongold. That's my
okay.
personal-
Hold on. If Asmon still had the gay shirt on, maybe
he took it off. He took it off today
did.
for a video. But it's like even like Asmongold sometimes has some terrible takes. Let's be real. But like even his terrible takes are still more grounded in reality than this. This is just straight up delusional.
The thing with Asmongold is Asmongold does everything he does is for a reason, or is based in some logic that it's always like, okay, I can kind of see that, right? For example, when he was saying that the Eevee character looked too young,
right?
Regardless as to your position on it, I can see how somebody would have come to that conclusion.
Right.
I can reasonably see how somebody who is not used to that phenotype would come to that conclusion.
Right.
I can. Once the gay shirt came on, I couldn't understand why he all of a sudden went for going for skinny Asian girls with big tits into to becoming a chubby chaser. I couldn't understand that. That didn't make sense to me because that was not logical.
When he said, oh, I still remember that. He, for those that don't know, he's talking about the drama with the VTuber Deme and saying that she had an S tier body type.
There is a lot that he says that is grounded in. There is for example, when he said that he didn't think that Hasan was a shitty human or a shitty person or anything like that. You have to take into consideration. There's a lot of reasons why he wouldn't say that.
Right.
And a lot of it is extremely tactical on purpose.
Right.
Now, I can say that he's a shitty person because I believe advocating for terrorism makes him a shitty person.
Right.
But there's a lot of reasons why Asmon didn't say that, because he was taking the high ground for a very long time and was letting the vitriol come from one direction.
Mhm.
And so by doing that, he was able to play that high ground every single time. So there are a lot of things that he does that is grounded in some form of logic that when you have to look at it, you have to think about it, and it's like, okay, I can see how he came up with that. Then if you want to change his opinion, you have to work backwards from the way that you got to whatever that was.
Right. Whereas Moist Critical this is the result of somebody not doing the research and the editing first. Just sort of
100%.
Him going.
Would you like me to come over there and on your penis? Do you need that as well after we send this innocent farmer away in cuffs? Okay, just
Here's another thing. Why does everything have to become like a dick sucking, like coming, disgusting, degenerate, like
or SpongeBob joke? I don't know.
yeah,
He makes more SpongeBob
but the
jokes than more
SpongeBob jokes
Pegasus.
and the ejaculation jokes, they're too close together for my comfort. Okay,
It's 100% his audience size, and I guarantee his demographics.
yeah, a bunch of like dope smoking, like high school dropout gooners. I get it, but like even still,
And
it's
young kids. Like 18, 17, 16-year-old.
Yeah, that's depressing.
Yeah.
So let me know for that about that later. It's so sickening, man. He is well within his right to give those papers. He's giving those papers and then just asking, well, why am I being arrested? Because he hasn't done anything wrong. He went very, very, very slightly over time.
He walked up to the podium. He's interrupting. They told him to leave. He said no. Which is like, well, he's got a right to stand. Like, no.
And yeah, so someone in chat said that he targets kids. I mean, it's pretty obvious. It's pretty fucking obvious. Not just for the takes that he's had in the past, but even just like, oh, he has goof juice. Oh, he has cheeky soap for it's a pun on ass cheeks. Like that he is absolutely not going towards even somebody like myself that thinks some of that sort of stuff can be funny and makes a lot of jokes to that kind of degree. Even that is below my brow. So yeah, he absolutely is targeting a class of citizen that is, or I guess individual that is far below probably the drinking age.
Interesting.
5 seconds, I guarantee they didn't even know. 1000%, they probably didn't even have a fucking idea that he went over time. Or maybe one person was like really honed in on it, just waiting to kick him off of the stand and looking and fishing for any excuse to get him out of there. So he went over time. All right, let's get him trespassed. Clearly he is a scoundrel. He's looking to stir shit up. It's just out of control. It's completely out of control.
While the footage has shed light on
Here's the
what
thing,
transpired,
real quick. I guarantee that it. It would be really funny, and I don't have the patience to do this, but somebody can do this project. Okay, I firmly believe that somebody can do this. If he has watched a body cam and laughed at somebody getting trespassed from like a Walmart or something, and they did the same exact thing as this guy, and just because the venue is different and because it's AI, he's all of a sudden against it. I would love for somebody to find and see if that supercut exists, if he has done the exact same thing, and then put these videos side by side and do split cuts of him doing like he had the exact opposite of opinion about somebody getting arrested. That would be hilarious to me. I guarantee it exists.
I remember Moist Critical used to do videos. About his AI. Like he doesn't own an AI, but like they have like an AI Moist Critical. He did videos on that. He didn't seem to be against that, but apparently he's against.
Well, that's because it was the new funny and it was easy and it was like,
Right.
oh,
Yeah,
look at this.
Yeah, so he's not been against AI from the beginning. It's only when it became unpopular amongst certain people, then he started to hate it.
between Blanchard and the officers, it has also raised questions about the costs charged for the video.
The $1,750, did you end up paying that or no?
Absolutely not. I would never pay $1,750 for records that are public records.
We spoke with the person who picked up the footage, and they actually ended up paying $120.
Huh, so weird how they really dropped the price on that so much. Must have been like a Steam summer sale here on the body cam footage. Weird how that worked out. Oh, man.
Yeah, that's also not how that happens. The Blandish was saying earlier that in Florida it's $35 an hour in order for it to get processed. And if the body cam footage was really, really short, then it would probably be a lot cheaper, and that $1,750 was probably just the initial quoted price. At least that's what I would assume.
Yeah, and chat Blandish
Or
says,
she's lying.
I feel like she's
I don't
lying.
know if I actually don't know if she would be lying. That sounds like a number that would be said. That does sound like a number that would be said, but it depends on the amount of time that actually goes into it, and maybe it was just like one of those questions where you call up a police department saying, "Hey, by the way, I want to get this body cam. I don't know, how much is it to get a body cam from you guys?" And they just give you a blank number, like, "Oh, okay, fuck it,"
Yeah, maybe.
you know.
Yeah,
and then you go there, you say
$120
exactly what you want.
For me, $120 is extremely reasonable.
Yeah.
That just seems reasonable.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
That is.
Why the huge difference? Here's what Amber says she was told when she called the authorities.
So when I called this morning, I said, hey, I saw this stuff on YouTube. That's exactly what I requested. They told me that's something that legal would have to look at. It likely was due to the differences in the requests, which I said, I think they're identical. Is there someone who could talk to me? No one was available to talk to me.
Yeah, I'm not surprised no one was available to speak to her about this situation here. They were all too busy having a group hug in the shower and jerking each other off at the glorious thought of that data center coming into town. It is actually...
No.
Oh, God.
No. They just don't... There's a level of professionalism that exists. And they don't want like that's all it is. Like you want the supervisor? Like if the attitude that she had is like, okay, all right, you want the that's the kind of all right. In fact, there isn't a supervisor available. I'm sorry, right? And I bet it was the tone. Like, man, if you're nice, that goes so much further than going into something aggro as fuck. And the way that she spoke, it sounded like she went in aggro as fuck. And you know, it's just yeah. You catch more flies with honey than shit. I think that's the way to do it.
I just think that I think this video was a stunning indictment. I really do. I think this video was shocking in a lot of ways.
By the way, the chatter that's there in that's saying that build them out in the boonies. Claremore is the boonies. Especially where they were going to build this fucking thing. Out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere.
Yeah,
and it would have led to jobs.
All the AA data centers I've heard of are genuinely in the middle of nowhere. Like,
there's some that are not. There are some that are not, and they can be problematic. However, a lot of them are intentionally built away from people.
Right. Oh, that's good.
Crazy just how blatant the corruption and the hatred for you, the civilians, is from people in positions of power like here at the Claremore, Oklahoma Council. Because just think about this.
Yeah, so the reason they're bitching, by the way, the reason why they're bitching is because they don't know anything about it.
Right. I imagine because there's misinformation put out by goobers.
They have
like
no idea. That these are the same types of people, and there's going to be people against all kinds of centers. They would be against another Amazon. Holy shit! What's the name of it? Distribution center.
Yeah, you remember the?
They would. You know what? They wouldn't be. Okay, here's the thing. They would be against an Amazon distribution center. They wouldn't. I know that they got rid of the Macy's distribution center, but that's because Macy's isn't doing too hot. Like there's a lot of things that are getting taken down. But you want to know what is really big out here is aviation. So if American Airlines said, "Hey, we're going to build an MRO out here," they would be like, "Oh fuck yeah, let's do it!" Immediately, they would be all about it. They'd be crazy because it's all union people. They know mechanic. Like there's a lot of mechanics. Just across there's a crazy amount of shit here in this state. But if it was like an MRO or something like that, no one would care. But if it was a data center, that's a bit too technically inclined for quite a few people, especially when you say it's AI and people don't really understand what that means and what's really involved. You get a lot of people that will protest it or be against it without truly understanding the benefits that it actually has for an area, or even what it means to exist in the first place.
Yeah, I agree.
Just let him finish his piece, which he was only 5 seconds over his allotted time and seemingly finishing up anyway. If they had just let him finish and then deliver his papers, which again, well within his right to do, no one would have ever even been aware of what unfolded here. No one would have even heard about this Claremore 300-acre Project Mustang data center. But because they hate you so much, they just couldn't help but try and fuck this farmer here. Put him on display. Spread him like a turkey here. Let the police department come in and just arrest him because, well, he's just kind of annoying. He went over his time, and that's a nuisance. We got data centers we got to be making money off of. That's how much they hate you. They can't even just let you finish in order to avoid them having a PR backlash.
Yeah,
they want to.
I don't want to hear this clown talk anymore or on this subject. But yeah, this is, man. This entire video is just predicated on him using anti-AI rhetoric because it's easy to get updutes on. He specifically is talking about something that is he is taking it entirely out of context and not saying actually what really happened, and everything about it is it's clear cut misinformation.
Yeah. And that's why I wanted to actually bring you on. There was only like another 30 seconds of the video anyway.
Yeah, it's just going to be him plugging his garbage.
Yeah, yeah. So one of the reasons why I wanted to bring you on is because I'm not as tuned into AI. I mean, I use AI for assets on my channel because I've been burned in the past by artists multiple times, charging exorbitant prices, not delivering, and AI delivers me every time, and it costs a flat rate, and it's fast and efficient, and I get great benefit as a small creator that doesn't have millions of dollars like Moist Critical to basically just, shell out for anything. I find it a great asset. But I wanted to bring you on because I've heard him run AI down, but do so in such an over-the-top way that I thought it would be beneficial to get somebody who actually worked with AI and was very good at it to sort of come in and refute some of his stuff from somebody that actually knows what they're talking about. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to bring you on, brother, and I appreciate you coming on such short notice, and it's fantastic.
Yeah. Thanks for having me, dude.
Yeah, so I want to say thank you, and we'll see you again.
All right, dude. Have a good one.
All right, you too, brother. Okay, guys. Yeah, fantastic. A great conversation. Great conversation with Don P. Bongwater. Yeah, he does some amazing, incredible work. I just, I'm tired of Moist Critical. He's, he's such a joke. And I know that a lot of people like him for some reason. Asmongold says, oh, I like Charlie. But the fact is that while you can do some content fine, it doesn't mean that you can do all content fine. And when it comes to stuff like this, I think that Moist Critical should stay in his lane. He doesn't know what he's talking about. So, do another Pokemon video about, people fighting. Now, the videos that Moist Critical won't cover, Carmelo Anthony and the UK grooming gang report, won't cover those. Now, too controversial. The opinion hasn't been laid out enough for Charlie. So, anyway, I want to thank you guys for watching this video. I want to thank you for supporting the channel, and I'll see you next time. Okay, so that is the end.
Doing one good thing.
Doing one good thing.
Doing one good thing, which is that, if you have these millionaire, billionaire, WASP fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date rape to other billionaire, millionaire fail daughters is, in some respects, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better. You know what I mean? Taking these guys and putting them in a pen with one another is ultimately getting them away from the broader society.
Yeah, well, guys, that is Hasan Piker. Just wanted to throw that in there. Yeah, guys, we're gonna wrap things up. We've been going over 5 hours, and I just want to thank each and every one of you for stopping in. I want to thank the new guys from Don P's chat. I want to thank Relic for the 5 gifted subs over on Kick. Every donation we appreciate. We're grateful for every blessing that we're given. And I just want to thank you guys for coming in and sharing Don P with me so that I could get that video. Yeah, fantastic. Fantastic. Relic says, I've been following you for a while. Well, you know what? Good to see you then, brother. Good to see you. Oh, it says, I like you. Well, I like you too. You donated 5 gifted subs. That's awesome. So, yeah, I just wanted to say thank you. I appreciate that. Over here, we don't take things for granted. I'm not the quartering. I'm not DSP. We take every cent, every dollar that people donate. it's a blessing, because it is a blessing. So thank you. But yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, DSP. Well, I think what we're going to do, I think we're going to, what I usually do at the end of the stream is I do my sort of farewells, and I sort of wind the stream down, and then I turn on a video game, and then we just play a video game together. It's not something, as a way to sort of unwind the show. So that's what we're going to do today. We're going to be playing a little bit of a video game. I've been playing Breath of the Wild. So that's what we're going to play. We're going to be playing some Breath of the Wild. It says it's only 5 a.m. So I want to thank each and every one of you who stopped in. I mean it. I appreciate the support. I appreciate you guys tuning in. And I appreciate you guys for caring. I do. Not Karen, caring. I do. I appreciate you guys for caring about these issues and staying focused, staying with it, staying hip, staying together. Yeah, it's fantastic. So anyway, we're gonna watch me play some Breath of the Wild Master Mode. And Master Mode is Breath of the Wild, but it's just harder. So that's what we're about. That was a great conversation from Don P. Make sure you show my love to Don P, because that was great. That was fantastic. Yeah, we're very grateful he would come on such short notice. It says, oh gosh. So, all right, we're gonna teleport over to the bird. We're gonna go to the bird place. We covered a lot of topics tonight. We covered a whole heck of a lot of topics. Very nice. Very, very productive. Blandish, thank you, brother. Thank you for showing up. I appreciate it. Have a good night. Sleep well. God bless. Okay. Where is... We care a lot.
Hey!
I found... It just looked like a bird. Oh, okay. All right. So, what do we want to accomplish? That's the main question. What do we want to accomplish in this video? That's the most important thing. Teba's wife. So we got to go talk to this guy's wife. Okay. Say maybe crap. Okay. No, you're not it. I gotta talk to this dude's wife. Okay. Are you the wife? No, you are not the wife. Where is the wife? You are not the wife. Holy crummy, we've gone almost everywhere. Where is she? language points. Okay, you're not there. You're not there. She's not there. Are you up here? Is this you? No. No. Okay,
Huh?
Okay, Teba. Who is this guy? Who are you? I am Hearth. Bowcraft is my trade. Okay. Alright, here, you... Alright! We've finally found the woman. Bird. Pretty sure he has no idea what language words. Otherwise, he couldn't have said. It says, me and my cousin were only childs. We played Ocarina of Time. So many hours. Yeah. You guys excited for the remake? They're remaking Ocarina of Time. Should be interesting. Uh-oh. We're having another flashback. More PTSD. Ooh, look at that bird. That's a big bird.
Impressive, I know. Very few can achieve a mastery of the sky. Yet I have made an art of creating an updraft that allows me to soar. It's considered to be quite the masterpiece of aerial techniques, even among the Rito. With proper utilization of my superior skills, I see no reason why we couldn't easily dispense with Ganon. Now then, my ability to explore the firmament is certainly of note. But let's not, pardon me for being so blunt, let's not forget the fact that I am the most skilled archer of all the Rito. Yet despite these truths, it seems that I've been tapped to merely assist you. All because you happen to have that little darkness
what a sour bitch.
on your back. I mean, it's just asinine. Unless you think you can prove me wrong, maybe we should just settle this one-on-one. But where? Oh, I know. How about up there?
I can't make it up there.
You must pardon me. I forgot you have no way of making it up to that divine beast on your own.
What an asshole.
Good luck sealing the darkness.
What a jerk. Helicopter noise. I'm never going to be able to hear the word noise again in the same way. I'm never going to be able to hear the word noise. I'm never going to be able to hear the word noise the same. After listening to Hasan Piker today, I mean, Hasan talking about food noise. Guys, I didn't even know that food noise was a thing. I didn't realize that was an actual, thing. Food noise. Where Hasan Piker is always thinking about food. Hasan Piker is apparently always thinking about food. Even when he's eating food, he's thinking about food. I don't even know how that's possible. But Hasan Piker is apparently always thinking about his next meal. Well, we had breakfast, but what about second breakfast? Oh, gosh. All right, here we go. Here we go. Teba.
I don't know you, and I'm actually pretty busy here. You should probably go.
No thank you. There's no way they make it actually good.
Hmm? Hmm.
You already knew that.
Huh.
You're gonna kill a machine?
Ha! Huh.
5 targets in 3 minutes. I'm ready. Okay, we got 5 targets in 3 minutes.
Not bad. Keep it up. That's it. One more. Perfect.
Wow. Okay, that was easy. Let's see. Now, listen, me personally, I'm actually looking forward to Ocarina of Time remake more than Grand Theft Auto 6 by far. I know, call me crazy. Call me crazy. I'm actually looking forward to Ocarina of Time remake more than Grand Theft Auto 6. Woo! I'm ready. Let's go! All right, we're about to get started with the divine beast Va Meadow. We're gonna make it into a giant turkey. We're having Thanksgiving, boys. All right, it's showtime. Man, even I feel like I'm going to freeze up here. All right, come on, bird. Come on, bird. Berries are up again. What a pain. What's wrong, Link? Too scared to talk. Grand Theft Auto 6 will cost $80 for the standard edition and $100 for the ultimate edition. Yes, that's true. That's egregious. Those cannon all draw their fire. Use the bomb arrows to destroy them. Okay. we can certainly do that. Okay, here we go. Let's go.
It's on you.
Stop missing.
That's it.
Holy crap. I kept missing. That's embarrassing. There's no way this thing should be able to fly. Well, you know what? You're probably right.
Watch out.
Okay, well, we shouldn't be able to fly either, and yet we are. We're flying. There we go.
One more.
One more. Where is it? Where? Ah, there it is. It's on the ass.
We're in hot. We did it.
Woo! Let's go! We took down his shields. Sir, we lost shields. The bird of prey is ready to be boarded.
Well done, Link. That thing is history.
Did you get hit, bird?
Link. It looks like I got hit pretty good back there. I think I need to get back to the flight range. I just hope that I can make it back. You head down to Meadow.
Okay.
Good luck. It's all you.
Well, it's better than Sidon, better than the guy from the Zora. The guy from the Zora just didn't help me at all. At least this guy's injured. You know? Juno? That's flowing with style. Great line. Yeah, absolutely.
Well now, I've seen that face before. I had a feeling you would show up eventually, but making me wait 100 years is a bit indulgent. You're here to wrest control of Meadow away from Ganon, correct? If so, then the first thing you'll want to do is find yourself a map. That guidance stone has the information for the layout of this divine beast. Can you make it there?
Okay. Well, first things first, let's take a look over here. Let's take a look. Let's see. Okay. Got him right in the eye. There we go. All right. Sapphire, very nice. Okay. Okay, so now we get into the main event. This is the main room. Okay. Okay, that's done. Okay. Take that guy out. Okay. Oh. Well, I need the first terminal. Okay. Where's the map? Excuse me, wait. Where is the map? Okay. Apparently I gotta go out here. Am I just fucking it up? I must be missing something. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, definitely was missing something. Ah! No! Listen here, all right? If everyone were good at games, it'd be boring, okay? Sometimes some of us have to suck so that other people can look really good. Okay. Now I think I can do this. Okay, come on. Oh, here we go. Here's the... Okay, perfect. We got the map. Okay.
You'll need to look closely at your map of the Divine Beast. The terminals that will activate Meadow are marked by those glowing points. You'll need to activate all of the terminals to take back control. Think you're up to it?
Dude, you're dead. You're still talking shit. Dude, you lost. I'm cleaning up your mess. You're still talking shit. Ooh, look at that. The treasure. We love treasure. Okay. Okay, this thing should crash into that. What? Huh. Oh, jeez. Oh, that's easy. Well, actually, that's easy. Just gotta do this. Knew it. Knew it.
There are 4 terminals.
Okay, so there's still one more over here. But I can't get to this yet. Okay. I can get that treasure. Come on. There we go. What do I get? Okay, I'll take it. Okay. I think I can get there without. I think I can get there without shifting. Nope. Nope. I gotta go down that way. And then go this way. That's it. Yes! We got 2!
There are 3 terminals remaining.
Ooh, a claymore. Do I want to give up something to get a claymore? Nah. Not really. Very nice. Okay, let's see. All right. So, how's it going, brother? What is... Oh, okay, that makes sense. All right, well... Okay, so then naturally, if I were to make it go this way... Here. Okay, then have it go. Very nice. Would you look at that?
There are 2 terminals remaining.
I'm almost there. Damn. Got you, bitch. Is in here. Okay. Yeah, okay, I think I know how to get this one. This one should be super easy. Woo!
Just one terminal remaining. What do you know?
Okay. Okay. Oh, man. What am I missing? What am I missing? Okay, so apparently I just have to get into that little thing and it'll just take me very close. Okay. Okay, I imagine it's right here. Oh, very nice. It's the last one.
That was the last terminal. Now you just need to start the main control unit. I want you to take a good look at your map. There should be a new glowing point on there. Well, flap to it.
Flap to it. Flap to it. All right, guys, we're gonna face the boss. Let me. All right, here we go. All right. Dang.
Good luck. That thing is one of Ganon's own, and it plays dirty. It defeated me 100 years ago, but only because I was winging it. I can't believe I'm actually saying this, but you must avenge me, Link.
Okay.
His aim is dead on. Watch yourself.
Oh, gosh. So I can't actually get it. Damn, he does shoot fast. Okay.
Careful!
Okay, what do I have? All right, phase 2.
Watch your blind spot.
Oh. Watch my blind spot. I just got hit. Where are you at? Come on, bitch. Come on, bitch. Hadouken! Really? That's the life you got left? Boom! Man, you were easy. I beat this whole dungeon in less than... Oh, it's been about 30 minutes. Man, he was easy. Hey, Ravioli, you really died to this bitch? You really got taken out by him? Man. I guess you weren't that good after all. We did it. We did it, boys. Yeah. It says the last time I played a Zelda game was on N64. Yeah. There have been a lot of good games since then.
Well, I'll be plucked.
Well, I'll be plucked.
You defeated him,
Hey,
eh?
fuck you.
Who would have thought?
Ravioli.
Well done. I suppose I should thank you now that my spirit is free. This returns Meadow back to its rightful owner. Don't preen yourself just for doing your job.
Preen?
I do suppose you've proven your value as a warrior. A warrior worthy of my unique ability. The sacred skill that I have dubbed Rivali's Gale.
Rivali's Gale. Damn, that's useful.
It's now time to move on and start making preparations for Meadow's strike on Ganon.
Yes,
but
sir.
Only if you think you'll still need my help while you're fighting inside Hyrule Castle.
Didn't Moist Critikal used to speak
Feel
on
free to thank
Scalpers?
me now.
Yeah.
Or, never mind, just go. Your job is far from finished, you know. The princess has been waiting an awfully long time.
All right, we freed the bird. Let's go. Absolute W.
Meadow's sights are now set. You'll have a precise speed on Ganon from this vantage point. And when the time is right, give him everything you've got. Now we wait for that perfect moment. Meadow, we've been artfully patient for the last 100 years. I doubt you'll suffer a feather over a few more moments.
Yeah.
After all these years, I simply must admit the truth.
You know, the first thing I thought,
Even
it's like,
without the
this is an
power of
epic
Link made his way
cutscene.
to this divine beast.
Very cool.
Accomplished something that
The
even
first
I
thing I thought is, what the hell would happen if that piece of rock broke and this entire divine beast just comes crashing down?
holds out, Link.
This big, like, gigantic monstrosity is being perched on this little rock. What if the rock broke? And he's like giving this monologue about, oh, and we're gonna defeat it. Boom! Shit! Oh shit! Yeah, we busted it. I mean, look at that. Look at how much damage that thing. Ah! Look at how much damage that thing would cause if it fell. Look at that. That piece of rock is doing some heavy lifting. Without that rock, this whole place would just be done. And I almost fell to my death. Yes, that's correct. I almost walked backwards to my death. You know, it happens like that sometimes. But now I have Rivali's Scale. And Rivali's Scale is very useful. Very useful. In fact, other than Mifa's Grace, it may be the most useful one in the game. It allows me to jump. Allows me to jump. Love it. Alright, well, we did it. We did it. We freed Vomito. What's this? Oh, rusty. I don't want a rusty. I don't want a rusty pitchfork or whatever. Yeah, the rock is the same material as the Master Sword. Of course. Okay. Wait, what is the... Speak to Canelli. Oh, I gotta go up. God, go fast. Sonic the Hedgehog. Oh, here we go. Well, wait. More? I gotta... Oh, there it is. It's like, you fat bastard owl. Here we go. Oh. Simply divine. Light from the divine beast will ravage the calamity. Oh. Oh, I get to take what's in the chest? Champion Descendant. I have the sword you have in your possession. Would that be you? Yes. Oh. Could that be me? Yes, it is me. The sword that seals the darkness. Okay. All right. So how did they recover his bow? Hey Rivaldi, I've got your bow. Now, anyone who knows. So I don't know about anyone else, but here's what I do. Whenever I get a champion's, like whenever I get a relic like this, the first thing I do is I go back home and I put it on the wall. I don't ever use the champion's gear. I don't know about, like, I understand that the developers were probably like, well, you know, they'll be good items and you can get them repaired. But for me, I don't repair them because I don't use them. I put them on the wall as a testament to, you know, to my buddies who died. Oh, and by the way, the gay guy is gone. The gay guy that was hovering around my cooktop, he's gone. I managed to scare him off, get rid of him. You know. Let's see. Here we go. No. It's this one. Oh, beautiful. Well, it's right next to, actually, I should probably... This. Put her next to his thing. And then I can put this here. So, right now we got his bow. We've collected his bow. And we've collected Mifa's trident. We don't ever use these items. We just keep them in the shop. Now, let's see what shields we got. We got this one. Better question is, will the bow last more than the golden sword from Minecraft? Oh man. All right. I wonder. Oh, so you can actually put the highlight shield on the wall. Interesting. I'm not going to do that. It's like a piece of art. Yes, exactly. It's a war memorial. So the war memorial is, we got his bow, we got her trident, and then when we get their items, we're gonna put them over here. That's what we do. I don't ever use them. I just keep them there. There's my house. That's my house. Okay. We come here to unwind. Come here to relax. Where are the proper... I mean, that is the proper attire for getting ready for bed. You know? He's looking at that bed like, damn, that bed's looking pretty good. That bed's looking pretty good. Anyway, that's where I'm going to end things tonight. Guys, I want to thank those of you who stayed with me till the end. I want to say, have a wonderful, wonderful evening, and I'll see you next time. All right, guys, thank you so much. I appreciate your support more than you could possibly know. God bless you guys. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being you. And yeah, that'll do it.